A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Sandown International Motor Raceway for round 4 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships this weekend, promoted by the Australian Sports Sedan Association of Victoria. And we've woken up with a beautiful sunny morning, but obviously a bit of rain overnight, so damp underfoot for the first couple of laps. A big raffle is being run this weekend, and you want to get your tickets in that down in the garage right behind Race Control Tower. First is the big bucket of gardening gear, and second is the not so big bucket of gardening gear. A big thanks to Toro and Pope. All the proceeds will go to Beyond Blue, $5 a ticket. We've drawn about lunchtime today, so please get down there. For those at the track, right beside the control tower. And if you're not at the track, why not? Come and join us. It's the best place to go racing. Of course, the live broadcast is always fantastic for those that can't get to the racetrack. And this is what we'll be doing today. Sunday broadcast schedule, the improved production race on track for the first race of the day as they were yesterday, and always gives us some fantastic racing. The Vic V8s on track straight after that. Bit tricky in these conditions whether they try to run a slick tyre. You'd probably run a slick, but at the moment it's probably just a little bit greasy. The Saloon Car Nationals, heat number 3. Really looking forward to the Right Way Industrial Saloon cars here this weekend. Formula Ford National Round, very, very important round in the championship for 2023 there. The Porsche 944s doing a fantastic job here this weekend. Great entertainment. Jack Atley will be joining me in the booth for that one. Formula Vee has always got great racing, and the long straights here is all about racecraft. In fact, it's probably some of the greatest racecraft you'll see in the world of circuit racing during Formula Vee racing at Phillip Island and Sandown. Just the aero wash and the slipstreaming required to be successful is very important. BMW E30s at 11:40 for their second race of the weekend, and we do it all again this afternoon. Improved Productions, Vic V8 Saloon cars for their final to decide the national champion for 2023. Formula Ford, Porsches, V's and BMWs round out all of the proceedings here today at Sandown International Motor Raceway. A great day ahead. As I said, the weather, the sun is out now, a little bit overcast, so the track will dry off. There's not a lot of wind around out there, so when the improved production cars, which for all intents and purposes run an all-weather tyre, the humidity is at 91%, about 9 degrees, but I think it might have just jumped up a little bit more than that. It might be about a balmy 22 degrees, and that's what we're going to see here trackside at Sandown today. And we are looking forward to seeing how this all plays out. Great pictures coming out of Blendline TV as we see the Magpies out on the timing stand here at Sandown doing a bit of a morning war dance out there. So there's the shots live back over to pit lane. Tickets available at the gate. We'd love to see your smiling faces here at the racetrack, and it will be a lovely day here in southeast Melbourne. Improved production cars are going to be on track very soon. We'll be joined with them in just a moment.
All right, a very good morning to you all here trackside and tuning in on the Blendline TV. My name is Steve DeVries, and here come the field of 21 improved production cars with thanks to Prestige Hino, Melbourne's most awarded Hino dealer. And opposite me to my left-hand side is the club president from Improved Production Victoria, David Cox. Good morning, Dave.
Good morning, Steve. How are you this morning?
Very good.
Great to see the sun's come out, even though we've got a little bit of a damp track. Lovely to see. We've got 21 cars out there, and what a great race we had yesterday.
We had a very, very good race yesterday. These conditions sort of remind me of all the way back in 2018 when Improved Production came out, first cab off the rank in the morning on a Sunday morning, and Ray Hislop went and smashed the lap record. But I don't think we're going to see that this morning because the track is still a bit damp underfoot.
Oh, I think so.
As we have a look at the times here and the grid for the starting order for race number 2 this morning. So Danny Timewell took chocolates yesterday afternoon after a monumental struggle with Damien Milano in the closing stages of that race. The late sort of race safety car actually sort of closed that field up a little bit, or the traffic closed the field up a little bit rather, and put Danny right on the back of Damien to have a go in the closing stages. Current points leader, Luke Gretsch-Cumbo, he's third on the grid. He dropped a couple of points yesterday, but he hasn't dropped a huge amount. It's 20 points the margin between himself and Danny Timewell in the state championship. And then Ian McLennan, he started 11th and dragged that Pro Cup Monaro all the way up to 4th. Great drive.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic drive. And Neil Crowe in one of the old girls, a VH Commodore, the old Commodore Cup car. How fast was that thing going yesterday? And he got it up to 5th position, which is really good for Neil. Wouldn't have been up that high for quite some time.
He qualified really well, and then he drove really well as well, so that was great to see. Jin Wook Song, he'll start out of 6th place in the VE Commodore. Grant Ogle was the last man home on the lead lap yesterday in the XR5, which is a great result for him. He's normally being lapped a bit further down the field, so he found a bit of pace yesterday. And
he certainly did. The LH Tirana of Richard Valentich, it has been in the top 10 for a number of years, that car, so he really got it going after he had problems in qualifying where the radiator cap wasn't quite on where it should have been, and it overheated, so he actually didn't qualify, but they allowed him to run because he has actually run a decent time here before, so that was great.
Paul Cornell in the four-wheel drive Subaru WRX. These conditions might not be too bad for him this morning in the early going, but as it gets a bit drier, it might swing back the other way towards some of the bigger V8 cars.
Yes, certainly. It's great to see a new competitor in Paul out there with the WRX, and also down in 11th place, Scott McLean in a new drive this weekend. He got his licence on Friday, and I don't think I've seen someone so happy in a long time. Him out there yesterday, he had a couple of spins and managed to stay out of trouble, but had a really good run.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a great story with that, which we'll touch on in a few moments' time. We've got Stuart Dearden and Peter McLean, who's the first of the under 2 litre cars there in 12th. Wayne Decker and another newcomer, Andre Noy, in the ES or the EL Ford Falcon, and Brad Ross. Car. Yep, it looks really nice. And Brad Ross and Connor McLeod, who's the first of the XLs that are here this weekend, ahead of Scott Appledore, Carly Fleming, and Peter Fleming. And then down the back, Matty Logan had some dramas yesterday, and then the other one who's going to be off the rear of the grid is Jared Tonks in the number 1 there in the Rod and Gun Commodore. Watch out for that white, grey and red machine come flying through the field.
Yes, that'll be a really good sight to see Jared coming through, and hopefully he's got his headlights on so some of the guys up the back can actually see him coming through, so that'll be really quite helpful for those guys. It's great to see that Carly and Peter Fleming both got their licences again, OLTs on Friday and racing on the weekend, so a real credit to those guys, and it's great to see some under 2 litre cars. I believe we've got another 2 Hondas being built at the moment that will be coming into the series next year. So that's really good for the under 2 litre guys to have some more coming with them.
There's a little bit of a delay here at the moment. There's a few cars at the back of the grid that just weren't in the right grid spots, and I did see that both Matt Logan and Jared Tonks had their headlights on in the same way that Ian McLennan does in that Monaro on the second row of the grid next door to his good mate Luke Gretsch-Cumbo. So a few drivers already putting the maximum intimidation factor out there.
5-second board's been shown.
And here we go. Race 2 for improved production. 18 minutes plus 1 lap. Greasy track. How do the start lights go? There's a lot of wheel spin.
Coming storming up there inside there.
You are not wrong.
Jetted through the start. And also the Audi of Wayne Deck has also made an absolutely brilliant start.
So they're 4 wide. Look at the fishtailing from Gretsch-Cumbo on the far left-hand side of the circuit through the bumps going up towards turn 1. That looked like he had to grab a fistful of opposite lock there. Milano, who was complaining yesterday about what he'd actually done, registering for an event where it was going to be wet, he's going to lead them into turn 1.
And then we've got the WRX and the Audi both right up in the top 10. And it looks like Jared Tonks has also made an absolute screamer of a start. He looked like he was in around 12th or 13th spot there as well.
Good stuff for Grant Ogle up to 5th. There goes Valentich in the Tirana. Spins out of what was 6th place on the road in the number 15. And
managed to get past. It's great driving, guys.
Yep,
well
gently. And he'll loop that car around and get going. So just a localised yellow flag for the moment. I can see in the background there he's not moving at any great rate. Brad Ross has had a terrible start. He's well off the pace, but Valentich
Richard's just got it back around the right way.
And there's also a black flag just being shown here for Scott McLean. We're getting some word through that the window net may be fitted incorrectly or not fitted at all, when we can't obviously see from these pictures, but that's the word that we're getting through on the race radio.
It definitely has a window net, but it looks like Scott may have forgot to put it up this morning before he's gone out.
There's that WRX Paul Cornell that you were just mentioning. He had an absolute bullet of a start, then couldn't get anywhere with it because all the V8s fanned out in front of him, and he couldn't, make advantage of that particular start, which was a bit of a shame.
Like Danny Timewell's jumped the start, been a little bit too eager, and he's been given a 5-second penalty, which really doesn't help his cause this morning.
No, he needs to find 5 seconds in the next sort of 11 and a half minutes to get that penalty effectively erased so he doesn't lose any spots. He currently sits third in the running order at the moment, and now sits fourth with McLennan going through at turn number 1. Look at the gingerly tiptoeing through turn 1. Everyone's just a little bit unsure at the moment. It's greasy. It's not fully wet. There's no real dry line just yet, but everybody's got to just take it very, very quietly until they can get some confidence and some heat into these tyres in very, very cool and tricky conditions. And here is Jared Tonks. You mentioned he's had an absolute scream of a start. He's now up to P6, and I dare say will make light work of Grant Ogle's XR5 up the back chute.
Yeah, it looks like Luke must have got a good run out of turn 4 because he's right up beside Damien as they head up over to Dandenong Hill. So we'll see who's the bravest tricky going there. And I dare say that Damien will have to back out of that one because there's no grip out there.
Yeah, he left that very late to concede, Milano, but it eventually does concede. And through goes the number 25 GC Electrical HSV Senator into the lead of this race at Dandenong Road.
So Luke loves these conditions, and I dare say that he'll probably just make a little bit of a gap now. But Mac has also driven a brilliant start this morning. He's up into 3rd place. And then Danny Timewell and Jared Tonks is now up into 5th place, I believe. Is that right, Steve?
That is correct.
He's climbed right on the back of Danny here. So we'll see how that transforms this morning.
Interesting story for that car, the number 1 rod and gun machine. They thought that there was some gear selection problems yesterday. That's why the car came to a halt. Originally, they suspected it was the diff because you could select gears, but the car wouldn't engage, it wouldn't drive. That's where he pulled off where he did, as he's going for position 4 here. Turns out they just replaced the throttle body on that car this morning
and fixed the problem.
It looks much happier.
Yeah, the problem with the Mack Trucks entry of Matt Logan, it's got a strut that's not quite right in it, so he's going to be struggling for the rest of the weekend, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's a shame because he qualified fairly well yesterday as well, but then just didn't have the drivability in the race conditions.
And you see Jared's really having a go. The car's nicely sideways there as he's coming out of Dandenong, but just lovely control.
There goes Matt Logan. He's just picked off Stu Dearden. So Stewie Dearden was in 9th place, so that moves the Mack Trucks entry up to 9th on the road. Good job for Logan so far from rear of grid. I don't think that strut issue is going to be hurting him too much in these conditions because the speed isn't there, so he doesn't have to ask too much of the car. He can just be nice and gentle and nice and smooth on the car, and it's paying dividends right now. Stu Dearden's also gone past Neil Crow, who's gone backwards from the start.
Yeah, I think Neil with the live rear axle car, that'll be struggling in the damp conditions today, so that will make it really quite tough for Neil, and once it starts to dry out, the thing will hook up a bit better.
Yeah, that's right. It's like a live rear axle in those AU Falcons we see in the saloon cars as well. They're going to struggle in some of these sorts of conditions. They'll be hoping that it's going to dry out for them a little bit later on this morning. But he still feeds the build look number 90 machine nicely down into Dandenong Road. Still a little bit of curb usage at turn 7, just not too much. And don't want to be taking too big a bite out of the cherry in these conditions because those curbs are still very, very slippery this morning.
Certainly is, and it looks like it is starting to dry up. The sky is clearing quite nicely, so I dare say by later in the day we'll have a bit of a mixed-up grid for the final, which will be rather interesting.
It definitely will be. Jared Tonks now through on Ian McLennan 4th, 3rd place at turn number 1. That seems to be the favoured passing zone for most drivers this morning.
And he seems to be making up hand over fist, catching up to Milano as well. He's only less than a second behind him now.
Yeah, Dennis just seems to be struggling a little bit here, but he's got a comfortable margin already over Grant Ogle in 6th place. So the 5-second penalty that's over his head at the moment won't hurt him anymore unless he makes a terrible mistake and drops right back through the field. But he's got enough of a margin at the moment as it sits right now to be safe from that. But he just doesn't look happy compared to yesterday. He's got some happy memories of this place from earlier in the year, where he got his first round race win as Macca shortcuts the chicane at turn 7.
And there goes Jared. He's stuck the nose up the inside of Damien, so let's see if he can get the power down.
Oh, there goes.
Had a bit of a spin.
Paul Cornell's had a bit of a moment coming down into the turn 2 and 3 chicane, it looks like. And he's dropped a couple of spots there. Jin Wook Song went through, so did Matt Logan. I believe Crow and Dearden might have gone through as well.
So Jared Tonks did get the job done over Damien. And we've got a
little replay coming of something that happened down at turn 10. So right here, oh, look at Damon Milano. He had a big moment there. Sideways moment. That's a bit of a strange spot to have, but there is a little bit of a bump there.
There is a big bump there, and if you do hit it when you're on wide open throttle, you will get a little bit spirally, and that's what's looked like to happen. And Richard looks like he's had another little coming off there at turn between turn 1 and 2. That
seems to be like he's probably hit the inside curb at turn 2 and looped the car to the right-hand side, so he's safe for the moment. He'll be able to at least see all the cars coming directly at him and find a spot to feed back on safely, which would be good.
Very greasy down there between 2 and 3, and even the whole lot of them, as soon as they put the power down, the cars are going sideways.
I'm wondering if Danny Timewell's crew has gone for a dry setup rather than a wet setup. They probably didn't anticipate this morning that it would be as wet as it is, and thought maybe the circuit might be right for a dry setup, and maybe that's why he's fallen a bit further back through the field than ideally he would like to.
Possibly be it. He may also be protecting his points as well. He knows there's a championship at stake here, and there's no point throwing it away in this morning's race.
Well, that's what we looked at with Luke Critchcumbo yesterday. He was third on the road overall, but you know, he knew he had a 24-point margin coming into the weekend from the State Series point of view. He only dropped 4 points yesterday, and now this is a complete role reversal the other way. Luke's out in front. Danny's actually 5th, so now the points advantage actually increases for Luke, not by the 4 points he lost yesterday, but by a little bit more.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, yeah, in terms of protecting the points championship, yeah, he's just sort of maintaining the gap as best he can at the moment, Danny, and hoping that, you know, the conditions later this afternoon will be a little bit nicer and a bit more favourable to him, and then maybe he can still walk away with a round win overall and at least reduce the points margin somewhat.
On that last lap, Jared Tonks was actually 2 seconds a lap quicker than Luke, and he's actually caught him quite considerably over that last lap. So
yeah,
as it's drying out, the Jared Tonks mobile is actually flying.
He absolutely is. Now down to the Wandon Engineering BRZ of Peter McLean, who's first to the under-2s. And one of the newcomers to the category this weekend in Andre Noy. He's got that EL Falcon, which is an XR6 Falcon. A long-term plan for that car, he's told me, is he wants to make it look very, very similar to the old Glenn Seaton Ford Credit livery back in the day, but just with a couple of different sponsors on it. So the colour scheme will be almost looking like it was a supercar back in the day, which is something new. You see that a little bit. We've actually got Greg Lynch standing over our shoulder, who's got that HSV replica lookalike car in the sports sedan. So it'd be good to see.
What a weapon that car is.
It is a weapon, and it'd be nice to see, you know, a couple of different cars that look like that. So I can appreciate what Andre's trying to do with that car.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got the green-eyed monster, the Craig Lowndes lookalike car there.
The Stewie
did, and so there is a couple of them around, and yeah, it's great to see some of these retro liveries coming back. But as we get, Jared Tonks is now only it's a couple of car lengths behind Luke, so it's going to be very interesting. We've got still 3.5 minutes of racing left, so this will be a very interesting couple of laps. And as they're coming up now to a couple of the back markers, and I think Jared may have even just stuck it straight up the inside into turn 1. And yes, he's got the job done. Well done there.
Yeah, beautiful. I think Luke saw him coming there and thought, well, there's no point fighting this argument. But Jared's run a little bit too deep at turn number 1, and Luke will make him earn this one, and he does. And Jared will hold on for the moment. But you're right, now they've got this situation of the lap traffic. A couple of Hyundai XLs here, Scott Appledore. And Milano's actually caught up a little bit here through the fact that they've just been held up and balked by the lap traffic.
Yeah, he certainly has, and that might just give him a little bit more of a sniff going up the back straight there as well. It's good to see the guys, can see them coming, because the guys are all running their headlights today, which is a really good idea for the faster cars, so you can actually see them coming through.
Yeah, absolutely. And Milano had them on, Macca had them on, all the top 4 cars all had them on. Jared's found some real confidence in that car there. They're actually now starting to find a bit more confidence. I can see them using a lot more curb at turn 7. They're actually getting right up and over the ripple strip and just keeping those left-hand side tyres in bounds. whereas a bit earlier on, it was just sort of touch the curb and just see what was there and just continually explore it a little bit more and a little bit more until the point where, like, okay, we can now go fully over this part of the track.
We've managed to get some decent heat in the tyres, and it's not so slippery, but you don't want to get too aggressive over those curbs because you know how treacherous they can be, especially in these damp conditions.
Yeah, Jared Tonks has set the fastest lap of the race again. He's now down to a 30.3, so he's done that on about 3 or 4 consecutive laps now, so he's really got some big confidence in that car.
Pulled a bit of a gap on Luke, and Damien has actually snuck right up behind Luke at this stage, and it might be the last 2 laps. It might be quite interesting.
It's getting pretty close between Ian McLennan and Danny Timewell as Scott McLean actually gets out of the way there and lets the faster cars go through. Just looking at the timing tree there, it's only 0.5 of a second between the Monaro and the VF. Oh, a little bit of an awkward situation there for the number 64 of Connor McLeod, who got caught at precisely the wrong time and I think was a little bit spooked by the faster car approaching his rear bumper. Oh, and there's been a catastrophic blow-up for Jared Tonks. Something's let go on the rod and gun number 1 machine heading up the back chute into turn number 6, and it is over and out for Jared Tonks.
It looks like it's got some fluids coming out the bottom of that car, so let's hope it's nothing too bad. Maybe it's a power steering line or something simple like that. Let's hope it's not the end of his day.
Let's hope it's not terminal for Tonks, because that's what cooled his run at the Bathurst 12 hour, where the temperatures went sky high and ended up having to shut the thing down. And he was saying to me that if that's what the situation was again, that's what he was going to have to do. Just if the temperatures went too high, he'll just have to shut it off and find a good place to park it. But that one, unfortunately, they've called the checkered flag, I think, because of Tonks' stranded car up at turn number 6, so it'll allow him to pick the car up. So that will give the win to Luke Cretchcumbo ahead of Milano and McLennan. Timewell will remain 4th and be protected with that 5-second penalty, and that'll mean Grant Ogle will come home for 5th.
So yes, they certainly have called that one rather early, but we've got a car that's got to be picked up, so that's quite understandable at this stage.
Yep. A couple of drivers still have got 1 lap to go here. McLean, Dearden, Noy, they all managed to get to the line before the checkered flag came out for Luke Cretchcumbo, I think.
So I think they may.
Yes, they did. Yes, correct, they did. The little timing tree here shows us in green which cars have still got laps to go and which ones don't have laps to go. So Tonks, of course, is going to be dropping down the timing train here. So Grant Ogle home for 5th. Matt Logan's driven up to what will effectively be 6th place by the time he crosses the line.
And that's really good recovery from Matt to get that car home with the damage that it has in it.
Yeah, Jinwook Song will be 7th. Neil Crow at this stage will be 8th. And then Wayne Decker, 9th for Wayne Decker. He'll be pretty happy with that. And then these guys are currently battling for 10th overall on the road. So Stewie Dearden holding his own against Peter McLean, and then Andre Noy as well. So this is effectively 10th, 11th and 12th in your picture right now. Has McLean got anything to throw at the EB Falcon of Stewie Dearden? No, he doesn't. So Dearden will hold on for a top 10 finish.
That's really good for Stewie. He'll be really, really happy with that. He's a great bloke, and he'll have a smile from ear to ear.
He absolutely will.
Then we've got Paul Cornell, Connor McLeod, Carly Fleming, Scott Appledore. Richards managed to come home in 18th position. Brad Ross, Peter Fleming and Scott McLean rounding out the 21. So great to see the Yokohama tyres working, the AO50s working so well in these damp conditions, and the times were really quite good in these damp conditions.
Yeah, the Yokohama tyre will also be present with the Formula Ford, the AO48s on the Formula Fords, but the AO50s for improved production for the Porsche 944s and also for the BMW E30. So good job by the team at Yokohama Traction Tyre Centre that are out the back as always,
yes,
and all the circuits.
It's great to have them at the track to be providing service for a number of categories. They've been around for part of improved production for over 25 years, so we can't thank Andrew and the team out there enough for their tyres. And here we go with the final results have just popped up on the screen.
So Luke Cretchcumbo home with another win in the GC Electrical number 25 from Damien Milano, Ian McLennan, Danny Timewell picks up some valuable points there, so that'll be interesting going into the final race of the weekend. Grant Ogle in the XR5, he's having a really, really nice weekend in the number 30 machine, home on the lead lap again. There in 5th place. Matt Logan, another one of the drivers that drove from the rear of the grid up to 6th. He'll be very pleased with that. Jin Wook Song, Neil Crow, and Wayne Decker and Stu Dearden, they haven't been in the top 10 for some time. They'll be very happy with that as well. With Peter McLean in 11th, the first of the under 2 litre cars home.
Yeah, fantastic results. I'd like to thank Prestige Hino for being our major sponsor for the series. We've also got DLL Photography Design, Pro Cut Tree Services, Ian McClellan and the team out there. They do a fantastic job if you need any trees trimmed. And Reach Rock Art, if you need some rocks thrown around your garden to make an absolutely spectacular piece of art, then you can call Rick and the guys from Reach Rock Art. Anyway, Steve, it's been a great call this morning, and let's hope we have a fantastic final this afternoon.
We hope so. We will see the improved production cars out a bit later on this afternoon, actually probably just after lunch.
12:30, I believe.
At 12:30, and coming up next will be the Vic V8s. You're watching the Blendline TV coverage of round number 4 of the Victorian State Race Series.
Here with Paul Cornell, who's going to debut this weekend in improved production. What are your expectations in the category?
Keep it straight and have some fun. That's my biggest expectations.
Why did you choose improved production, particularly in a Subaru? Don't see many of them in improved production.
I thought it'd be a good challenge. There seems to be a lot of different cars out there, and you got the V8s, but yeah, there's a few cars out there I reckon I can compete with, so it'll be good fun.
As you say, there's quite a few V8s. This is a big power track, so yeah. What are you expecting from your first weekend?
Finish all the races. That'd be a really good thing. I mean, that's the main thing I'm looking for, and have some fun and enjoy the people. Yeah.
You're new to improved production, but as you were saying to me just before, you've driven this car quite a bit. So give us a bit of history and background on you racing with this car.
I've done a lot of Tim Top racing up around Winton, Wakefield Park. We've taken it up to Sydney Motorsport Park. We took it over to the Bend. Yeah, so that's the history, and I bought it off Kevin Steuben. It used to be Bathurst 6-hour car. So,
what are your thoughts on the Sandown track?
Awesome place. Yeah, facility's good, track's fast. So yeah, looking forward to racing tomorrow to see how we go.
Awesome, thanks very much.
Awesome, thank you very much, guys, and have a good weekend.
Terrific to see a bit of mixture there and improved production with the Subaru. New names, new faces coming on board there, and I tell you what, you can't go wrong with the next Kevin Steuben car. You know it's been used pretty hard out on the track. You know it's been developed well, and you're going to get a result because that's how Kev goes very well. Of course, coming up next is the Force Accessories Laser 3D Mentone Premix Vic V8s. Heath McAlpine and Greg Lynch will be in the hot seat. In fact, Heath is doing some push-ups and star jumps now, just warming up. Welcome to the broadcast today, Heath.
Thanks, Darren. Yeah, I'm just warming up the arms for a big day of racing.
Well, I tell you what, the Vic V8s, you're going to need a big set of arms on you to wrestle one of these brutes around, aren't you? Certainly the race distance is going to test the fitness, particularly in these tricky conditions. Yeah,
and these rear-wheel drive V8 powered cars, I don't think I'd really want to put my hand up to drive these in such conditions.
Geez, I tell you what, I'm going to throw the headset off and go down and see if I can get a drive. I'd love to have a burn around in one of these things. And I'm going to hand over now to Greg Lynch, who would ordinarily be behind the wheel of one of these, but a week or so ago did some damage. I'll get Greg to fill us in on that, but have a good call on this second race for the weekend and the Vic V8s. They'll be on track next. After that is the Saloon cars for one of their main races for the weekend in the Nationals. I'll hand it over.
Well, yep. And while they're cleaning up at the back there, we'll slowly go through the grid. But we welcome Greg Lynch to the commentary box. How are you, Greg?
Oh, great, thank you. I'm really looking forward to another great day of racing. It's nice to see that the conditions aren't the same as they were yesterday. The slightly damp track like we've got always creates that interesting, what tyres do I do? Do I run out with full wets, or do I use my inters? Or, will some people be brave enough to start on slicks?
Absolutely, and we've got the grid on the screen here. Brian Finn, who is Mr. Force Accessories, he's going to be on pole. I don't know if being the naming rights category and being pole is a correlation, but you were telling me earlier that if you were racing, you would have been on pole.
Oh, well, Brian and I have pretty good battles at every track we go to. Usually at Winton, there's only about 0.1 of a second between us in qualifying. I seem to have a little bit of an edge on Brian here at Sandown, although he did do a PB in qualifying yesterday of a 1:16.0, which is getting closer to my time. Last year here, I did a 1:15.5. Brian's had his engine rebuilt recently by Walkinshaw Racing Performance Engines. And also between rounds, so we had our last round up at Winton just a month ago, and in that round, following that round, Brian discovered when he did a leak down test that he had a bit of a problem with his heads. One of his valve guides had come unstuck, and so he's had to get some new heads. Or a new head to replace it, and so he's had that done, and he only found that out on Monday that that was happening. So great work to the guys, to Brian Finn and the guys at Walkinshaw Racing for getting the car back up and going again. The new engine in his car seems to have made a big difference, and he's a great rival to be out there with. Second on the grid is Matthew Horn. Matty is just driving the wheels off the car. He's really come along leaps and bounds this year. He's got that wonderful looking VE Commodore. He runs Wrap Studios, and they do a lot of the wraps for the V8 supercars, and for really anybody who wants to get a wrap done on their car, any form of racing car, any form of road car. Matty Horn does a really, really good job.
And then third, we've got David Ratcliffe, who made an absolute cracker start yesterday in the first race.
Well, Dave's well known for his cracker starts. He does a cracker start wherever he goes, but these wet conditions suit him. Last year in the wet race, which is actually the same race this time last year, Dave was about 5 seconds a lap faster than anybody else in the field. He just drove away from the field to just make the rest of us look silly, really. Fourth on the grid is Arthur Van Orsol. Arthur has put a new engine in the car this year. Last year he blew up his engine at this round. He was running an old 5.7 stroker engine, and he's now put a 6-litre engine in the car, and his times have come down a huge amount.
And then we've got Mark Kakari.
Mark Kakari, yep. He's the president of the Vic V8s club.
And he's leading Ford contender as well on the grid, I think.
No, he does a VH Commodore.
Oh, VH Commodore, my bad.
Yep, the leading Ford is Gary Finnemore.
In the XB.
In the XB. He runs Mentone Premix, the other sponsor of the grid. And Gary's really driving really well this year too. He's come along leaps and bounds. That's the ex-Eddie Albanica Touring Masters car, and Gary's really coming to grips with how to really get the best times out of that car.
And if people were watching yesterday, he was another one to make a really good start, and he was third into turn 1.
Absolutely true. Next after that, we've got Craig Eddy in his VH Commodore. Craig has got that very distinctive red and black VH Commodore. Craig's a plumber and does a really good job of steering that car.
And then we've got Gary Valla alongside too. Victor Argento is from 9th, Greg Taylor in 10th, Michael Pitcher from 11th, Brett Lehman in 12th, Alan Argento in 13th. Now he had a misfortune yesterday by going into the fence at turn 4 in that beautiful orange XE Falcon.
Yeah, he said to me later that he just overcommitted into turn 4 and just couldn't pull it up in time.
I think some of the leading drivers normally do that there too. We've seen it at the annual Sandown 500 where they tend to go down there as well and go into the tyre fence.
I've been in there myself, and it was really just honest, I was also overcommitted. I think I went in 18 k's an hour faster into turn 4 than I'd ever been before. Made the apex beautifully, but yeah, just momentum didn't really swing my way on the way out. After that, we have David Ramsey in the other XB Coupe. David's car is a historic car. It's the John Goss lookalike car, and David had a water coming out from under the bonnet yesterday, so he played it safe. He's been having a bit of issues with that. And finally, we have rear of the grid Nathan Bell. Nathan Bell in the other VE Commodore, and Nathan had a fuel pump issue yesterday, and his fuel pump was cutting out because of a poor earth. Looks like the field's all gridded up now and ready to get the green flag at the back, and then we'll shortly see the 5-second board come off, and then we'll be ready for a race start.
And we've got to thank the officials while they're climbing the fence. All the officials around today, thank you very much for your efforts today and yesterday as well.
So they're all the boys from the Australian Sports Sedan Victoria Club. Okay, lights are out. Very slow getaway for Brian Finn. Looks like Matty Horn takes the lead. Brian Finn's dropped 3 or 4 spots. Another good start from David Radcliffe.
Radcliffe down the inside, very, very shaky off the start. They were very easy off the start. I was expecting a bit more wheel spin, but there was hardly any. As we go, we've got
Mark Kukuri and Matty Horn went into turn 1 together. Mark Kukuri had the outside line, the traditional racing line, so he's taken a good lead now into turn 2. Followed by Matty Horn in the VE, and Brian Finn's making up 3rd spot in the VS Commodore. But right behind him is David Radcliffe, who's just a legend in the wet.
Yeah, and I was going to say they're all taking it easy through there, but there's a few. Matty Horn was sideways, a few sideways, very slippery, very tiptoey conditions here, as it looks like the XBs have sort of dropped down a bit. Gary Finnemore's dropped down towards the back of the grid.
Great lead by Mark Kukuri going into turn 6, and looks like Matty Horn's holding the rest of them up. They'll all be pretty keen to get around him, and David Radcliffe's my tip here. But I reckon by the time we come around onto the front straight, David Radcliffe will have grabbed a couple of spots here. He's a legend in the wet.
I'll tell you what, Mark Kukuri's just flown. He's gone. These guys are led by Matt Horn, are just battling. They're just sort of hanging on. I think they're hoping for maybe some dry conditions later towards the end of the race.
I do believe that we'll get really good conditions. Oh, David Radcliffe, a bit sideways there around the kink. So yeah, there's a real queue forming up behind Matty Horn. Mark Kukuri's just gone past at 1,000,000 miles an hour. And now Matty Horn leads them all, takes the group onto the front straight. Brian Finn looks like he's starting to come to grips with the car. He might even be setting himself up for a passing move going into turn 1.
David Radcliffe's been more sideways this lap than he's been in a straight line. Every corner he has been sideways. You've got Finn going into second. He's using the horsepower. He's getting used to the conditions now, which are very, very... they're still very, very treacherous, that's for sure. But Mark Kukuri's just shot out to a 12-second lead after the first lap. I don't think I've seen anything like it.
He's doing very well. Also doing very well is Greg Taylor in the VZ. Greg's doing really well, and also Mick Pitcher. Mick had to change his diff centre last night. He was running a 336 diff yesterday, and David Radcliffe lent him one of his 3.911 gear sets, and that's why Mick's now doing very, very well today.
Well, David Radcliffe's taken 3rd place. He was on the paint there. He's nearly on the grass.
I think he'd be just as happy on the grass or on the paint as he is on the black stuff in the wet. He's just a phenomenal driver in the wet.
And we've got Matt Horn seems to be just struggling a little bit to come to grips with the conditions. We've got
Greg Taylor
behind there, and he looks like he's going to try and take go.
He's just done it. Yep.
He has, and as we find, like in the wet, we find that the grip is normally on the outside of the track as well, as Greg Taylor just demonstrated.
Yeah, it's we really have to drive a different line in the wet. We refer to it often as the go-kart line, because in the normal racing line, we often find that there's a little bit less grip than what we find happens when you're off the racing line. You can see Matty Horn's having all sorts of trouble with that car. He's really searching for a lot of grip.
And we've seen Greg Taylor also. He's looking very, very quick. He is... He's challenging Finn for second at the moment with after overtaking after overtaking Ratcliffe for third just there, and we've seen Mark Corey set the fastest lap of the race at a 1:31. So, and he's shot off. He's extended that lead further by 10 seconds at the end of the second lap.
Looks like Greg Taylor's going to make a pass on Brian Finn here. Yeah, well done. And that puts Brian Finn down into third. Matty Horn is still David Ratcliffe in fourth, and Matty Horn is in fifth. And I think Mick Pitcher's probably going to pass him now. Oh no, it's still a little bit of a horsepower difference, I think, there.
Yeah, and the thing is as well, we must congratulate the drivers in these conditions. It's very tough, particularly in these cars, rear-wheel drive V8s, a lot of power. No one has spun, and it's been nice, clean racing all the way through.
Looks like Alan Argento's managed to be able to get around Arthur. Oh, they're going to go close into turn 6. Yeah, no, he's just managed to pull ahead. And Nathan Bell has also been making his way through the field. He started from the back of the field, and he's now up into 11th. And he's not very far behind Al Argento.
I'm glad to see that car out. As we said earlier, it was in the wall, the tyre wall, and forced an early end to the race yesterday, only by a lap or two though, and it's good to see it back out and repaired and all ready to go.
Yeah, the good thing there was no mechanical damage, just a little bit of superficial stuff, and the Argento boys will have it fixed up in no time at all. Looks like Mick Pitcher has now made a pass on Matty Horn going into turn 1. Yeah, Matty Horn just doesn't seem to have the speed today that he had when he was in the wet yesterday. He drove a phenomenal race yesterday, but yeah, struggling under the greasy conditions.
Yeah, they're very treacherous conditions, and we see Mick Pitcher, he seems to be coming to grips a little bit better as well. It'd be interesting to see if he can catch David Ratcliffe in 4th place.
Yeah, it's only a 3-second or so gap. David Ratcliffe doesn't really seem to be setting the world on fire like he did last year in this same race. Look at that. There's Craig Eddy there, and also David Ramsey there. David's doing a nice job, running, only about 1 second behind the Craig Eddy VH Commodore.
And I think on that straight line shot, we saw a glimpse of Mark Corey sort of coming up and catching them.
Yep.
So this could become a little bit of a problem. Not really as he passes Ramsey, but later on into the field, when we get to Argento and the like, the battling packs, it'd be very interesting to see how Corey goes.
That's right. Look, I think all the drivers in the club are fairly aware of each other, and we try to make sure that when you're being passed by a faster car, that you give each other plenty of room.
So we were discussing a little bit about the category yesterday and the cars that could potentially run in this category. So, Greg, what's sort of the stipulations to join the category or have a car that's well suited to it?
So it has to be an Aussie-built production car, particularly Aussie-built production V8 cars, but it is also open to the classic iconic cars of the 70s, being, XG1 Tiranas and Chargers and things like that. But as you can see, most of the all of the cars that are currently running in the field are all Aussie production V8 cars.
As we see Argento, he's made another position as well, but Mark Corey's he's the rainmaster of this category, I reckon. He's just absolutely terming that.
Yeah, well, he's just put in another fast lap. He's doing very, very well. He's well ahead of the field and just gapping everybody. The gap's up to over 30 seconds now between Mark Corey and the rest of the field.
Well, his fastest lap's 4 seconds faster than the next fastest lap, which is to Greg Taylor, who is having a very, very good run at the moment.
Yeah, it does seem to be that Brian Finn is struggling a lot in the wet. His best laps are 1:38, as yesterday he was doing, laps that are in the 1:18. So it's nearly 20 seconds a lap slower to Brian Finn this race.
And David Ratcliffe hasn't been able to make any inroads into Brian Finn at all, and Mick Pitcher likewise as well. So as we go back to Argento, he seems to be catching that TS50 that we mentioned yesterday.
Which is his dad, Vic Argento. So yes, Vic Argento now and Alan Argento. This is the father and son battle. Both of them are panel beaters from down in Camperdown, and the Argento boys, they turn up to every round and they just have a lot of fun. I think I'd put my money on Alan here to pass Vic. Here we go, we've now got a replay. Oh, some sideways action. Oh, some serious sideways action there from Vic Argento.
That was a good save too. Very good save, Greg.
Oh, Mark Kukuri's just lapped both of them. Wow, he is flying. Mark Kukuri set a new best lap. He's gone down to a 1:29 now.
As we see the two Fords, father and son, it's a bit of family warfare out there at the moment.
Oh yeah, they love their racing, these boys. Oh, it looks like Alan's still behind his dad.
Geez, the wide tyres and the flares, it's, we mentioned it yesterday, it's, if it was blue, we would think it's Dick Johnson from about 40 years ago now.
Absolutely. Well, there's very little between those two cars. They're both prepared quite differently. Vic Argento's car is a former Rick Newman improved production car, and Vic's been having some teething issues with it, just sort of getting it really set up right to his liking. And but he seems to be doing quite a good job. I think he's actually pulling away a little bit from Alan now.
It was a very quick car in improved production. I think it also did some sports sedan racing as well with Rick, and it was a front runner in sort of that in between sort of field, the midfield of the sports sedan entries. It was it sort of punched above its weight, that car.
It did. Oh, Rick's got a couple of cars, and he had another very similar looking car that was, I think, the car that ran sports sedans.
Yep.
So this was only his improved production car.
Yep. And as we see the two Argentos, it doesn't look like Alan's made much progress. He's sort of, it looks like that Ford, that AU, is holding him at bay.
Yeah, Vic's still sort of managing to go around a little bit faster than Alan. Obviously, the cars have different strengths and weaknesses. It seems that the AU's a little bit quicker through the tight, twisty stuff than Alan's car is. And
Mark Corey, his progress, he's sort of buttoned down his laps a little bit. He's gone back to a 1:31.9. But he's obviously got a 32-second lead. He's lapped all the way up to 7th place as well. So he's having a phenomenal run at this race.
I reckon he's a good chance maybe even to pick up a few more lap cars before the end of the race. Looks like Greg Taylor's about to have a little battle with Arthur, trying to get past him.
Yeah, Greg Taylor is also, we must pay credit to him. He's closed his lap times up to a 1:30, and he's 22 seconds ahead of Brian Finn as well.
Yeah, Greg's actually leading the sportsman class for the Vic V8s at the moment, just through putting in very solid, consistent performances.
And tell me a little bit about the two classes in Vic V8s.
Yeah, so Vic V8 has two classes. The one is the championship class, which is for cars that run any engine sizes up to 6 litre. They have to have a H-pattern gearbox. They have to have a ground clearance of at least 100 mil on the front splitter, and the rear spoiler height can be no taller than 150 mil off the rear deck. In sportsman class, the regulation's a little bit more open. You're allowed to run a lower front splitter. You're allowed to run a higher rear wing, which allows cars, say for example like my car, to run the true V8 supercar style front and rear spoilers. You're also allowed to have a sequential gearbox. Not all the cars in sportsman class have sequential gearboxes, but my car runs a sequential gearbox, which is what I run when I run with the sports sedans.
Fantastic. And how accessible is it to enter this category?
Yeah, look, it's a really easy category to get into. Probably the easiest way to get into it is to, enter it with perhaps a V8, a Commodore Cup car. Oh, it looks like Mark Kukuri is lapping Matty Horn now. So he's lapping right up to 6th position.
and the timer has run out. So I think, will we see one more lap? But anyway, I think Mark Akuri's been definitely the star of the show. We'll see one more lap. He's been star of the show this morning in the Force Accessories Vic V8s. Anyway, but we've got he's absolutely gunned it this morning. 1 minute 29.1, his fastest lap. Greg Taylor's sort of he was making inroads, but hasn't made the inroads that he probably would have hoped. He sort of also started a bit back as well, so he had to fight his way through. So
Correct.
This afternoon's race will be an absolute cracker, I think, and maybe in dry conditions.
Yes, well, Mark Akuri actually managed to get a good start, which is as rare as hen's teeth. So that really set Mark's race off for a really good race when he can actually get the car off the line in a pretty quick sort of manner, and he's just gone from strength to strength today.
And that's a former Commodore Cup car as well.
It is indeed, it is. However, it now runs a 6-litre engine rather than running the Commodore Cup motors.
Fantastic. As we see, Mark Akuri, he's going to round up one more before the end of the race. This will be the final couple of corners for the Force Accessory Vic V8s, race 2.
He's driven a completely tidy race. We haven't really seen that car out of shape at all. He's just handled the greasy conditions beautifully, and a great race win to Mark Akuri.
What a fantastic win. What a fantastic win. And we see Greg Taylor, he looks like he's had a bit of his bumper's facing a little bit down. Maybe he hit one of the curbs a bit too hard, but he's looking good for second.
Yes, Greg Taylor actually managed a little bit of an incident at turn 4 in qualifying yesterday. They've repaired the car and got it all back up again, but that's why the spoiler looks a little bit off-centre on that car. He was lucky enough not to do any mechanical damage, and it's a great effort to Greg to finish second. And
if Brian Finn hasn't had a drama, he'll be third, further 26 seconds behind. As we see behind Taylor, we've got Lehman, who in that VE Commodore, and then we've got the two Argentos. Yeah. It looks like Alan has to give bragging rights to Vic after that race. They followed each other all the way, and now we've got Brian Finn crossing the line for third position. And Nathan Bell was nearly about to be lapped by Brian Finn. And behind him, we've got Arthur Van Awesome. Arthur will be very pleased with that drive. And David Radcliffe, a little bit of sideways action coming across the line there. David finishes in fourth. And then we've got Mick Pitcher. Also a little bit of sideways action for Mick there, and Mick finishes in fifth. And behind that, we've also got Gary Finnemore, another one of the category sponsors, driving his beautifully presented XB Coupe for Mentone Premix. And that's all the cars that have all finished. I think we got through there unscathed. I think all the cars are finished, which is a credit to everyone. I think we've still got a few more to come across the line. Oh no, it looks like they've declared that. So a great race by the Victorian V8s, and congratulations to Mark Kukuri, Greg Taylor and Brian Finn for the podium positions. And thanks again to the category sponsors, Force Accessories, Laser 3D and Mentone Premix. Fantastic. Thank you, Greg, and we'll see you later this afternoon. Yep, I'll be back here for race 3 later on this afternoon. Up next is the second heat for the Saloon cars ahead of their major race this afternoon.
Welcome back trackside here at Sandown International Motor Raceway. A big thanks to the Australian Sports Sedan Association of Victoria. We see their members and officials getting out on the grid now to present this weekend's round 4 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Great broadcast coming your way. Callum's been out talking to all the stars and identities and the grassroots racing people that you may or may not know from Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship. We've got people watching in the USA. Big shout out to those watching in Kentucky, Colorado, beautiful part of the USA over there. Certainly, thank you very much for joining us here on the Blendline TV broadcast of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. We have got, well, for those watching internationally, might not recognise the field of cars that's about to join us in the Right Way Industrial Saloon Car Nationals and, of course, the Victorian Saloon Car Championships. Some nuances of this weekend. Of course, the Nationals will be a one-off race this afternoon, gloves off. Winner takes all, sudden death, whatever way you want to look at it, that will be the Nationals. But we still have the Victorian Championship to grab points for this morning. I'm Darren Smith, right alongside me is Dan McCarthy to, I guess, put a little bit more flesh on those bones, Dan.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. Difficult conditions as well this morning. A bit damp, certainly not slick conditions, which we saw throughout yesterday, surprisingly. Looked like it was going to be quite wet yesterday, but didn't end up that way. At the moment, it's the visitors, the interstaters, that are taking it to the local Victorians, and they've locked out the front row. Scott Dornan from South Australia taking a very impressive win yesterday, holding off not one, not two, not three, but 4 hard charges directly behind him, one of which was Mason Harvey, another visitor all the way from Western Australia. He's actually leading the West Australian Championship. Former Victorian champion Travis Lindorf has returned this year, and he's done well so far this weekend. He won Heat 1 and 3rd yesterday in Heat number 2. Grant Johnson, the reigning Saloon Car Nationals champion. Oh, we got an off. We've already had an off. That's the 515 machine of Nifsi. So an off there on the warm-up lap. But I'll continue to go through the grid. So Adam Lowndes comes out of 5, ahead of Daniel Johnson in 6th. Brad Vaughan, the pole sitter for heat number 1, has slipped down with 2 5-second penalties in the respective races. He comes out of 7 alongside Rick Gill in 8th. Beyond that, the man who just went off the road, Chris Nifsi, so hopefully he'll be able to recover and regain his position of 9th alongside Luke O'Callaghan, Robert Markin from 11th and Brock Ralph from 12th.
Out of position number 11 will be car number 88, the Robert Markin entry you've just mentioned, and Brock Ralph as well there. Thank you, Dan. I'll just repeat everything you say for the next half an hour or so. Jacob Prestopino in the number 99. Watch for Jacob. He's certainly one of the guns in the Victorian Championship, and he'd be liking to push forward. Andrew McLeod in the 82 in the McLeod Steel Fabrication AU. Vince Ciala in the Holden VY. Blake Harrison Spray Foam Solutions AU in the number 21 out of position 16. Big field. We're looking forward to getting right back to position number 32. Kieran Pridmore, another one of the Victorians that are normally quite rapid. 17th grid position is not the happy home that he would like to have been at this point of the weekend. Gary Hills in the 93 starting out of position number 18. Reginald Ralph. We go back to Andrew Martin in the 65. Out of 22 is Matt Jager. Robert Knight out of 23. And Brett Tate. Watch for Brett out of position number 24.
Brett Tate was telling me earlier today he's having gearbox issues. He doesn't even think he'll have 5th gear for this race, so it will be a challenge for him. But he'll start ahead of the retirements from yesterday. Justin Shembury, David Lyons, Jackson Griffith, Matthew Martin out of position number 28. And as we say, the names just keep on coming through. Mark Granger, Kevin Stoopman, not sure he'll take to the grid for this one. He's had clutch issues this weekend, so we'll see whether he comes out. And here's a replay of what happened to the 515 machine, trying to get warmth into the tyres and loops it around on the damp part of the circuit. Very easy to do, and it's going to be a real challenge for these guys. They've had dry conditions all weekend long. Some of our visitors won't have driven this track at all in the wet, so this will be a challenge for some.
And that turn 1 here at Sandown is notorious, like an ice skating rink when it's wet, damp, or anything that's not dry. It is essentially that you have good car control down at turn 1 here. They did a resurfacing down there in the late 90s, and it has always proven to be a very, very slippery turn number 1. And when you've got over 30 saloon cars lining themselves up the right way, saloon car nationals, they are very much wanting to get down into turn 1 and get through down to turn 3. In fact, it's going to be a ginger old dance all the way down to turn 4 to get out of Tirana, turn 4, and head up over the causeway and up the hill to the plunge down into Dandenong Road here at Sandown. Green flag at the back of the grid. We are all set for a race start. Lights on and off. Beautiful start there by the starter. Getting away very nicely indeed. There goes Daniel Johnson and the Johnson family racing AU Falcon. Bit of a gap back there midfield. Not sure what happened there. There's almost 2 gaps here. Have a look at this. They're going to go 4 wide down into turn 1.
The guys on the inside, the wet side of the circuit, have found things a little more difficult off the start, and it's Grant Johnson, the reigning champion, with a blinding start. Oh, Lowndes and Dorna make contact, and around goes Lowndes. Around goes Lowndes. That's really costly. That's the Victorian State Series Championship leader, so that's really crucial for that. And Prestipino out sideways. He's got it nearly through the grass, manages to save it. Look at his hands jostling around, trying to keep it in a straight line. Brad Vaughan's making up positions as well up the inside of Luke O'Callaghan. It's all happening at the start, and a 5-second penalty as well for our pole sitter Dornan.
That is not what he wanted to see, but he is not in the Victorian Championship. This round is, at this race, is actually the last race of the weekend, grabbing points for the Victorian Championship. This afternoon's race is a gloves-off Nationals contest, so I guess that's where this becomes a bit interesting for those fighting out in the Victorian scene. This guy is doing very, very well. Jacob Prestipino, what a start. He has got away just beautifully.
Incredible start. We saw him though at Phillip Island, didn't we, in the really, really wet conditions there, sliding around, and he came from the back of the grid to finish in the top 3 there. So he really, really likes these conditions. He doesn't mind the car sliding around all over him. Just going back to your point, the guys, the Victorian guys, have sort of put the championship over to one side this weekend. They're not thinking about that. They want the Nationals glory this weekend. They're just thinking about one thing, and that's a good grid position for the race this afternoon. Oh, Blake Harris, can he save it? Yes, he can. Brilliant handwork there to keep control of his Falcon.
Here we go, the race start again. 4 wide, down the inside, the number 19, Adam Lowndes, backs out of it. Dornan's gone back a couple of spots, and the current reigning Nationals champion goes to the lead there. There is the Victorian in the Pro Plum, number 19. Adam Lowndes gets away nicely, doesn't let it languish in the grass for any time at all, and gets back underway. Back to live pictures there. There's confirmation that the 23, the pole sitter, has got a 5-second penalty from a start line infringement. They are wobbling all over the place out there at the moment. These are the trickiest, and I'm going to say worst conditions you want at Sandown. You either want it dry or you want it actually raining. It just goes greasy and horrible. But I tell you what, this guy leading the way, Grant Johnson, massive experience in various forms of circuit racing over the years, and he is doing a brilliant job.
I had a chat to him yesterday, and he was saying he hasn't been here to Sandown in over a decade. I imagine back in his V8 Ute days, of course, a 2-time V8 Ute champion when V8 Utes is in his absolute prime against Jack Aylesgood, Leighton, Cranbrook, a young Ryle Harrison, David Cedars back then as well. It really was V8 Utes in his absolute prime. Chris Pither, of course, was racing in it back then as well. So he's got lots of Nationals experience, but he was saying, I've not driven this car here at Sandown, not a saloon car at Sandown Raceway. So he's certainly using all his experience from over a decade ago to find where to place the car to make a good lap time around here this morning. Oh, Blake Harris again, second lap in a row, losing it out the final corner, just about regaining control, but he's lost all the momentum down the pit straight and a position with it. As we see a position made, I think it was for Brad Vaughan, the South Australian. These 2 youngsters, of course, Brad Vaughan racing in Super 2 this season, and we've seen Harvey race in the Toyota 86 Scholarship Series. So these are 2 young chargers in Falcons.
Good to watch this race between Harvey and Vaughan. They are certainly on the rise in their career. The others around them are more established saloon car racers. And Mason Harvey, it's like you open the gates to a racetrack in 2023 and he's there with some sort of car to go racing. And that's what you've got to do. Fantastic stuff here. Dornan, Prestipino. Brad Vaughan looks to the inside now. Prestipino, they're going to come together. Oh, that's the good old Aussie fair, isn't it? The FOMO Co and the General side by side, tearing mirrors off. Looks like Brad's car's got the driver's side mirror. Only a bit of wiring hanging out the door now to adjust the mirror on the AU. Have a bit of respect for these old war horses, boys. And Brad Vaughan just goes back. Jacob Prestipino hangs tough, knows Sandown and knows it very, very well.
I was looking at the stats coming into this weekend, and it's really been a big drought for Ford in the Saloon Car Nationals. It really has. It's been last win for Ford in the Nationals 2011. So 12 years even since they last won the Saloon Nationals. It's gone to the General every year since then. As we can see, Prestipino holding on, he's really fighting. And as we can see, Vaughan, the attack from Vaughan has allowed the Dornan machine, the Dornan Commodore, to just edge ahead ever so slightly. But of course, Dornan has that 5-second penalty hanging over his head, which is going to cost him quite a few points and potentially a grid position or two for that national final this afternoon.
Grant Johnson leading the way in the 99 built Commodore chassis. There is Lowndes, Adam Lowndes returning in the number 19. Just trying to pick up where the number 19 rejoined. About 15th in the lineup there. Brad Tate now making his way up to 24th. And these two going side by side again. They've swapped sides of the track this time around. Brad Vaughan just gave him a bit of a don't argue, I think, coming out of Dandenong Road there. So Prestipino, I'm not sure is the one of the cars in the field that'll put up with a don't argue. I think he might have a fight back, very much so.
A little like Brad Vaughan got the move done before Dandenong Road, and then Prestipino sent it back up the inside. So exactly what you say, Jacob doesn't go down without a fight, and he was trying to reclaim that position, and this is what happened at the top of the hill. Vaughan jinxed to the outside and sent it all the way around the outside. What a move, what a move, fantastic stuff, and kept it within track limits as well. And then Jacob sent it back up the inside, but Vaughan left him some room and kept the momentum around the outside to hold on to the position. Brilliant racing, and now it's the two South Australians line astern for position number 3. Vaughan has got the pace this morning.
He certainly is turning it on now. Dornan has got a problem here because he's now got the gap back is to 5 seconds where his penalty is. That's going to put him just outside the top 10 at this point in time. So he needs to get on with it, because that will put him starting the Nationals right back down into the, I'm going to say, the messy mid-pack, and could certainly be any part of attrition as that Nationals event that comes on later on this afternoon at 1:20. This is a ding-dong battle. This is saloon car racing at its absolute finest. Great shots. Great coverage right here. The camera's getting all of this action. Prestipino got his hands full now, coming from attack from behind again. Vaughan was the one that got through. And that shot, that replay we just saw coming across the top with Vaughan and Prestipino, that's some great trust between a couple of race drivers there. They certainly gave each other room. You only need a millimetre of extra room.
I think I can see a yellow flag. Can I pit straight just on the left-hand side? Not quite sure. I think I saw a waving flag. Anyway, no, it looks like it's been removed, and Vaughan sends it to the inside on Dornan. A big move using all the curb on the inside. They rub door panels as they head down towards the second corner. Vaughan, though, on the outside. No room there to make the move, and has to file back in behind. Looks at turn number 4. Thinks better of it, because he knows it's all about the run out of this corner and down the back straight. That's where he got Prestipino last time through, and now wants to repeat the move on the Holden in front. As we say, this is an all South Australian battle at this point.
Wow, interesting. There's a bit of smoke coming out of Scott Dornan's car. I haven't quite worked out whether it's tyre rubbing or it's actually coming out the exhaust pipe. You don't want the smoke like that coming out of the exhaust pipe. We'll have a look as they exit Dandenong Road, which is the corner at the bottom of the hill here. Under brakes Vaughan. Look, that's a lock-up, little left front lock-up, but under heavy load. Is that spray that I'm seeing? A little bit of a touch there as well. Geez, I tell you what, there's a fair bit of blue paint scattered on the back of the 23, isn't there? Down the inside now. Oh, Brad Vaughan using all the way over the back of the ripple strip. Prestipino going now as well. This is massive. This is just inside the top 5. Prestipino, big coming together with Dornan. So it is on for young and old. This isn't even the Nationals. This is just dragging points for the Victorian title.
That was interesting. There's a yellow flag on the approach to that sequence of corners. But I didn't see an incident down there, so it might have been removed just in time. I'll let the stewards decide on that one, but certainly a couple of changes of position there, so it'll be interesting to see what they have to say post-race, but we'll call it as it is. Vaughan out there in 3rd position now, ahead of Dornan. Harvey has made the move on Prestipino as well, and there's Tate just staying out of the way. Yeah, he said to me earlier on, no 5th gear for him, and he had brake issues yesterday as well. Looks like the brake issues are sorted, but yeah, no 5th gear around a track like Sandown. It's going to make your day quite long.
It is going to be a tough old gig, and you need to be able to rev these things out. The big torquey 6 cylinders in both these cars. Of course, the Ford are renowned for having more torque, and that is what we're just seeing on display there, driving away up the hill. Here's where the IRS of the Commodore comes into its own. Lockups from everyone. In fact, it's the 2 Commodores locking up there, Dornan and Prestipino. And, gee, they're pushing on hard. This is for the 3rd position in this race. At the moment, Johnson and Travis Lindorf are well clear of the field. In fact, in 2nd place, Travis Lindorf is 4.5 seconds up the road from the battle that we were just watching there. Ciela in the Cachet Holmes entry. This is a good battle as well. This is talking about middle pack mayhem. Right in this mix now. There's Adam Lowndes trying to fight back from that turn 1 spin. He started the race on the 3rd row of the grid and finds himself a fair way back.
Of course, his title rival with the demise of Stoopman yesterday, although Stoopman did take to the start of this race but came in on lap number 1, so I think those clutch issues still an issue for him. But nevertheless, his title rival is up the top end of the field, car number 35 in 7th, and there's a few cars, a few guests between him and that machine out there on the racetrack at the moment as he makes the move on the 13 machine of Ralph.
Just hearing a bit of chit-chat on the back channel here at trackside that Scott Dornan in the 23, that smoke is getting worse out of the back of his car, so they have got a fairly decent break between now and the next race. So if there's a rear main or if it's a extension housing seal on the gearbox or some sort of differential leak there, hopefully they've got the ability to rectify that before the Nationals this afternoon. But car number 23 currently 4th on the road. His reports are in that he's still got smoke coming out of it at this point in time.
Grant Johnson is just reeling off fastest lap after fastest lap after fastest lap out there at the moment. He's a good, well over half a second faster than anybody else out there on the racetrack at the moment. And he's continuing to extend that margin over Travis Lindorf. The man on the charge though at the moment is Brad Vaughan, but I think it might be a little bit too late for him if he wants to catch up with Lindorf, as we see Lowndes having a look at the 5-on-5 machine. Fortunately for Nifsi having the issue on the warm-up lap, not in the race, which is when of course you get the points when it counts. And now Lowndes looking up the inside down the pit straight.
Well, it's the 2 blokes that spun basically at the same track, right. At the same point. One on the out lap and then on, well, I guess Adam Lowndes is the one who's been penalised the most, gone back just outside the top 20. So Rangers up the inside, the 19 executes the move there. So the Victorian just still pushing on. Would dearly like to make his way back inside the top 10 at the moment, sitting in 11th place. So got some work to do. We've got just over 1.5 minutes left on the time certain clock. So we will get, I would suggest, another 2 laps out of this journey. And our race leader, Grant Johnson, has led since turn 1. There's the Rick Gill car. And just having a good look at the 82 and the 6 at the moment. This is a ding-dong battle. I'm actually trying to pick up where they are. This is 20th and 21st in the race.
Indeed, there were 3 wide coming across the line that time through McLeod. Looks like he's broken away, and that was a big mistake from the car ahead. I think that was Markin just ahead, so big moment there. That'll affect his run onto the back straight, that's for sure. Very lucky even to keep it at the wall.
Just proof that the director of this race is definitely in the AU Falcon Appreciation Society.
Nifsy's got an issue. Lots of smoke bellowing out the back of that Falcon. Hopefully there's no fluid or anything on the racetrack, because it's slippery enough as it is out there on the raceway. But yeah, I think that smoke, if anything, is getting worse and worse. Lowndes making a move on the inside of O'Callaghan just ahead, the 19 on the inside of 63. That's another place. That's now 9th. That's now only a couple of positions behind DJ, his title rival in the Vic State Series, as we say. I love the flames from Lowndes' car on the downshift. You don't see that in too many of these saloon cars, but Lowndes, every time he goes down through the gearbox, flames come out the side, and he's used the lap traffic nicely there to really range on to the back of Gill, but he's not quite going to be able to make the move on the back straight.
I reckon the last time I saw a Ford coating Sandown in smoke like this, it was in the Group A Sierra days, and it was a turbo that had popped. I tell you what though, whatever it is, it's going to run out of oil pretty soon, because that is pluming out smoke. Lap times haven't displayed any difference, as we're just watching the 81 there of Rick Gill as they come down into Dandenong Road. Break there, crew out of WA, and Adam Lowndes just trying to get through here. This is the one, in fact it's not Rick Gill, it's Luke O'Callaghan, and Lowndes just wants to get through. Blue flags now.
It is Rick Gill. He overtook O'Callaghan early on in the lap, so he is on the tail of Rick Gill. That just shows how much Adam Lowndes is flying. He's gapped O'Callaghan already, and he's looking to make up one more position before the end of this race, and it looks like he is doing so already. So that now is position number 8 for Adam Lowndes as they head towards turn number 1, and that smoke is still bellowing out the back of that Falcon.
Well, it'll eventually run out of fuel or supply or whatever it is that's burning off.
We're on the outside, Vaughan on Lindorf. Oh, there was contact mid-corner. Vaughan just about kept it in a straight line. That was really, really awkward around there. But I can't believe how quickly he's caught up. 1.7 seconds faster than Lindorf on the last time through. That's an insane lap. 1:24.3, over a second and a half faster than anybody ahead of him.
Grant Johnson comes to the line. Car number 1 takes the 1 and the W in the final race for the Victorian Championships, and setting the grid for this afternoon's Right Way Industrial Saloon Car Nationals.
Here we go, this is a replay. So Lindorf made his intentions clear very early on. You're going around the outside of me. And Vaughan says, no problem, I can do just that. I will go around the outside. Oh, there was definitely, I reckon, a bit of contact there. And Vaughan having to take a little bit of a wider line, but made the move stick.
Dan, I don't want to throw a cat amongst the pigeons, but there's a phenomenon called track limits.
Track limits, I thought you might say that.
And yeah, that was a safety catch, and that big bit of bitumen that goes right up to the wall up there, that was designed to catch those sort of cars. So I guess the track design now does allow for that sort of thing. But have a look at this. This is an absolute ding-dong battle to the line for the miners here. Ciala, Griffith, Markin, all coming through to the line there.
0.3 of a second between Lyons, Ralph and Nifsy. Nifsy missing out on 12th position by 0.003 of a second. Remarkably close finish in the mid-pack there. But yeah, very, very close stuff up and down the field. Apart from our race winner, Grant Johnson, 2 fourths yesterday. But when it counts, really got some good points in that one. First position. I'll be really interested to see how this grid forms for this afternoon's race. Of course, it's all on combined points from the 3 races.
Certainly will be. It'll be interesting. Grant Johnson's brought the tune of the car right to the very point of the race meeting where he needs to. Here's confirmation of results. Grant Johnson takes the win in heat number 3 over Brad Vaughan, Travis Lindorf, Scott Dornan, Mason Harvey in P5. Jacob Prestipino, what a great start and a good drive there. Daniel Johnson, boy oh boy, he just manages to keep himself out of trouble. Adam Lowndes home in 8th after a storming drive back through the field. Rick Gill, Luke O'Callaghan takes out the 10.
Just outside the top 10, David Lyons, Brock Ralph in what was the insanely close fight for 11. So David Lyons, Brock Ralph, Chris Nifsey, and then Blake Harris finishing just behind in 14th. But Vincenzo Ciela in 15th, head to Jackson Griffiths, Robert Markin, Andrew McLeod, Jackson Leach, and Reginald Ralph rounding out the top 20.
In 21st, Nash Harris brings it home. The Victorian Andrew Martin, Robert Knight, Matt Gager, Justin Shembry, Brett Tate still on the fight back there in the grey and black car. Matt Martin, Kieran Pridmore, Kevin Stoopman, Gary Hills not getting to the line.
What we've had in the first 3 heats, 3 different winners from 3 different states. Victorian in Lindorf won the first one, then we had Dornan, the South Australian, in the second one, and now we've had a West Australian, Grant Johnson, the reigning Saloon Car Nationals champion. I mean, it's all to play for in the final.
All in the General's product too.
Yes.
Commodores
Yes.
Here at Sandown, which is an interesting turn actually, because it is a bit of a leveler of a track here, because the torque of the Falcons going up the hill does come into play.
I'd say, though, fastest lap of the race went to Brad Vaughan, Falcon in this one. Yesterday's final race, fastest lap went to Harvey in a Falcon. So it's certainly all to play for. I do not know who's going to prevail later on this afternoon. That's why we love saloon car racing.
Thank you very much, Dan McCarthy. 2 very important categories on the program today. The saloon cars for their nationals, and this is a national round of Australian Formula Ford title as well. They are going to be on track next. We'll have Callum Brannigan and Paul Ziddy with all the action for the National Formula Fords. Back in a moment.
To Sandown Raceway, the historic Sandown International Raceway, located about 30 kilometres outside of the Melbourne CBD, and making their way out onto the track right now. The Australian Formula Ford Series for their 5th round of their national title. Race 2 here at a slightly wet Sandown International Raceway this morning. My name is Callum Brannigan, joined alongside by Paul Ziddy. A very good morning to you.
Good morning, Callum, and yeah, always a thrill to be back here at Sandown International Motor Raceway. Bright, sunny conditions out there, but you'll notice that shine on the track, as you alluded to. Good shower of rain overnight, and I think the cold conditions today, we're not seeing the track dry. Typically, Sandown is one of those circuits that it's quite an exposed place. You get bright sunshine, a little bit of wind, and the track dries very quickly. But it stayed damp right through the 3 races beforehand, and there is a dry line out there. It'll be very interesting to see how that impacts the race and what it does to the ability to overtake. Sometimes in these conditions you end up with almost a single lane racetrack with that drier line, and makes it very hard for anyone to make a move. So we'll see what happens. But an action-packed race yesterday saw Matt Hillier win the race. He will line up on pole position as a result of that. Xavier Kokai, a great drive by him in his Spectrum to take second.
Jake Sandalucia starting in P3. He's followed by Harrison Sellers. Fraser High in position 5. Eddie Bezic charging through from 23rd on the grid yesterday to 6th position.
Yes, stellar drive there.
And Joe Fawcett out 7th, and Bailey Collins starting in 8th position.
And Connor Summers and Thomas Davies round out your top 10. Lining up alongside behind them will be Cody Mains-Ruddy and Lachlan Evanet in the number 88. And then Matthew Holmes, Nicholas Mendez, Damon Woods and James Crozier out of 16th.
It's great to have James back. Liam Luicano in 17th position, followed by Daniel Frugas in 18th. Carly Fleming in the number 142, 19th position. Kobe Williams with an off in yesterday's race at turn 1, starting out at P20. Lachlan Strickland, Imogen Radburn, a big effort from CHE Racing overnight to get those cars fixed up, with Harry Blanchard and Lachlan Beneath in P24.
Jack Bussey is at the rear of the grid for the Durotex. Then Richard Davison will be on effectively pole position for the Formula Ford 1600s, the Kent cars, by virtue of his win. Lining up next to him, Peter Fitzgerald and Mark Zellner.
Great field of Kent cars this weekend. Frank Harris and Zach Lobko showing us back of the field. He'll be at the back of the Duratec field. We should point out that there are two classes of Formula Ford racing in Australia. You've got the outright Duratec class, which is the more modern engined, modern powered cars, which you can see at the front, and the Kent 1600 cars behind with the old Cortina engine behind those drivers. Of course, this weekend supported by VFS, that's Victorian Freight Specialist. Visit them on their website, vfs.com.au. We're about to get this race underway.
A great start by a young Xavier Kokai. We'll see him lead Matt Hillier into turn one. It was obviously, with these conditions, it pays to not be in pole because the left-hand side of the track, the pole line is going to be wetter. So great start there, and we saw Sellers, Kokai and Sellers have leapfrogged, and Matt Hillier is trying to take that second place back straight away, and that's a very good move by him around the outside of Sellers there at turn two.
Did very well to defend there. So Harrison Sellers also with a brilliant start there, challenging into turn one. Look how close they are coming through turn four. That's Damon Woods up the inside of Joe Fawcett, Richard Davison, and we've also got Peter Fitzgerald there in the background as well, battling it out for the Kent Honours. We'll keep an eye on that battle as it unfolds. But look at the Formula Fords fan out going up the back straight for the first time. This is the number 94 car on screen of Kobe Williams. It looks like he's recovering, doing a great job as he sweeps through the fast left-hander at turn 6. Oh, there's not much room on the left-hand side there. That's Fraser High on the inside. He's having a good look there, and that is Tom Davies.
Who's put the Liquor Legends car around. Don't drink and drive, ladies and gentlemen, and boys and girls.
Look at this, extremely tight. Connor Summers around the outside. He gobbles up the car of High going into turns 12 and 13 onto the main straight. It's still a little bit wet out there, and Xavier Kokai doing a brilliant job. He's currently third position in the Australian Formula Ford title on the points tally. It's big lock up there for the number 21. That's James Crozier in the E-Steel for Gerster car. It's his first foray back into Formula Ford for the first time in quite a while for him. He is a familiar hand in open-wheeler racing in Australia. Kobe Williams getting up the inside of him as well. So we're just hearing that there is a safety car being declared by race control. Very pragmatic approach there with the car of Tom Davies stranded in the sand down at Dandenong. So that's unfortunate. We've got another safety car in race 2 this weekend, Paul.
Yeah, look, it's always a challenge for the young drivers here at Sandown International Motor Raceway. Awesome track and so much fun to drive in anything, but the Formula Fords, ton of fun to drive, but the nature of the circuit, there's very, very few places you can go off with the cars only running that 40mm ride height that we mentioned. The curbs here are more than that, so even a reasonably innocuous spin can see you stuck up on a curb and turtled there, and obviously common sense, the only safe way to get the person off that situation is to pull a safety car.
So we've got a replay coming our way now of that spin. So Tom Davies, there he goes. Not too sure if he had a bit of a hand there in the number 42 Liquor Legends Miguel, but nonetheless he has speared off into the sand. Now we can see the officials very quickly onto the scene there to get that car pulled out of the sand. There's no damage appearing on that car either, so we should be able to get back out there and dispatch off some of the stones and the sand out of his car and get back out there. So here we can see the clean-up operation taking place. It's a big thanks to all the officials as well this weekend, working tirelessly to ensure motorsport happens nice and
We're going to get
safely.
another look at that and see if we can pick up what happened there. There was a couple of cars obviously in close proximity. Bit hard from that camera angle to really tell. All the guys have their onboard cameras there, so no doubt if there was anything to be viewed there, the cameras will have that footage.
Yeah, thank goodness we don't have that job, Paul, of trying to determine what has happened there. So we've also got quite a few people representing Australian Formula Ford this weekend, working tirelessly behind the scenes, working with race control as well to determine what's occurred there. So I did sort of see the car of Matthew Holmes, the number 41 Dream Street Ultratech entry, was also hovering around that bubble there. So, as Paul says, they'll pull back into the pit garages after this race, download all the footage, and they'll make their determinations after that one. So, it's a big thanks to VFS once again, Victorian Freight Specialists, for supporting grassroots motorsport and getting behind the Australian Formula Ford Series this weekend. Now, is there a little bit of damage on the left rear of the Miguel? It looks like a wishbone that might be a little bit bent. The ride height doesn't look quite right on that car, so unfortunately it might be game over for Tom Davies.
He'll limp that one back in, and they'll then get that all sorted, and the BF Racing team, I'm sure, will have that car ready to race this afternoon in absolute tip-top condition.
So there's also championship points at play this weekend, obviously being a national round 5 of the Australian Formula Ford National Series. Matthew Hillier leading the way coming into this weekend. He had 184 points to his name ahead of Zach Lobko. Now, unfortunately, Lobko got caught up in an incident at the end of the race with Lachlan Strickland at turn 10, which put him out of the race. It was classified a non-finisher, but he had quite a handsome gap to Xavier Kokai back in position 3. Kokai's having an outstanding weekend in that number 10 Spectrum. He's been coming of age in Formula Ford for the last few seasons, getting his start in the Victorian State Racing Series right here before stepping up to the Australian Formula Ford Series, as you can see him right now. And he's actually sort of indicated he might be heading overseas at the tail end of his Formula Ford career. He's got his eyes set on a career in the US of A. Tom Sargent is another person who won the Australian Formula Ford Series in 2001 before embarking on a career in Porsches with McElroy Racing over in the States. He moved over to Mooresville, which is, of course, near Charlotte, which is the heartland of American motorsport, and he's got a fledgling racing career driving Porsches over there. So, perfect breeding ground for young drivers coming out of go-karts, getting their starts in circuit racing right here in Formula Ford. It really is one of the best platforms to providing these young stars of tomorrow the know-how, not only how to drive a car, but also how to set it up, how to talk to race engineers, how to compose yourself with the media, dealing with people like Heath McAlpine, trying to shake trees and get stories from the drivers. It's a perfect platform for training these drivers.
Absolutely, has been for 50 years. We mentioned in yesterday's broadcast that Sandown was indeed in 1969 the venue that hosted the very first Formula Ford race here in Australia. So a lot of rich history, and the category has cemented its place in that pathway for all the reasons that were there back then all apply today. As you say, it really teaches you racecraft with the nature of the cars having no aerodynamic downforce. They move around under you, they teach you car control, and they teach you to work with your engineers to develop mechanical grip. The other thing that is really critical if you're going to have a career in motorsport is that ability to give good feedback. So the Formula Ford, again, the relationship between driver and engineer is critical to you being able to communicate what it is you want from the car and also identify where you think time can be made up. We see the lights out on the safety car, so the drivers now line astern, no more weaving. The car in front is effectively the safety car. They must maintain speed. Once they choose to light the wick and race, they are not allowed to then back out. So all the early balking that you saw when safety cars first came in 20 years ago, leading to big crashes, none of that's allowed to happen anymore. The drivers will have to stay within 5 car lengths of the car in front, and they're all trying to guess when that leader's going to pull the trigger and go. So I often in this situation will actually get myself out of the conga line a little bit so that if there is an incident, you're not caught up in it. Now, there's no overlapping or overtaking till they pass the start-finish line, which they have now done, and they are racing. So it looks like a good start by Xavier Kokai, but equally a good response from Matt Hillier, who's gone right with him.
Side by side into turn 1. Hillier on the outside in that number 2. Miguel, they've both run wide. Kokai has rotated. The car has swapped ends on him. And Hillier is able to get back onto the track there, but that looks like he's got Jake Santalucia, who's actually capitalised on that, as well as Bailey Collins. So high drama going into turn 1 there for the race leader, Xavier Kokai. Matthew Hillier off. There you can see a little bit of airtime there for Xavier Kokai. He'll be kicking himself hard for that mistake going into turn 1. So they both ran wide on the apron to the right-hand side, and there is very little grip. Meanwhile, that's Harrison Sellers, who's made his way into the lead with Eddie Bezic. This is an incredible drive for the recovering Bezic, side by side into
And
turn
he has
6.
got that done over the top. That was a great move by Bezic.
That's incredible stuff there for the Synergy Motorsport driver. Very happy with that performance.
Battle
From 20
raging between Bailey Collins and Jake Santalucia. Looks like Jake has got the job done, but will Bailey come back at him? No, not able to, as they going to breaks into turn. I've lost count of the turns there, Callum. That's what turn 12, I believe it was. Yes.
That's incredible stuff for Eddie Bezic. He's still under fire here. Was that contact between the two drivers on the main straight? Was that cone?
That's a witch's hat. I think that's a witch's hat. It's a cone. I don't quite know where that traffic cone has come from, but...
It's a witch's hat. Where did that come from? That's incredible stuff there, but it's been dispatched on the main straight on the driver's left-hand side. The Formula Fords have been known to use all parts of the track available to them. Matthew Hilly up the inside, Cody Mains-Ruddy. That's incredibly close between those two guys. Mains-Ruddy now is also coming under fire from Matthew Holmes. He's the paediatrician up from Tasmania, a familiar face in Victorian Formula Ford competition. Highly energised field, 33 cars, or 32 cars I should say, out there on the track at the moment. No matter where you look, there's action aplenty. Harrison Sellers back into the lead of the race. He is with Altitech Racing from now until the end of the season, with immediate results taking pole position in yesterday's qualifying session. Mains-Ruddy up the inside of Bailey Collins, the number 96, leaving him plenty of room. Very smart driving from these young up-and-coming stars, and that looks like Crozier.
Somebody went straight on there. I think it was the number 21.
I think Crozier's
still
trip off
of James Crozier.
Off into the sand. Can't quite see from a commentary position if he's made his way back onto the track, but deep off into Danny Nogyan. He is indeed
there
stuck.
is. That will be well buried in there, unfortunately for James.
Meanwhile, the battle rages on. Jake Santalucia doing a good job defending from his teammate. That's the number 4 and number 2 car. All 6s and 7s. That car is crossed up. That's the number 55 entry of Nico Mendez. Doing a brilliant job this weekend, and he had a car completely crossed up under brakes, managed to recover. And here's Imogen Radburn as well with the number 29 car. She's recovering after an off in yesterday's race, necessitating the CHE team to work hard on replacing the wishbones on that car, but she's doing a brilliant job recovering to P11 with Connor Summers just behind her. Great effort here. They're zigzagging, looking all over the track, trying to find a way through. The slipstream is crucial, as Paul alluded to yesterday. Worth up to about 10 kilometres per hour along the straights here at Sandown International Raceway. Keeping it nice and tidy. Harrison Sellers up from Tasmania doing a brilliant job. Connor Summers up the inside.
Yeah, the move on Imogen Radburn. It was a nice move there under brakes into Dandy Road corner.
Cody Mains-Ruddy. So we're being told, yeah, that was under yellow flags. That pass race control will be taking note of that one and having a hard look at that exchange post-race. Just over 2 minutes remaining in this race, and it is Cody Mains-Ruddy who's the fastest man on track at the moment. You can see him there in the number 69 car.
Trying to get that move done back on Hillier. They go nose to tail. It is fantastic racing throughout the field here.
Impressive stuff this morning, considering how slick the conditions are out there at the moment. And it's actually amplified by the Sandown track surface, I should say. Patchwork quilt. In appearance, it's variable from corner to corner, and it becomes even more variable when the heavens open and it starts raining. Now, Harrison Sellers, he's got half a tenth up his sleeve. Look at him go left, right. He's creating turns for himself along the main straight, the back straight.
Seeing what he can do to break the toe from the cars behind to see if he can actually stop giving that toe that aerodynamic advantage. We understand that there are 2 laps to go when they complete this lap. So, yeah, it's been... Apart from the one safety car, under the tricky conditions out there, it's actually been some really good racing by the young drivers. Looks like, looking across, I think there may be another car has spun at Dandy Road, just gathering it up, and no harm, no foul. They're back on track, which is good to see.
Which is had still on the right-hand side there, but you can see the conga line continues to move left from right. Eddie Bezic, the number 30 car, up the inside. Can't quite get it done.
Nice move by Eddie.
Matthew Hillier's been brought right into this one, as has Jake Santalucia. 3 into turn 2, does not go. Whoa! Santalucia off, and he's just gathered that one, but some serious air time there.
Very hairy moment for Jake as he tried to pull that up and not fire back onto the track in front of the...
Cody Mains-Ruddy is the main beneficiary of that one, so he's been looming large in the background, steadily making his way forward. He's the fastest man on track at the moment, but this is far from over. 3 wide coming up over the back straight once again. Matt Hillier looking in his mirrors. He's got the number 2 car and he's in control. Oh, contact between Cody Mains-Ruddy and Eddie Bezic going into turn 6 there.
And we believe the checkered flag is being readied at the start-finish line, or is it the last lap board out?
I believe it's the last lap board being shown to the drivers. Harrison Sellers, he's rubbing his hands with glee at this one. Eddie Bezic up the inside. There's contact between himself and Matthew Holmes. And it carries on.
That has triggered the...
Connor Summers.
Yeah, and that's the checkered flag as that has happened. Unfortunately, Bailey Collins also caught up in that. That is terrible luck on the closing corners of this race. Unfortunately for those drivers, it seemed to start with the contact between Bezic and Holmes, and unfortunately the other drivers you see there stricken on track were innocent victims of something that unfolded in front of them.
Bailey Collins on screen there in the number 96 entry, 3 wheels on his wagon.
And here comes Richard Davison, who will take the checkered flag to back up his win in yesterday's Formula Ford 1600 race, and Peter Fitzgerald to take second. So first and second in the Formula Ford 1600, Richard Davison and Peter Fitzgerald, with it looks like Mark Zellner coming through to take third and to round out the podium for Formula Ford 1600.
It's a sight you do not like to see, wishbones hanging off these cars, and there's just going to be a bit of a discussion here between Bailey Collins and Connor Summers. They look very disappointed by that one, and we've got a replay coming very shortly as well.
And I'm sure that both of those guys will just be checking with each other that they're okay. There'll be no animosity between the two of them. They both understand exactly what's happened here. Nothing that either of them could do, and no contribution from either of them to it. So they'll just be checking for each other to make sure they're okay.
Good camaraderie amongst competitors off the track. So
here
is a
we see the replay
of that exchange. So Eddie Bezic up the inside, coming into turn 12, tags wheels with Matthew Holmes, and they continue to. That's Bailey Collins, an innocent victim in that one. Connor Summers with nowhere to go. Unfortunately, rearing into the back of Matthew Holmes, and the driver's doing a brilliant job trying to keep clear of the carnage, and we saw that was a bit of a dramatic way for the race to finish. But Harrison Sellers takes out race 2, pole position and a win for this weekend. Just having another look at this replay, Paul. It's just unfortunate. There was really nowhere for the following drivers to go. Yeah,
absolutely. And if you have a look, I think even Eddie looks like he unfortunately just tagged. There's quite a severe curve there, and you can see at the apex he's tagged that curve, and that's just bounced him into Matt. I don't think there was any intent there. That was just a really series of unfortunate events.
Okay, so that was race 2 of the Australian Formula Ford National Series. Harrison Sellers takes out the race by 1.5 seconds from Matthew Hillier in second position. Cody Mains-Ruddy in third. Kobe Williams, Jake Santalucia, Nick Mendez, Lachlan Evanet, Damon Woods, Daniel Frugas and Joe Fawcett rounding out the top 10.
Back to Imogen Radburn, Jack Bussey recovering to 12th from rear of grid, Lachlan Strickland, Fraser High, Harrison Blanchard, Zach Olobko, Xavier Kokai, Liam Locano, and then that rounds out the Formula Ford, Duratec, and then Richard Davison and Peter Fitzgerald rounding out the top 20 outright in their Formula Ford 1600s.
Mark Zellner, Frank Harris, Eddie Bezic crossing the line in the end there. Matthew Holmes, Bailey Collins, Connor Summers, James Crozier, Tom Davies, Carly Fleming and Lachlan Meneve, unfortunately victims in that race. So that was race 2. We have a third and final race coming up at 10 minutes to 2 Australian Eastern Standard Time coming up later this afternoon. It's a big thanks to VFS, Victorian Freight Specialists, for supporting Formula Ford this weekend. It's also thanks to the category corporate partners in Yokohama, Dick Johnson Racing, Racer Industries, Castrol, Ferodo Racing and Norwell Motorplex. You can see on screen now the officials on the scene.
trying to clean up that mess. So there will be a bit of a delay whilst they're trying to sort all of that out before the next race, which is the Porsche 944 Challenge. But it's a big thank you to Paul Ziddy for joining us up here in the commentary box. Always a pleasure joining you.
Indeed, always fun to call motorsport, always fun calling Formula Ford racing alongside you, Callum, and no doubt the teams will be working frantically now to get these cars turned around and ready to go for the race later this afternoon, which we'll be back to call. I'll probably between now and then get my hands dirty, seeing if I can add some assistance and not hindrance, and do some work on some of these cars.
Thank you, Paul. It's a big thank you to all of the spectators who have made their way out onto the track, and to all of the viewers at home on Blendline TV. We love having you on the journey to experience and enjoy Victorian motorsport at its very best. As we said, Porsche 944s coming up next, followed by Formula Vee, BMW E30s, followed by a lunch break before the third and final races of each category entered this weekend. It's a big shout out to all of our friends up in Queensland as well tuning in. Hope the sunshine up there is keeping you nice and warm and toasty. It's a little bit cold down here in Melbourne this morning. So without further ado, we'll take a break up here in Central Commentary. We'll be back with Darren Smith and Jack Atlee with the Porsche 944s. Porsche 944's on track in just a moment. Here is the Sandown International layout. Turn 1, 90-degree corner. Porsche 944's. There's the 1-800 lasagna car of Joey Kellick going through turn 1. We get up to turn 3 and 4, the famous Tirana corner for those that were remember the 70s. And Tiranas, of course, and then up the big hill here. I guess if you've got a 6-litre sports sedan, it's not a big hill, but for pretty much everyone else it is. Turn 9, down at Dandenong Road there, the famous Dandenong Road. A little wiggle and a shake, as we've just seen there in the Formula Ford. Stack them up and onto the main straight. John Martin in an S5000 has the lap record here at a 104.553, and certainly a rapid lap at that lap time here. Bit of carnage, unfortunately, for the Formula Fords in the National Series, and they can certainly be a tricky bit of kit with these greasy sort of conditions that we have got out on track at this point in time. Across your screens now, Porsche 944s, race 2 for the weekend. AVI Technology, the round sponsor. And like the Formula Fords, these guys do a massive job of keeping many cars on the track. I'm Darren Smith, and right alongside me, Jack Atlee. Jack, you've driven Formula Fords. Pretty tricky conditions out there today, isn't it?
Good morning, Darren. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to Sandown International Raceway. I have driven Formula Fords. I was fortunate enough to compete in Formula Fords for a couple of years. They're definitely twitchy little things to drive, and in tricky conditions, such as what we've got this morning here at Sandown, they can really dance around a lot. Very light cars. They're very twitchy little things, but I mean, that's what makes them so exciting and such great racing, of course. But yeah, they can be a bit of a handful in the wet conditions. We're pretty greasy conditions, I'd say. It's a sort of a half-drying track. It's not a full wet. It's not a fully dry track. And, of course, tyres come into play there with that sort of situation as well. I mean, getting back to the 944s and indeed Formula Ford as well, you've got a grooved, slick are effectively an
Well,
all-weather
essentially they're the
tyre.
same tyre, aren't they?
Yeah.
Both run a Yokohama type radial type of tyre. I guess part of the problem with what we're experiencing here at Sandown today is we haven't had rain for a good couple of hours now, but there's absolutely no wind. The lake in the middle of the course here is a mill pond. It's just beautiful and smooth. You could barefoot out there at the moment. It's, it's that nice. Here's a quick update as where we are at the schedule. The Porsche 944s will be on track next for AVI technology. Then the Formula Vees will be out there, BMW E30s, and a lineup of one-make racing there that will lead us into this afternoon's program. Improved production for their final race for the weekend, and all the finals start to roll out. The Vic V8s, the Saloon Car Nationals will be an absolute ding-dong at 1:20 this afternoon. Their final, that will be a winner-takes-all, gloves-off battle, one race over 15 laps, and it will decide the national champion for the Saloon Cars. Formula Ford, well, we've just had their mayhem on track now, and let's hope we don't bin some cars this afternoon. I never like to see cars sitting there looking like canoes rather than Formula Fords, so we'll have them on track at 2:05. The second or the third and final race for the weekend for the Porsche 944s at 2:30. Formula V's and the evergreen BMW E30s for the final race for today. Great shots out over to the pit and paddock area there, and a big reminder to everyone here at the track, the big green thumb raffle is on today. Will be drawn very, very soon. The big Barra full of gardening gear, and I don't mean a Barra as in an AU saloon car, it's actually a wheelbarrow, and the not so big wheelbarrow full of gardening gear, $5, all items generously donated by Toro and Pope, all proceeds going to Beyond Blue, and with spring coming, everyone's going to need a whole new rash of gardening gear to make sure the shed's fully equipped, ready to take on the spring growth throughout the garden.
No doubt about it, Daz. There's nothing better than a nice lawn coming into spring season. Speaking of lawn and grass, standing out on the grass out there, of course, is all our magnificent officials and volunteers. And, of course, as we say it all the time, but we could not go racing without you guys and without everyone, all the guys and girls that are out there. And we definitely thank them for being out there and for coming along and helping us all go racing and enjoying this beautiful sport.
There's some track repairs going on here. The cone that came off at turn 1, which looks like that's being replaced down on the ripple strips on the way into, sorry, not turn 1, there it is up there, and that was dragged around under the side of a Formula Ford all the way around to around to the straight. So work's being perfected there to make sure that the track is still compliant with its licence, and a new cone going into its place. So you've got to wonder what a Formula Ford was doing all the way over to the left of there. That was a pretty exciting result.
I was going to say, it's an interesting addition, those cones. That is the fastest corner on the circuit. So you want to really try and brake as late as you possibly can, but you know you've got that corner out on the right there, that wall, I should say, out on the right, which if I may say is a sort of a major sort of improvement. A few years ago, that was effectively grass and that wall was a lot closer, but now you've got a much wider runoff area, which of course makes it safer, and you can really attack that corner now because you've got to get the speed to keep it all the way down the hill, over that ripple strip, and then hard on the brakes in the bottom of Dandenong Corner. But those cones will definitely give you a good indicator regarding your brake markers.
Jack, I'll give you a quick reminder like I gave to Dan McCarthy during the Saloon Cars. There's a sensation or a phenomenon or a rule called track limits. You've still got to try and keep within those white lines. What are they? What are they? Well, when you hit that wall at the end of it, that's the limit.
Yeah, exactly.
you found the limit.
You're always definitely looking to find the limits, that's for sure. Yeah, look, any race car driver will push the limits as much as they can. That's what you do. That's what you try and find all the time, and you really want to try and creep over those limits, and then you get to the limit and you can either hit something or hit a wall.
Or just come back a millimetre or two.
And you go, right, I'm going to dial it back a little bit. And that's when you know the limits. But cars are on the limits. Speaking of cars on the limits, you're effectively always sliding as a race car driver. It sounds a bit strange, but that is the limit of the car, and that's what you're always endeavouring to get to, because you know that's as fast as the car is capable of doing.
We're just watching, as Alan Moffat called them at Bathurst in the 70s, the vultures coming around to pick up all of the roadkill out there at the moment. Two Formula Fords loaded up sideways on the SPAS tow truck there. Ken Johnson with conducting the safety crew and recovery crew there. And it looks like Beck's being told to run back to the pits. She's just hightailing it back into the pits on foot there. So We'll get racing underway as soon as we possibly can now. Here comes the services crew. They've bolted down their new witches hats. So it's a virtual workforce of people that are out there to keep the track going, isn't it? All of them, every one of these people in these vehicles with flashing lights and everyone out in the track at the moment. A volunteer force, Beck running back out to get her lift back in the big Jeep.
It's amazing how passionate these guys are, isn't it? It's just sensational. I mean, it's fantastic. So it's not great to see crashes, of course. We never like to see anything like that. But the way these guys just keep the event flowing and making sure that we're safe and all ready to go, that's what we enjoy.
Have a look at this rig, this Jeep, as it goes past. On the back of it, it's one of those special, Jeep Wranglers or whatever they call them these days, and the sticker across the back of it is called the Recovernator. So they go around recovering. I'm pretty sure on other weekends they're recovering four-wheel drives and different bits and pieces.
Yeah.
But Jeff Rowley is the man on board there, and he does a lot of racing. Crew's here just taking an opportunity to have a bit of a feed in between track action. They'll start to see the cars coming out, and we'll be back trackside with their flags and ready to go, and the recovery vehicles just making their way past the start grid. And what I can hear, Jack, and what I can see now is that 944 is starting to make their way out.
This is what we're here for, Daz. Absolutely great to be back for race 2. We had a very exciting race yesterday. Now, of course, a couple of news stories coming out of the series at the moment. You might notice, if you're a follower of the 944 Challenge Series, that we are missing a couple of guys this weekend, but it's just circumstances. We've got 3 or 4 guys which are on international duties over in the European summer at the moment, and we've got a few guys out with injuries as well, and I'll go through that in a second. But the leader and the winner from yesterday is the 4-time champion there, Cameron Bella in the Aqua car, the Baron of Benalla. Chris Lewis-Williams comes out of second position. He had a great run yesterday, very silky smooth in his skills, and he's very good in these conditions. Adam Brewer having a really good championship this year. He comes out of position 3. And the Vendetta, Mark Verdino, again having a great run. He comes out of position 4.
Mark Torbert's in the Poolmaster Bayside car on loan to him this weekend. One of the guys that Jack Atley was just talking about enjoying a lovely holiday over in Bali at the moment. But Mark Torbert's will be good to see. I think we've had a bit of a chat with him. We might catch up with the ins and outs of Mark Torbert's weekend a little bit later on in the broadcast. So the Poolmaster Bayside car out of position number 5. Ryan Woods on the big charge yesterday. Terrific drive, really good drive there. So looking for something from car number 17. In fact, I'm going to say by the end of the day that Ryan Woods might even get himself a podium in the final race for today. Joey Kellett, the 1-800 Lasagna man in the number 77. We wish him all of the best. Manny Menazelma on return to 944s here this weekend. Great to have Manny back on track in the EJM Financial Services car. Richard Howe, the wily veteran in car number 8. You can never take your eyes off him, and I tell you what, Carter Fox will be all over the back of that number 8. He might be all in front of it too, who knows. And it's Jamie Mitchell and John Benoris rounding out the 12 cars that have made it to this weekend. Josh Brisbane, Track Performance Solutions, last one there. There goes CLW. Chris Lewis-Williams from Tyre Power in Benalla. If you're looking for a deal up that neck of the woods, go and see Chris. Tell him you saw him on the telecast here, and if you really want to, you can take a leaf out of Jack Atley's book and say, I want to see the Baron of Benalla and I want some tyres.
Absolutely. He will certainly look after you for sure as the guys pull up on the starting row for race 2 here. Greasy conditions. You've got to make sure you just walk the car away. You're only looking at about 3,500 to 4,000 RPM on your dash counter, just on top of your steering wheel. You want to walk the car away in these conditions and make sure you get down to turn 1 cleanly and safely.
Race 2, 12 months ago, James Westaway beat Cam Bella, Chris Lewis-Williams and Adam Brewer, Richard Howe and Tony Westaway, Mark Verdino and Tony Andrewski from Porsche Australia. They were the way they finished in race number 2. Revs rise, light is on. They're being held there. Bella gets the clutch take up beautifully. CLW goes with him. The 17 looks to the inside there, and that is Ryan Woods. He's going to have a couple of them before they even get up halfway up the straight here. Ideal position. He's going to be wide out for turn number 1. He can probably sweep in behind Chris Lewis-Williams now with the 44 of Mark Verdino just being sandwiched out there. They sweep through, and there's Ryan Woods. He'll put himself into P2 before they get out of the third corner here.
Fantastic start by Ryan Woods, really getting up close next to Cameron Bella there, but he's going for second position. CLW's got a narrow lead as they head into turn 3, and they really want to get the drive out of this corner, turn 4, because they're going to head up the long back straight, very wide out of turn 4 there, but they're really trying to push hard to get the drive up to the long back straight, and this is where they're really going to make a move.
Ryan Woods just got hung out to dry there. A beautiful start. He's made up a couple of spots off the grid. You'd have to say he's currently hanging around that 3rd or 4th position on track. He started out as 6th. It's going to be a brave run across the top of the hill here. There's the 44 there at the moment. That's Mark Verdino. He's going to play into this. Great trust between these drivers. That's what you need to be able to go across there side by side. Ryan Woods disturbs the settled chassis there, but have a look at Mark Torbitz. He's weighing in on it, and Joey Callock's right in the back of Torbitz.
Yeah, you can never miss a moment with Joey Callett. Joey opposite lock, as we call him. He's going to be really on the charge this morning for sure. You've got to watch those ripple strips because they are still wet, and if you can get on them, there's one coming up now, you can really slide the rear of the car, and you're going to miss out on the drive all the way down these long straights.
The last thing you want in a 4-cylinder one-make series is to lose drive coming onto the straight. You're going to lose positions in the drag race. You've got to flow the car onto the straight here as Cam Bella looks at the inside of Chris Lewis-Williams. Chris Lewis-Williams just discovering the squirmy under-tyre feel, under brakes here at turn 1 at Sandown. And here's the ABI technology car, Brewer. He's in the title fight. He's really got to make some inroads in these last couple of races today. This is great racing. Mark Verdino now has Ryan Woods behind him. They're going 2 by 2 here. It's like pick your run partner here at Daytona, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go high and wide through turn 4.
Sensational. They were 3 wide going into turn 4 there. They're all trying to get the run up this back straight. So you can see that it's such close racing between Verdino, Bella, Torbitz is coming into the mix there. Adam Brewer lost a couple of places, and the Axeman, Ryan Woods, fighting back hard, number 17 there. But have a look at the pool master. Torbitz coming around the outside there. He's trying to get a position there down into the bottom of Dandenong corner. You've got to be careful under brakes here.
The 44 of Verdino there now with Bella behind him. That doesn't happen very often at all. And I tell you what doesn't happen, CLW or anyone of any name or nature or royalty or Baroness or Baron of Benalla don't get a lead like this in 944s in the opening stanza of the race. Chris Lewis-Williams has done a ripping opening lap.
They're all struggling, it seems, to get that drive off those exits of turn 4 and turn 12, and that's where the ripple strips are still very, very wet and very, very greasy, so they can't get the traction coming out of those corners, and it is so important because it's effectively a bit like a pool table, this place. You've got 2 long straights and 4 pockets, and if you don't get the drive out of those pockets, you're really going to struggle to get the speed up the back straight. Verdino there getting pushed by Ryan Woods, and of course El Presidente, number 20 there, Mark Torbitz, really all over the back of the Axeman, Ryan Woods.
I was going to call him the chainsaw while he's taking it over. You can do a fair bit more damage with the chainsaw pretty quick, Smart, can't you? Have a look at this now. Torbitz is gone, being forced over to the driver's left of the track there. It's going to push him wide here.
Yep.
And Torbitz really trying to get himself a result here this season. He's borrowed the car this weekend, representing nicely, and I guess the first thing you want to do when you have a loan car is not bring it back with any scratches on it, do you?
I think Andrew Jackman, who'll be sitting at a pool bar in Bali as we speak at the moment watching this race, will be very happy with how El Presidente is performing in the pool master car there. He's holding his own well and truly. He's no slouch. He's a veteran of the game, and he knows this track very, very well. So he's certainly a very experienced driver. Just holding off the charge from Ryan Woods, who's also an experienced guy. Did a lot of racing in HQ Holdens, but that enables him to flow the car, and that is the real key with these 944s. But yeah, I've got to say it's an impressive performance by Mark Verdino out of all of this at the moment. He's really holding his own up the front of the pack.
Well, Mark Verdino was holding 4 times champion Cam Bella at bay for the best part of that opening lap there. Here comes Mark Brewer now. Adam Brewer now looking to the inside of Joey Callett. Why has he gone backwards? What happened there? He was up in the top 3 there on the opening stanza.
He has certainly lost a couple of places there, Ad. So I know he's had a couple of minor brake issues over the weekend. He was complaining on Friday about his brake bias situation. So whether that's come into play or not, I'm not sure in these relatively tricky conditions. But don't underrate the performance there as well of Joey opposite lock. I mean, Joey Callock is really absolutely outperforming that car, dare I say it. He had a gearbox. They actually changed the gearbox in that car yesterday, just before the race. So it's great to see him up the front and really staying ahead of Ads Brewer.
Gee, I tell you what, Brewer, you don't... Oh, Joey Kellogg staying true to his name. Look at the lock he can get on that. It's almost like a drift car, the amount of opposite lock he can get on. He points it in the right direction. He'll grab number 1 cog, hopefully. There he goes.
Yeah.
Geez, I want to get out in that. That's damp out there, isn't it?
It's a little damp out there. He is trying his absolute best. He's just got to manage to creep it out. Yes, he is. Well done, Joey. Never in doubt.
Well, we're all helping him. We're all leaning forward in the commentary booth, trying to help him to get going again there as he gets back on the track now. I tell you what,
dare I say,
I can vouch for his product.
I was going to say, dare I say, Daz, there is lasagna from one end of the place to the other.
I hope we didn't have our delivery on it, I tell you. Good stuff, though, down at 1-800 Lasagna. They've got a great product there. There's Mark Torbitz now and Verdino. Torbitz right onto the back now, the side link outfit. Doing it for Paul Master this weekend is Mark Torbitz. This is a real fast-paced weekend. He's a Volvo man during the week. Sells Volvos down in Geelong.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Here comes Joey CLW through there. The guys, as I said, on that ribble strip, Joey already lost it. By the time he got into that chicane, that is a high-speed section of the track. It's the fastest corner on the track, so he was sideways. He had some pressure from Adam Brewer, but, yeah, in the greasing conditions, you can change down gear up the top of that hill sometimes, but a lot of guys will go through there in 5th, and I'd imagine,
Ryan Wood's under attack there and fired it off. Keep into it, keep going. Down a cog, keep going, don't dig a hole.
Hard to get out of there.
And we have the Sandown International Raceway autocross course. Magnificent stuff there for Ryan Woods. Gets it back on. He's lost a whole handful of spots there. Big shame.
Yeah.
But I tell you what, Adam Brewer, how wide were his eyes when Joey Kellogg was going off in front of him?
Again, that is
would have been like a couple of dinner plates inside that helmet.
Fast part of the circuit. That's the fastest corner you'll find. And again, how good's the racing up the front of the pack?
Challenge for the lead here. Bella has just set the fastest lap on the 5th lap of this race. So CLW now, he's had mirrors clear until the last two, I'm going to say last lap, in fact. Bella's been ranging on him, and CLW will be looking in the mirror going, now what do I have to do? I've got to keep this guy behind me.
So the tyres have warmed up for Cameron Bella there. Now he manages the race very, very well, and he's actually 0.8 of a second off his lap record. Cam Bella currently holds the lap record at a 124 flat, but he's just done a 124.8, so he's planning his race.
I like
over the back.
I like what the Baron's doing here, slowly moving across the left-hand side, not opening the door. That's great racecraft there by Chris Lewis-Williams, and Cam Bella knew what was going on, so he just stayed in the draft and went, righto, I know I'm playing with an intelligent racer here. I'll have to find another spot, and I'm going to say to you, Jack Atley, and fans out there, keep your eyes at turn 1, because I reckon that Aqua car is either going to go left or right, but he'll try and get through.
7 championships between these two guys that you're watching on the screen there. So Chris Lewis-Williams, the Baron of Manila in the white car there, is a 3-time champion. Cameron Bella, as we all know, is a 4-time champion of the category. So there's a lot of experience between those two guys. Absolutely, they will both be wanting to win this race.
Maddie was on the camera down here yesterday. I'm not sure who's at turn 1. She's probably down there again today. An important shot to grab, because this looks like it's going to be a lead change. CRW says, no, it's not. I'm going to go out wide here and cover it off and come back on with all guns blazing. You're going to have to try harder than that. 4 times. Said 3 times.
Yeah, no, look, these guys know each other's game plan pretty well, and I don't imagine they'll be doing anything crazy, but again, how's this for Ryan Woods? Hard on the brakes. That is a fast section. He's just got a little bit wide again. He wants to get the drive out of that corner, but he's just got on the ribble strip on the right. Once you get over there today, with the water on the ribble strip, you're just a passenger, and he's heading towards the wall. So
keeping it going. That's a ripping get out of the sandpit.
He's done really well.
That is a get out of jail free right there. That was brilliant stuff.
He's done really, really well to get out of there. You've got to be aware of that ripple strip. You really want to use as much of it as you can in the dry, because you almost want to straight line that corner down to the bottom. But in the wet, you've got to be so careful and so smooth with your inputs. Otherwise, you can lock a rear, and as soon as you lock a rear down into that section of the track, you're in all sorts of dramas.
We've still got a number of laps to go here. It'll be interesting to see what comes out of the helmet in car number 55 as far as thoughts and strategies over the next little while. It is good down the chute. He comes onto the straight. I'm going to say maybe 1 or 2 kilometres an hour faster than Chris Lewis-Williams.
Yeah.
He starts to move the car out of the slipstream, as does Mark Torbitz. Torbitz has got iterations on Verdino there as well.
Absolutely. Yeah, for sure. I mean, you can see we're watching the current, the 2 leaders at the moment with the Baron of Manila and the silky smooth skills of Cameron Bella, but this is a really key part of the race here. You've got El Presidente going up against the Vendetta himself. Mark Verdino in the number 44 sideline car, trying to get that drive out of the corner, but the experience of Mark Torbitz, he knows that he's got them sitting right on his bumper, and he knows that Torbitz is just waiting to pounce in that Pullmaster car.
And I tell you what, they've got the guy behind them who is poised for a round victory at some stage in the not too distant future. Adam's been driving beautifully. Bella looks to the inside. Lewis-Williams gives him nowhere to go, and we just about took another one of those witches hats off the side there. Great stuff there by Chris Lewis-Williams. He knew exactly what the move was being on there, and he just covered it off nicely. Every single bit of that allowed to be done. Play on.
Yeah, smart driving again. I mean, it's just it's great to watch the two of them go nose to tail through that fast section of the track. But again, they're keeping it all together. Very experienced guys, very experienced Porsche 944 races, these two. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens with. I'd say we've still got 3 or 4 laps, maybe 3 laps to go, 2 to 3 after this one. But
have a look at the battle for third though here.
Yeah.
This is Verdino, Torbitz and Brewer. Adam Brewer certainly at earlier rounds this year had a very, very fast car, and maybe he's still just a little bit relaxed on holidays. You know, he's had a lovely holiday with the family and just easy his way into it. Oh, that's not what you want to do, Mark Verdino. That'll harm your run.
Yep.
Brewer's seen it. Torbitz has seen it, and Torbitz, like a taipan, is about to strike.
He is all over the back of him, and so is Ads Brewer. They really want to take that final position on the podium there. But again, Mark Verdino just managing to hold on. He's really enjoying his season. He's having a great run this season so far. So if he can keep it together for a couple of laps, he can hold off 2 very experienced guys.
This is ripping racing here, all shot on their Yokohama A050, all running a standard suspension, well not a standard, a set suspension package. Have a look at this, Brewer around the outside now, gives notice to Torbitz. He set it up there early, over the back of the ripple strip. Torbitz covered it off. He did have ultimately the faster line through there, but Brewer has just sent a very clear message to the 2 marks in front of him. I need 3rd spot in this race. I am in contention for this series here this year, and I need to get through on these 2 blue cars in front of me.
Adam Brewer is really on the charge here. He's just set a 124.4, which is a really fast time. As I said earlier, 124 flat is a lap record. That's 0.4 off all-time lap record pace. So he is on the charge, and you can see trying to get the slipstream down this long straight of Sandown. El Presidente moves out. Verdino stays inside. Who's going to get there in turn 1?
Well, they all just lining up behind each other again. Adam Brewer has got the most to lose here. He is currently sitting 3rd in the championship, and it's to the 2 guys in the lead of this race, so he can't be languishing behind these 2 cars for too much longer. He has to make a categoric move and make it stick to get out after these 2. I'm going to say it's a little bit too late. These guys are over 3.5 seconds out in front now, and Brewer's got 2 cars to dispense of him.
I got a feeling Brewer's going to line them up at Dandenong Road corner. You can see, as you said, Daz, that the 2 out in front have made a clear path out in front, but Adam Brewer, he just loves this corner. It's a fast part of the track, and I've got a feeling he's sizing these 2 guys up in front, and this could go anywhere because none of these guys are going to give an inch.
No, they're not going to give him the opportunity either, are they? He has to have an opportunity. Someone has to be a millimetre offline where you throw it down the inside there. There's another chance at this right-hander coming up. Not close enough. Definitely not close enough, but get in behind the slipstream and choose a running partner and try and get on through as our 2 leaders side by side come across the line there. The race leaders side by side now. Chris Lewis-Williams, this is the biggest fire he's had lit under him by Cam Bella. He's going to push wide. Lewis-Williams covering him off. The car under brakes there on the bumps and covers him off.
Wow, great move under brakes by Chris Lewis-Williams there. Squirmy. You can see the guy still fighting hard. Mark Verdino slid it slightly wide going into 1, and I reckon that's opened the door to El Presidente. No,
I tell you what though, Torberts has got the better run. He's holding the better line here, so this could be a run up the back straight. The 20 and the 3 will be carrying better speed onto the back straight, and it's only going to be 1 or 2 kilometres an hour, but we'll watch for Dino. If these two can work together behind him. No, Brewer's just been thrown off the back a little bit there, but the race leader, this is where it's at. Have a look at the blowtorch that Bella's pulled out.
Yeah, he's got the lights ablaze as they head down into, again, the bottom corner of Dandenong corner there. They're hard on the brakes there. They want to get the drive out of this corner. Look, 3 wide going through the chicane up the top. Verdino knows he's got the experienced guys all over the back of him, but he's just holding his own and staying just on that ripple strip. Adam Brewer having a real crack now at Mark Verdino.
Chris Lewis-Williams has put an extra layer of Nomex across the back of his car because that blowtorch is burning its way through to the driver's seat at the moment. Bella just applying every trick in the book. He's got a wily old competitor in front of him at the moment, and he knows it. He's working hard, but he is battle-worn. This is the same way he's been battling with Jamie Westaway over the last couple of seasons. The 37 under brakes now. The tyre power Benalla outfit. The 37 against the 55 from Bella Motorsport. Charged down into turn 2. We are on our final lap.
And 0.2 does 0.2 of a second gap between first and second here. So these guys both want to win the race. They're both gunning for the championship. Chris Lewis-Williams is leading the championships at the moment. And you've got Adam Brewer, who's now currently sitting in 4th, just behind Mark Verdino, who has gone past Mark Torberts, sitting in the top 3 as well there. So watch out for Brewer in the background there. But these are the 2 guys that we really want to see. Wow, how close is this? Last lap. Going into the fastest part of the track, Chris Lewis-Williams holds his own against Cam Bella.
One of the great things about this sort of battle in the 944s is that both these guys will slide out. They'll have a fair old sweat on the brow. They'll go up to each other. It'll be a smile and a handshake and a let's do it again this afternoon, guys.
Yeah, they're fair racing. There's a lot of respect between both these guys as well. So it's hard, but it's fair racing. And again, I wouldn't call him a veteran, but definitely an experienced hand of the Baron of Benalla. Chris Lewis-Williams comes across the line to take the victory from Cam Bella, who comes across the line in 2nd place.
You've got to be careful with the Baron of Benalla and Cam Bella, don't you? It's all like a bit of poetry there.
There's a lot of B's and a lot of A's in that.
So the 44, Mark Verdino, has disappeared down a couple of spots there. He's spun at the top of the hill on the last lap. So it is Brewer. He's come through to take P3. He's P3 in the championship.
Wow.
That's what he needed. 52 points from the round so far. The problem with that is that the 2 guys in front have got 58 points and they're up the road from him in the championship. But what it has done is brought Mark Torberts into P4. He'll start on the 2nd row of the grid for the final race of the weekend.
Yep, sensational drive really by all of them. Fantastic drive by Adam Brewer to just stay persistent and stay keen. Seeing the final guys come across the line there now with Jimmy Mitchell and, of course, Josh Brisbane in the magnificent green machine comes across the line to complete the field. But stunning race there by the Baron of Benalla, Chris Lewis-Williams, holding off Cameron Bella. And as you mentioned there, Daz, Adam Brewer came home in 3rd place to take up the final position of the podium and set a 1:24.4, which is a quick time. So he'll be really gunning for a top spot this afternoon.
When you're setting fastest laps in the race and you're coming from 5th to 3rd in the final corner of the race, Adam Brewer has got an absolute head of steam. He's building up this program. It may not happen in 2023, but let's wait for 2024 to see how his campaign goes. Confirmation of results. It's the 37 of Chris Lewis-Williams takes out the race win. Cam Bella into P, number 2, 0.19 of a second behind. Always close finishes in the 944s. Brewer to Torberts. Mark Verdino threw it all the way at the top of the hill on the last lap there, coming home in 5th place. He will fight back. He's found good form. Richard Howe played a bit of a lonely old game out there into position number 6. And the final ones home there is James Mitchell and Josh Brisbane, was Ryan Woods, Manny Metazelma, Joey Kellogg, Carter Fox rounding out just outside the top 10. Thank you very much, Jack Attlee, for joining us here for the 944s. We'll see you again at 2:30 this afternoon for more Porsche action.
Absolute pleasure, Darren. Can't wait.
Formula Vee's up next here, your trackside here at the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, and we're not too far away from me winning the big green thumb raffle with down in the garages right next to race control there, a big bin for a big wheelbarrow full of gardening gear, and of course the other not so big wheelbarrow of gardening gear. $5, and all the proceeds go to Beyond Blue, and all the gear donated by Toro and Pope Equipment. So we'll make sure you support them as well. Great to have them on board. We got Formula Vee's coming on track next. We'll be back with more here at the 888 Homelands Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships.
Welcome back to Sandown International Raceway. Formula Vee race number 2 is about to commence. They're already pretty far around the warm-up lap. Alongside me, the voice of Formula Vee, Steve DeVries.
Good morning, Dan McCarthy. Good morning, everybody. And yes, it is Formula Vee race number 2 with thanks to GR Motorsport Electrics Online. Oh, there's a little bit of a big lock-up for the pole sitter, Reef McCarthy, going down there into Dandenong Road corner. He's scored 8 wins on the bounce here in the Victorian State Race Series, so they've got a little bit of catching up to do. He's going to share the front row with Lee Partridge, with Nick Jones and Heath Collinson right behind. Casamati, Spinello, Brandon Taylor and Andre Curran in the next 4 spots. Then Gavin Stubbs, Samuk Rudrapatna, Josh Munro and Jason Kay, who's in a new car for this weekend and new to the category. Phil Gardner, Mick Fisher, Cameron Bell and Kelly Egan take us through to position 16. And then you have Malachi Windsor, Ed Filippi, who is, these guys were all non-finishers yesterday, Ash Clifford, Jake Rowe, and Charlie Richardson is due to be starting off the back of the grid, but the engine in that car seized yesterday, and that's why it was off the road on the inside of the driver's left at turn number 1, and they were desperately trying to source another engine for that car for today's 2 races. We're not sure if they have managed to get one organised. It only takes about 45 to 50 minutes or so to do an engine swap. It's pretty easy in a Formula V because, of course, it's at the back of the car. Yeah. Take the gearbox off, do all the engine swap, put it all back together, take it for a putt around the paddock and make sure it's all good and off you go. But getting the engine, I think, was proving to be the challenge last night.
I'll be looking at the, or towards the tail of the grid. Jake Rowe and Ash Clifford, 2 right at the pointy end of not only the race on lap 1 yesterday, but the championship as well. And they came to blows. Clifford spun in front of the field and then was collected by Jake Rowe. Both for them right at the back of the field. They got a lot of work to do in this one.
They do. There was actually a little bit of minor contact in that too, as our lights go on and off fairly quickly. And if we saw from the previous race, dry times are very, very much close to what we are expecting them to be. There is still a few little standing patches of water around, but it's mostly offline, so expect there to be an early dry weather pace here in Formula Vee for race 2 this morning, as Partridge gets a very, very nice launch. He took his turn at the head of the queue, all but for a brief moment, as McCarthy storms back on the inside at turn number 1 in the number 61 Sabre 02. Big lock up for his teammate and stablemate back there in about 4th or 5th on the road. John Casamati in the number 25 had it all locked up but managed to keep it under control and stay ahead of the recovering Andre Curran, who was caught up in unintentionally rather, in that little incident at turn 4 yesterday, and then had to fight his way back through the field.
Exactly. He was able to make his way back through the field in that race, and finishing 8th was a good result for him in the end, considering where he was at the end of lap number 1 in that race. And we can see him making up another position up the inside of John Casamati into the very fast turn. But we look at the number 29 machine, who's made up a good few positions. That's Brandon Taylor, another person who was caught up in that incident at turn number 4 yesterday. There was 4 vehicles, all within the top 5 or 6 positions that were involved.
2 that made contact and 2 that had nowhere to go because they couldn't get around the cars that were stricken there, and then they were all being passed on their left-hand side. So Taylor and Curran were the 2 that were caught out. They've recovered really, really well, and now they've got to try and make their way as quickly as possible onto the back of the leading quartet, because Curran's got some pace. Oh, there was something that went flying there. It looks like a bit of a bit of plastic or something that's come flying off one of the cars in front. Another big lock-up for McCarthy. That's twice now we've seen that. Once on the formation lap and once now at turn number 1 on lap 2. So he's obviously trying to have a little bit of a different brake bias and a bit of different feeling in that car, with 2 front lock-ups, both looking pretty substantial.
Yeah, the one on the warm-up lap was a double front lock-up. He locked up both of the front wheels on the warm-up lap, and that one was pretty significant as well. So he'll have to be careful of that. It's a real braking circuit, this one. You got the big stop down at turn 1, and then you got the massive stop when you go around this fast turn number 6, and then down the hill into Dandenong Road. Possibly the trickiest braking point, not only at this track, but in the whole nation. It really is a tricky one.
It certainly is. Looks like Ash Clifford has actually gone to the pit lane. He has not completed a lap. He's actually in the lane, so he was starting off the back of the grid anyway. And unfortunately for Starres, number 17 entry, taking no further part in this one at the moment. Looks like Charlie Richardson has managed to get out there, though. She's up to 17th. I'm just looking to see the car. Oh, there's been a coming together down at Dandenong Road. We've got Mick Fisher, who's recovering to the circuit, and you've got Phil Gardner pointing the wrong direction in the BC number 73 machine. So was that contact between the 2 of them, or was that an aftermath of something else that happened, like yesterday, where others tripped over each other and then had nowhere to go?
Yeah, not really sure. We just caught the tail end of that, and a double lock-up for Jones. He's running well wide. Well wide and through comes Collinson. An easy move there. That was very similar to the Reef McCarthy lock-up that we saw in the warm-up lap. Looks like a few of these guys really struggling in these conditions. You say there's a few damp patches, and I think if you're slamming on the brakes on a wet patch, that's the result.
That was worse than McCarthy's lock-up, though, by a long, long way. So what happened here? Here's the contact situation. Oh, Gardner was off the road by the looks of things, and Mick Fisher had nowhere to go. So to me, that looks like Gardner was a bit out of control at that kink, that nasty kink at turn number 8, and he's sort of off the track and then bounced back into the path of another car that was right there.
What brilliant evasive action, though, to not have 2 cars tangle wheels and have wheels coming off and everything. So really good that we've been able to keep it green and keep it going. So that leaves 11 minutes left on the clock, and no safety car, which is really awesome news. Brandon Taylor, we said he recovered yesterday and recovered up to 7th, which was equal his best performance of the season so far in the Vic State Championship, that is. And continuing to move forwards in this one, up to P5 early on in this one. He's really finding good form at this point of the season.
He is finding some good form. It's sort of a bit of a resurgence since he had that wet weather second place finish at Phillip Island a couple of weeks ago in the club round, which was not a part of the Victorian State Race Series, and really had a storming drive from his own little spin on his own, and then just pick people off left, right and centre at will to finish second in the feature race for the weekend. So he's making some progress. Curran's got the fastest lap of the race last time around, 1:27.7. He's made a couple of spots at the start here. And I just noticed as well, Jake Rose just made his way into the top 10 at the moment. The GR Motorsport Electrics number 66 is up to 9th and pressuring the back of John Casamati.
Reef McCarthy's doing Reef McCarthy things at the front of the field. He's starting to edge away. He loves to do this. Break early, and then he cannot be threatened late on. He can cruise home to victory. As we see a challenge for second position, Heath Collinson knows this Reef McCarthy tactic, and he wants to stop that. He takes second from Lee Partridge as they crest the hill and head down into Dandy Road.
There you go. So Collinson goes through to second place on the road, and you're right, he does know this tactic very very, very well, and he knows that he can't let Reef get away. He's got to get out there and start to chase. If he feels he's got the pace, he can reel him in. This has been a hallmark of Formula Vee over the last couple of seasons, just to see McCarthy try and get out to a lead, push hard, build a margin, and then the chasing pack needs to be able to cooperate with each other to slipstream and overtake and then reel in the race leader. Because in Formula Vee, 2 cars are faster than 1, 3 cars are faster than 2, but it's all about how you execute. Usually the car out in front on their own is a sitting duck. They will eventually be caught because they haven't got that extra pace. But Reef has turned that script on its head in the last couple of seasons.
Indeed. We just saw what happens if you are at the head of a train. Heath Collinson was quite comfortably in second onto the straight, and both Partridge and Jones just breezed by as if he was standing still, and even Taylor had a good look, and we'll see the same on the back straight now. So second isn't really, if you're in front of a train, you don't want to be there because you are sitting duck. Look, weaving from side to side is Partridge trying to break the toe, but I'm not sure he's going to have much success because here comes Jones on the inside, and he might be followed by Collinson. In fact, Collinson might get
wide nearly going into turn 6. Collinson had to back out of that one late. Jones is the one that comes out of that little exchange with position number 2. And Kieran reset the fastest lap of the race again last time around too, but now he can't do anything with it because he's sitting in the draft and sitting in this group of cars with no real opportunity to pass. And then look, here comes Jake Rowe. He's picked off the 25 of John Casamati and the 49 of Damien Spinello out of the Acura stable, and he is on the march now too, as someone kicked up a little bit of puddle damage that was on the backside of the curb there.
Indeed, as we see once again, Collinson trying to get through into second, and here comes Partridge. Partridge likes this track, had good couple of results here earlier on, as we say, broke through. Oh, that was a bit tight further back. Brandon Taylor nearly running in to the back of Jones, just about got away with it, and just about manages to hold on to 5th position as well.
I think he did get away with that. There's no visible damage on the front nose cone of the Gippy powder coating number 29.
I've just noticed, look at the back of the train, look who's there. Jake Rowe has caught up to the back. He's now in 7th position and just a second and a half away from second, but he's got a few cars to get through before he gets there.
That's right, the margin out in front's blowing out. The real entertainment value is now on what is happening between second all the way down to 7th. You can see here 5, 6 cars all fighting for it here. 3 wide again at the top of the hill. Long way round for Heath Collinson, long way round for Brandon Taylor. They both gain a spot at the fastest part of the track, and then, as you said earlier, Dan, hard on the anchors for turn number 9.
It's a bit like the Formula 1 season this year, isn't it? McCarthy's like Verstappen, he's sort of off in the distance, but we've got a great battle for second every single race.
Absolutely, yeah. That's actually probably a really good way to describe it. I hadn't thought about that analogy until you just raised it. You're right, everything behind the top, 1 or 2 spots is absolutely fantastic.
It certainly is. Look at them, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Is that 9 cars? I understood.
8
yes. Cars. Oh.
Close.
You struggle to keep count. There's that many in the line. They're that close together. As we see Brandon Taylor looking up the inside of Jones, who himself was having a little bit of a look at Collinson, but he can't do anything because he's got the 29 machine on his inside. And Taylor takes up 3rd position on the road. They're constantly changing, moving, jostling around like a game of chess with 5 minutes to go.
Still a long time to go in this race. 5 minutes long time. Taylor very wide at turn 4. All 4 wheels outside the track limits and almost had a little bit of a slip on that outside curb. That can be very, very dangerous if you get it wrong with that concrete wall waiting for you, inviting you to say, please, just go a little bit harder, a little bit more. I'm right here waiting for you. Then the minute crunch, you don't then hit it.
Seemed to have affected the run because it looks like Jones is going to get not 1 but 2. Not quite. Thought better of it. Would have had to have stuck his nose right in there and there might have been contact. So thought about the end game, of course. It's all about the points and where you'll end up for the final race. Of course, extra points for the final race of the weekend across the board in all of the categories. And look at this. This is just fantastic Formula Vee action. What we've come to expect over the years here in Victoria. It really is such a good racing product and such a great pathway to get into racing from go-karting. This is a great step up.
That's absolutely right. You can see there again that group of cars second all the way through to 9th. What's the margin? There's got to be only probably about a second and a half at maximum covering that group of cars. So the leader is McCarthy. He's 7.2 seconds clear. And then the man who's at the back of this train is about 2 seconds behind the man in second place, as Jones has a bit of a wobble heading into turn. And Taylor's lost it. He's had a big moment, a big whoopsie at turn number 2 off the circuit. He's out of business.
The suspension looked like it had collapsed. I don't know if the spin is a result of, or if he's resulted in the spin because of the failure, or the failure has happened because he's had the spin through the grass.
I think it's probably the latter. I think at this rate he's getting out of the car there. He's given the marshals a wave to let him know he's okay. Whether or not that car is in the firing line is now going to be the question for race control, whether they cover this with local yellows or double yellows and let the race run, or whether they throw the safety car. That's a decision that's out of our control. Jake Rowe knows at the moment there's no yellow flag, so he's actually got that move done. Safety car called right now. So Jake Rowe picked up a spot just as the safety car flags and boards were thrown.
Yet again, brilliant performance from Jake Rowe last round at Phillip Island. DNF'd in race number 1 and came through to finish 3rd. And a similar performance in this one. Now finds himself in 4th position. And just a shame for him that the safety cars come out with 3 minutes to go, because I'm not quite sure we're going to be able to get back racing in this one. But hopefully they can just tow the car out of harm's way and we might be able to get back racing.
Yeah, well, hopefully with a bit of luck that's all we can do. But yeah, with 2 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock and a lap under safety car here being sort of about 2 minutes, I would be hesitant to say that we're going live again. You can see there's grass and all sorts of muck there, which is just sort of fractionally close to the racing line. I think that the better judgment in me says this race will finish under safety car. Good chance to have a look at the order, though, because behind Reef McCarthy, it was really starting to get interesting, and this is what happens in Formula Vee. It just sort of ratchets up just little bit by little bit, notch by notch, inch by inch, and then reaches a crescendo, and the crescendo came a little bit early at that point for Brand Taylor. He looks pretty, philosophical about it all. He's a generally happy bloke to begin with anyway. And I think he knows that that was his own fault. As here comes the crane flatbed truck to pick that car up, that all but confirms it for me that there will be no further racing. Let's have a look at the replay here coming up for potentially what happened with Taylor. So keep an eye. He's just off to the right-hand side of the screen there, and he was very wide, locked the brake. I'm wondering, I don't think he hit the wall. That's the important bit there. I think the suspension actually collapsed as a result of the boggy outfield there at turn number 3. He was extremely wide. Like, even just looking at that part of the track, even just off the screen, when the shot cut back to him, he was very wide for the turn-in point for turn number 2. Almost like he was out in the marbles, or he'd gotten a bit close to a painted line, had to correct it, and then as the car was coming around, it snapped back the other way, and that's what sent him through the grass.
Yeah, I think, as you say, had a snap-on turn-in, put him wide through the marbles, and once you're there, with the damp conditions offline still, you are simply a passenger sideways through the grass, and it's pretty boggy out there, as we saw all the grass be brought back onto the race circuit. But fortunately, nobody else involved in that incident. That is one positive that we can say from this. It was just the single car involved in that one. Nice to see the R&J Racer Industries machine out there. Really nice presented safety car, and I believe the checker flag is going to come out on this lap, so that will be 9 race victories in a row for Reef McCarthy. An incredible run for the young Victorian. He does take the victory from Jones in second and Partridge rounding out the top 3.
And then Jake Rowe from his drive from the back of the grid brings him up to 4th place after his little incident yesterday with Ash Clifford. With Heath Collinson 5th, Kieran 6th, so he really didn't make much more progress after getting through the field after being caught up in that incident yesterday. He got to 6th and he started 6th and he finished 6th after all of that. Ahead of Damien Spinello, who sort of got himself into a nice vein of form in the number 49 Jacer out of the Acura stable, with teammate to Reef McCarthy behind him, John Casamati. Samuk Rudrapatna will also make it 2 Acura cars in the top 10, and then Gavin Stubbs is the last man inside the 10 for race number 2.
Well, certainly eventful once again, wasn't it, in that one? And we did see a brilliant battle for second position. Here are the results.
They are the results. They really don't reflect the true nature of the race, though. McCarthy was well clear over Nick Jones to the tune of about 7 or 8 seconds before the safety car came out. And then that big group of cars from second all the way through down to about 9th before Brandon Taylor came unstuck at turn number 2. That was where the battle was going to be. And then Gavin Stubbs was a bit of a distant 11th at the time, but has been promoted to 10th because of Taylor's non-finish. Good result for a few people in here as well. Josh Munro 11th. Jason Kay, who's having a very, very nice run in his first outing this weekend in Formula Vee. He's actually converted from Hyundai XLs into racing in Formula Vee, and talking to Lucas Kawam, who's the team principal down there at Acura, he said he's seen the light. Well, yeah, you kind of have, because you see more light when you're in an open wheel car compared to a tin top.
Absolutely. It's a very, very different racing, XLs and Formula Vee, that is for certain. Well, there is the historic Sandown circuit, the home of horsepower. And we got a little bit of horsepower up next. BMW E30s for their second race. And then we're on with the feature races after that. So BMW's up next.
The Complete Race Driver. Think, race, win. The Complete Race Driver is a unique online race driving school for rookies, amateurs, professionals and champions, and everything in between. When you join, you'll get access to over 6 hours of video with diagrams, onboards and reading material with over 60 lessons to help you improve your driving. The course contains information and fundamentals of what it takes to drive a race car, as well as advanced techniques, tips and tricks. The course has been designed by an Australian engineer who's worked very closely with some of our best drivers. Some of those include Jamie Whincup, Marcus Ambrose, Mark Winterbottom, Will Power, and over 30-year career in motorsport. Learn how to improve your driving today by heading to www.thecompleteracedriver.com. Online racing driver school for drivers of all levels and experience. Welcome back trackside now for the round 4 for the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. The 888 Home Loans Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, and it is great to have Cam and all the crew at 888 Home Loans on board. And I guess there's no better time in history than right now, with interest rates being on the tip of everyone's tongue and the cost of living, etc., etc. Get down to 888 Home Loans, give them a call, check them out, whatever way you do it. Give them a chance to have your business. They're from motorsport, for motorsport, and everyone. So check out 888 Home Loans. I'm Darren Smith, right alongside me, Heath McAlpine, and we are about to get underway with the BMW E30s. Had a great race with them yesterday, and certainly Royce Lyon did a terrific job with Brian Burke. Jesse Bryan coming back at the field towards the end there. Seth Boycarts was also in the mix, and the cars making their way on track. Welcome back, Heath.
Thanks, Darren. Royce Lyon was very impressive in yesterday's race, which finished off the action for Saturday's schedule.
Certainly did. Well, it'll finish today's action as well. Last race of the day, starting at 3:30. So the BMWs are the curtain closers, I guess. The curtain raisers are improved production for this weekend. Here's our grid.
Royce Lyon will start from pole alongside Brian Burke, with Jesse Bryan, who had a pretty spirited battle with Brian Burke for much of yesterday's race, starting third from Seth Burkhardt, who has been improving ever so slightly throughout the weekend.
In fact, improving over this year in the KKI Lawyers entry. Out of position number 5 will be Simon Leach for Spectrum Racing. Jeff Bowles in the Sheba Bob Racing for car number 24. Rory Plant in the Upflow Racing outfit out of position number 7 in car number 7. Shannon Cooper in the blue and white liveried car there for Shannon Cooper and Bell Motorsport. Adam Trapsky, the 666 there in the Rainbow Shoelace Project, Three Hearts Motorsport, and Martin Taylor rounding out our field in car number 39. A compact field of E30s. They have had plenty of racing over this year. In fact, the last time I saw them, it was at Tailem Bend, where they were supporting the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia Series, so an international event over at Tailem Bend, and a great field of E30s, and they've done a terrific job. Cars always look good. Yeah, they're very proud owners, and they've got great support from Garrett Zistic. Been on with them for a number of years now. The championship looks a little bit like this as the cars come to the line. Royce Lyon leading the way on 85 points with Ash Rogers on 76, Brian Burke on 65. Simon Schiff on 64, and Jesse Bryan rounding out the 6th there on 62, with Rory Plant, Seth Boycarts, Paul Schiff, Grant Bowles, Alex Jory, Peter Knight and Shannon Cooper rounding out the top 12 in the title fight. Cars look ready for battle. They've been put up and down and checked out and all around overnight, making sure everything is okay. Very controlled package is the E30s. They have the standard 5-speed gearbox, the 2.5 litre 6-cylinder inline engine. They run the Yokohama A050 tyre, which is pretty much across the board with them. Improved production in 944s as well. They do a ripping job. We're about to get underway, Heath, with, 18 minutes plus 1 lap. Sort of tends to be around about 10 or 11 laps. So let's see how they go. Lights are on, and away we go. Great clutch take up there from the second row of the grid with Jesse Bryan. The front of the nose of that car just went up ever so quicker than anyone else, and he goes right over to the driver's right on the rundown from driver's left. So he's covered some real estate, and he's going to round them up here.
Yeah, Brian Burke got a good jump off the, initial good jump into the start, but he's going to hold on to the lead and go, I think both of them going to go around the outside of Lyon.
Lyon just gets shuffled back to third position here. It's the 51 there of Simon Leach. He goes through in the Rainbow Warrior and comes through turn 4, tips it in. Great shots in the inside the cars there, seeing all the drivers' hands go up and turning into the left-hander there, seeing how early some of them were tipping into it and late others were turning in. It's the nature of traffic, but have a look at Brian Burke. He's trying to shake Jesse Bryan out of the stream here, but the Royce Lyon car, he looks to the inside here. It's going to have to be someone give some room here. Jesse Bryan shuts the door. Didn't exactly slam it, just eased it close on Royce then, didn't he?
Absolutely. It sort of was an outbreaking duel there, but Jesse Bryan won that one. Burke and Brian were battling yesterday, but for second. So it's more for sheep stations today.
As the races go on throughout the weekend, it certainly is here, and I would suggest that Royce Lyon does not want to sit behind Jesse Bryan for any time at all, and he will look for the first opportunity to go past here, and this will have Jesse absolutely fixed to his mirrors at the moment. He will be watching where that yellow car goes left, right and centre, and he will try and cover it off. That's a tight run down into turn one. He goes right out to the other side. This is what Jesse did on the opening lap here, trying to sweep round, carrying the speed through turn one. Will range up. Can be pushed to the outside there. Good covering there by Jesse Bryan. Covers it off nicely, but Royce hasn't given up. He's going to look to the inside here at turn four. Oh, Jesse Bryan did give the don't argue that time round.
Absolutely, but it was a pretty good move from Lyon. A pretty good attempt as Burke has sort of just made a little bit of a comfortable gap of 0.6 seconds as over Bryan. And it's quite confusing with Brian Burke leading Jesse Bryan. So it's
yeah, you don't want to get into it too fast, do you? There's a lot of bees in there.
No, but Lyon is definitely might fancy his chances down at Dandenong Road here. Nice clean racing though, very close.
Terrific racing, always has been, just like the 944s earlier on. Really good side-by-side stuff. Royce draws alongside Jesse Bryan. Now he's got the nose ahead, but he is not in the spot he is. He gets through. Jesse Bryan, I think, grabbed a bit of early break there just to try and get back over to the left-hand side of the track there because he was absolutely way too tight on that right-hander. And he's lost the flow, and this is going to really tell as he gets down the bottom of the straight here because Royce Lyon has done a beautiful job of flowing that E30. He's now all over the back of Brian Burke as they head down into turn one.
And Burke goes through nicely, but he holds a bit of a tighter line to line, but he's run wide, and that might hurt him going into turns 2 and 3.
Transrock Landscape Services, car number 27 with the 4 all over the back of him now. Royce has got the toe, and he's also going to bring the 38 of Brian with him. And then we've got Simon Leach and Grant Bowles a distant 5th place at the moment. This front 4 look to have a stranglehold on this race very early on lap number 3 of this race. Just popping out, that's Jeff Bowles and Seth Boykarts. Rory Plant is the next one on line here. Royce Lyon looks wide here. Again, you've got to trust your fellow competitor that they hold their line. Burke comes back over to the ripple strips. Nicely done by the number 27 there. Jesse Bryan down the inside catches Royce Lynn with his eyes forward and tries to stuff it down the inside there and just gets a little bit too tight into Dandenong Road. Again, Jesse trying all these things here. Does Simon Leach have a crack at Jesse Bryan on this time on the way through?
This time yesterday, Lyon was well out in front, leaving Burke and Bryan to battle for the final podium spots. But this time they've got Simon Leach, who's definitely made gains from yesterday, and he's keeping up with this lead trio. With Burke, he's holding still a little bit of... He's sort of extended that margin after being challenged to turn 9. So it would be interesting to see if he can extend it or will Lyon be bridging it.
Just watching them all, leaving their turn in quite late there, not picking up on the inside apex at turn 1, just leaving it sort of half a metre or so off that, and that's all part of flowing the car. No one's really in a striking position except for Royce at the moment, and I've got to say, he's been in a striking position ever since the flag dropped. He's definitely on the attack here today. It's great to see this sort of driving. It's not aggressive, it's controlled attack race driving, and that's what it's all about.
Yeah, he's being very patient. He's definitely got the pace over Burke at the moment. It's just a matter of when he makes his move. Patience when racing, we can see it's going to has its benefits. Just waiting for that time to attack.
Burke's a veteran of the E30 racing, done a lot of it, so he will absolutely have Royce's measure, but Royce has just got this raw, unbridled pace that he's unleashing here. Young man on a charge here, and this is really nice to watch. I like his style. It's a controlled aggression. It's not throwing it away down the inside, doing a dive bomb or anything. Have a look at this. Drive onto the straight here will be with the 27, but Royce has got the inside running, and he will not give that up into turn 1. This could be the manoeuvre, and there he is. He gets the fastest lap of 127.67. Side-by-side E30 racing. Jesse Bryan Sniffs a bit of blood in the water, I would suggest, with the cars in front there, and he's like, well, I'll have myself positioned in a spot to take advantage if this gets into a melee at all.
Line got an awesome exit coming out at the final corner, and he still hasn't managed to do it though. Burke's held firm on the outside and has managed to hold on, but that's given Brian a sniff on Line, as well as Leach, who Leach is, I think, just waiting to see what happens. He's standing brief there, seeing if something's going to kick off.
You get the feeling that Leach has bought a ticket to watch a great race in front of him at the moment. He's not really weighing in on it, or he looks to the outside of Jesse Bryan this time as Royce Lynn looks to the inside of Brian Burke. He's got some pace on there, but Burke has been so strong. Great car positioning there by Royce. In fact, great car positioning by both of them, but Brian Burke was just left wanting a little bit there as well. Don't worry about it. The number 27 will fight back. He'll have another crack in the next lap or so. We've still got well out over 7.5 minutes in this race to go.
There's still plenty of time with Line and Burke battling away with Brian and Leach still in touch to make up those podium positions. Line is definitely going quick though. 127.6 earlier in the race. It was a second slower that lap, just due to the passing, I suppose. But yeah, it's getting very heated up at the front.
Jesse Bryan's the only other one to drop into the 127s on lap number 4. Now, I guess the issue for Jesse is that he's dropped out to a high 129 now. So he's had the car come on and it appears to have gone off because he certainly hasn't had any challenges or anything over the last lap or so. Having said that, Simon Leach did pull out of the draft in the 51. That car there we're watching come out at turn 4 at the moment. This is Shannon Cooper. Great looking livery. Pretty simple sort of livery on this car, but certainly suits the lines of the BMW E30. I always like walking past this car in the pits.
Yeah, the gold stripes look very
good,
striking, don't they?
Yeah, and I agree with you after yesterday. Why hasn't someone gone with a black and gold JPS?
Yeah.
Or is that just biting off too much to chew?
Yeah, well, there's plenty of liveries you can go for. Maybe a Schnitzer livery, or
well, there is one in the like a Benson and Hedges type of Tony Longhurst type of livery floating around somewhere. So yeah, the JPS one, maybe Jim Richards and Tony Longhurst put too many great results down for people to want to emulate that.
Or even a Brock Mobile livery from back in '88.
I think there is one of them floating around as well. There might have been one of them at the Bend, actually, when they were supporting the Lamborghini Super Trofeo. Here's Rory Plant in the upflow outfit. Garagistic emblazoned over the back of this car. Wow, putting up on 2 wheels there. The 24 of Jeff Bowles. Maximum attack from 6th place in this race, and pretty much clear real estate either side. And they charge their way down here. This is the 901 of Seth Boykart's, and in behind is Jeff Bowles. Maybe Jeff was on an aggressive couple of laps here to get onto the back of Boykart's in the KKO Lawyers entry.
Those two might be ones to watch, because it might be interesting to see if the lead quartet sort of slowed down by being involved in their own battles. So
maybe not, because last time round Royce Lyon went into a 126.7. So
I retract that previous statement.
He's charged out in front, hasn't he?
Yeah, but Burke has now dropped into the 27s, and Jesse Bryan as well. His car switched back on, so he might have just been taking a little bit of care with his car, and then for a little bit of an attack in the final 5 minutes here, plus 1 lap, of course.
There's Jesse Bryan representing the world of motorsport sponsorship down the side of that car. Bit of MotoGP, bit of F1, bit of bits and pieces here, supercars. Here is Brian Burke in the 27. This car in its spearmint livery is always at the pointy end of the field.
I was wondering where you were going to go with that with spearmint, but anyway, we've got Lynn, and Burke's not too far away though. He remains still in touch, even though it's 1.5 seconds. Anything can happen here. It looks like the conditions have definitely dried out since earlier in the day. But Brian and Leach has done a phenomenal job to just keep in touch with these guys. He was a little bit back yesterday, so but definitely the Rainbow E30 is getting it done this afternoon.
Certainly the Rainbow Warrior out there. Oh no, that is not what we wanted to see. That's big damage on the 666. Big damage. Let's hope that I can't see the driver out of the car, but we have got trackside officials making their way over there to see if they can get some communication with him. Getting a thumbs up into the driver is always important, and just looking at the urgency on our official there is no urgency given the thumbs up. There's the yellow flag, and that is a green flag. So, boy, if you've got a braking manoeuvre to do down at Dandenong Road, you've only got the last run into the corner to do so. So that's horrible. That's off the driver's left, just in the on the run down to Dandenong Road there. Gee, that was nasty looking bit of damage done to that car. Anyway, the race goes on out in front. I reckon we've got another 3 laps in this one. 3.5 minutes or 3.1 seconds left in minutes left in this. There he is. He's out of the car. Great to see the driver clear of the mess down there. Oh. Yeah, okay. What would have happened there? Didn't look like there was anyone else around. It was on his own, but...
Definitely on his own.
Yeah, for sure.
Unfortunately, he was in a battle yesterday with Taylor for the final placings in the race, and they were putting on quite the show.
They brought it right down to the wire. In fact, it was one of the better battles of the race there. So that's Adam Trapsky in the 666, and he'll take no further part in the affairs today. 6 laps down, parked up for the 666. I guess that's what happens when you invite the devil along for a ride. Yeah,
he might have caught the grass a little bit upon entry to the corner, just being a little bit speculative. But the leaders are going to go past the crash scene now where it's double yellow flags. Line looks like he's holding a comfortable lead, but I think Burke made up some ground last lap. So
Burke has made up 0.5 of a second on the last lap. So Heath, that's a massive margin. That was out over to nearly 2 seconds. It's now down to 0.84.
Yeah, but I think it's just steadied over the last lap. So it'll be interesting to see if Burke can make further ground, because it looks like Jesse Bryan, he's dropped back to nearly 3 seconds off behind, and then we've got Leach as well, who's comfortably running 2 seconds behind Bryan.
Jesse's progress in this championship seems to have hit a bit of a brick wall. He was certainly gangbusters early on in this season, so interesting to see what he can recover, I guess, with the next round at Phillip Island, and still the potential round number 6 at Calder Park in October.
And Lynn has just responded. He's now put that gap back to 1.3 seconds back to Burke, though he nearly put it in the fence then. Running wide at turn 4 at the old Tarana corner there. Really pushing hard with Bryan and Leach following through. That might have given Burke a little bit of a chance, though, that little mistake there by running wide, with Line still maintaining the lead as they go past the accident scene again. With Lynn lowering the fastest lap to 126.7, and he's the only one to go into the 1 minute 26s, and he's done that a couple of times now as well.
Bit of a points update for the championship at the moment. Royce Lyon will be on 128, Jesse Bryan on 112, Brian Burke 108 if they finish in the positions that they're currently in. The interesting thing is Seth Boycarts has pushed through, and that's good to see. Rory Plant now into P5, Ash Rogers, Simon Schiff, who all aren't here. So their championship contention just being whittled away back, and we thank Dan McCarthy for keeping an eye on all the points for the garagistic BMW E30s, and getting great support from the BMW Drivers Club of Melbourne. Great to see Simon Leach featuring in so far up the grid as well. And I guess a bit of a disappointment for Seth Boycarts at the moment. They're not really in contention with this top 4, inside the top 5, which is fantastic, but not really threatening to take a position away at this stage.
Yeah, he was a bit closer yesterday, especially at the start of the race with the top 3. So it'd be interesting to see whether he can come back in the final race this afternoon.
Last lap board being readied for the end of this one. And we'll see another lap here. Brian Burke has now eased out to 1.7 behind there from Royce Lyon. So I guess that dropping back down into the 126s on the last lap there for Royce has certainly done that. Boy, he's able to turn the switch on and off, isn't he?
Absolutely. It's easy as for Royce, that's for sure. He won at 126.7 in one of these cars is very, very quick.
That's quick. He's doing a tremendous job, that is for sure. And to be able to grab in one lap an entire second off Brian Burke, and Brian is a tough war campaigner to take laps off. And he's done a terrific job. Let's see. And he's just gone fastest lap on lap 11. So car number 4 is operating right inside the window. Still another race to go this afternoon. Maybe Brian Burke, maybe Jesse Bryant's just saving the tyre for the race later on this afternoon. But boy, oh boy, have a look at this guy. Young man in a very big hurry, bouncing it around off every single ripple strip. I think he's got the idea. Saw that last lap for him and went, come on, let's go. He's having a red hot go.
Yeah, and maybe he wants to get into the 125s because he's not that far away.
He's not that far away. It's a bit of it's only 0.3 of a second away and you're into the 125. This is good stuff.
And to make mention, Brian is now nearly 10 seconds, so I think you're right. I think he's saving his tyres for a big go this afternoon. Leach as well, he's been steady. He's been holding it 2 seconds behind Brian, and then you've got Burkhardt as well, who I think's catching Leach ever so slowly.
The bright yellow car with the young driver on board with even the brighter yellow gloves on board there. We can see every movement he does with the steering wheel. There they are. The fluorescent gloves go up. He's working his way around the final corner and driving it to the line, sending a very clear message to the pit and paddock behind him. Royce Lyon takes the win for race number 2 for the weekend here in the Garagistic BMW Cup. And a fantastic result there here at the 888 Home Loans Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship. Simon Leach wrapped to get to the line there behind Jesse Bryant. So they keep streaming to the line now. Seth Boycart's in the last stanza of that race. In fact, closed that gap substantially back by a couple of seconds to Simon Leach. Heath, I put it to you that these guys from 4th, 5th and 6th, maybe not so much Grant Bowles, but 3rd, 4th and 5th, just had their eyes on the race later on this afternoon.
I think so. Seth Burkhardt definitely came good at the end of that race. He was closing pretty quickly onto Simon Leach, that's for sure. But yeah, I'd say tyre preservation is going to win the final race of
How
the
happy is
weekend.
Raw's Plant to see the end of that 12-lapper? He's flashing lights at all the flaggies, all the officials, thanking them out there. There he is, high-beaming it.
It's good to see them waving as well.
Yeah, that's one of the good things at the end of a race because they do work hard. A round of applause from the flaggies and a thumbs up. Everyone appreciates a good race, and car number 90, that is Shannon Cooper, coming home still with Taylor to come to the line behind here as well, and that will round out the cars getting to the line here for the Garagistic BMW E30 race with great support from the Traction Tyres. Send a big shout out to Andrew McCarthy and Shane and all the crew down there at Rowville and the BMW Drivers Club of Melbourne. There's the final results.
In the end, it was Royce Lyon holding off Brian Burke by 4.6 seconds, with Jesse Bryan finishing 3rd, Simon Leach 4th, Seth Burkhardt's 5th, Jeff Bowles, Rory Plant, Shannon Cooper, Martin Taylor, and Adam Trapsky unfortunately didn't see the checkered flag.
Yeah, it's a shame actually. It'd be interesting to get some feedback from the paddock as to what actually went wrong there with the 666 putting it in the wall. Fastest lap by 126.2277. What do you reckon this afternoon? Has Royce got a 25 in him?
I wouldn't put it past him.
I tell you what though, it just got a little bit darker in the last 5 minutes over the atmosphere
Don't
here, didn't
tempt
it?
fate, Darren. Don't tempt fate.
We want to keep it dry. We've got the improved productions, Vic V8s and their big slicks. We'll get some good lap times out of them. So let's hope it stays dry. In fact, yeah, look, the rain radar says there's no rain. It's just a bit overcast.
It might be
here.
interesting with the Saloon car finals coming up, whether it does stay dry. A wet race would make it very interesting.
Throw the cat amongst the pigeons, wouldn't it?
Absolutely.
And then follow that with a national championship race for Formula Fords. It could get spicy this afternoon at Sandown.
Yeah, I don't know if the Western Australians in the Saloon cars are actually experienced or raced in rain for a little while.
Well, I tell you what, I wouldn't put anything past them. They've come here, they were fast from the outset, so don't worry about what the weather conditions are. Improved Productions will be our next race on this afternoon. We do have a little bit of a lunch break locally here at the racetrack, so stay with us. We're going to have a race from the Saloon cars from yesterday coming your way. The Vic V8s will be the next one on at 12:55. The Saloon Car Nationals, keep yourself trackside warm and ready to go, because you're going to be taking the blankets and the jumpers off as the saloon cars go out. They are going to be absolutely red hot. And then, of course, the Formula Fords will be on after that, and they'll be putting on a great show for the National Series. 944s, Formula Vees and BMW E30s will round out our day. The race starting at 3:30 this afternoon. Officials all walking along the track, and they can do that, and that's what they'll tell you. Why are you out on the track, walking along the track? And they'll say, because we can, and that's what they do. We'll be back with more racing this afternoon, starting back at about 12:30. We'll be back soon. The Complete Race Driver is a unique online race driving school for rookies and amateurs, professionals and champions, and everything in between. When you join, you'll get access to over 6 hours of video with diagrams on boards and reading material with over 60 lessons to help you improve your driving. The course contains information on the fundamentals of what it takes to drive a race car, as well as advanced techniques and tips and tricks. The course has been designed by an Australian engineer who has worked with drivers of such repute as Jamie Whincup, Marcus Ambrose, Mark Winterbottom and Will Power, with over 30 years career in motorsport. Learn to improve your driving today with Wes McDougall by heading to www.thecompleteracedriver.com.au. And remember to tune in to the Grassroots Racing Podcast. We'll be back after a small lunch break.
Tom P, turn 9, back at point.
Here with Jacob Prestopino, who races in the Saloon cars, and of course the National Saloon cars here this weekend. You put on a show for us in the wet at Phillip Island. You're certainly somebody who gives it your all when you're out there on the track.
Yeah, that's it, mate. Yeah, like we give it 100%. So wet's sort of my favourite driving and my favourite driving. So we're normally pretty quick in the wet. So we should be, hopefully if it rains, but I don't think it will, stay dry. But we should be pretty quick on the weekend. On this weekend, we had a bit of a disaster for qualifying.
You got a bit of work to do, you're saying, overnight.
Yeah, so we ended up snapping a rear control arm and ripping the exhaust off in the first lap of quali. Come in on that first red flag and figured that out. So the boys pretty much turned around and said, let's try to get some laps in. So we went back out there, tried to get some laps on the board, and then we had the rear control arm snap around the back sweeper at the back of the track, so nearly put it in the wall. But we managed to get it back, so we have a late night ahead of us. We'll go rip another control arm out of a spare car we got and get the car back to the workshop, remake the exhaust and put a new control arm in it.
You're a Victorian, of course. We've got South Australians and Western Australians, a fair few of them. Well, what do you think of the competition you got this weekend?
Yeah, so there's a lot of competition that we haven't raced against before. It should be a very close race. It's going to be very tight against the interstaters. We had a bit of a practice session, obviously, with them this morning, and they're very quick and they're very racy. So I think it's going to be on in the top 10. It's going to be a real big fight for the weekend, I believe.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you very much, Jacob.
No, thank you. Thanks for the time. Cheers, guys.
Here with Brad Vaughan, who is competing in the national saloon cars this weekend. How are you finding things? Really competitive field, big field out there. How's it been so far?
It's been pretty good. Firstly, got to thank Sean Jamison for the loan of the AU, and just my third meeting in saloon cars, so it's good to see so many cars.
You've had good success. You were here earlier on in the year, did pretty well, and then as well in SA as well last round. So you got some good form coming in here.
Once again, lucky I got a good car, and it's good practice for the supercar stuff, and it's good fun as well.
That leads me on to my next question. Obviously, you're racing in Super 2 this year with Tickford. How similar can you take things from this category into a supercar?
I pretty much say it's just a bigger, heavier, slower supercar. So apart from the H pattern and the slightly different tyre, I think they're as similar as you can get.
What are your thoughts for the weekend? Obviously, I'm sure you want to go away with the win. Yeah. Do you think that's possible?
That's the hope now. After qualifying pole, that's definitely the expectation. But it's a big weekend, so winner take all final, anything can happen.
Sandown. Winter, rain. Yeah. What are your thoughts? Because the Falcon generally not quite so good in the wet conditions.
Yeah, I haven't really driven in the wet with this car, so that'll be interesting if it does rain over the weekend. But it's one of those things you just got to put the visor down and go for it.
Absolutely. Thanks very much, mate.
No worries. Thank you.
Here with Mark Kokori, who's racing in Vic V8s this weekend. He's actually the club president as well. This weekend, looking forward to racing here at Sandown?
Oh yeah, we love it at Sandown. As long as the weather stays away and we just had dry weather, we should have some great fun.
What are your expectations? A big field of cars this weekend. They're obviously really popular, this category, big V8 engines. They get a lot of fans on the side.
Yeah, well, they sound great and we generally race pretty close. There's a lot of groups in the racing that, like you might have the fast guys, the middle guys and the back guys, but they all have fun racing and pretty much a bunch of mates that just go out and have some fun, and it's great. It's excellent.
Vic V8s haven't been here so far in Victorian State Race Series this year. So for people that haven't seen it, what are they going to expect?
Well, we did round 1 here in February with sports sedans. So you can expect a lot of fast cars, great driving, staying inside the white lines, and some great overtaking, and some really good-looking cars.
Targets for you for the weekend?
Well, you always come out expecting the best and hoping for the best and staying away from the worst. But look, I'm hoping in the top 3 of the championship class because we've got 2 classes. So hopefully in the top 3 would be nice. But the way I've been going lately, I'm pretty happy just to finish and see the checkered flag. So that'd be great.
You say there's a couple of classes. Talk us through different classes.
Okay, so we got our sporting regs and the cars that fit inside those sporting regs go into championship, and then we found over the years that we had a lot of cars which weren't close and some were very close and they wanted to race without changing their cars. So we started the sportsman class and we've attracted, I think it's probably 9 cars in there now, and the idea is that they enjoy it so much here and they want to change their cars to fit the sporting regs, and then they come into the championship class. So you might see 3 or 4 cars win the race, or top 3 win the race, but the first championship car might be the 4th car, so he gets first place trophy. And then again, the sportsmen get their own little trophies too, because there's enough of them to have their own little championship.
Awesome, thanks very much.
Cheers, mate, thank you.
Not too far away from getting action back underway here at Sandown International Raceway. We can see some recovery vehicles on the race circuit, making sure everything is clear, because we are about 5 minutes away from the final races of the weekend. Improved Production will kick things off. There's been 2 fantastic races in Improved Production so far this weekend. I expect this last one to be very much the same. They're followed by the big Vic V8s, which have also put on a show this weekend. The big one, the Saloon Car Nationals. The grid is set. They are set to take 15 laps for the finale. Saloon Car Nationals winner takes all finale, and it's going to be pretty tight up the front. Scott Dornan will come from pole alongside Travis Lindorf. Grant Johnson out of third, alongside Mason Harvey, with South Aussie Brad Vaughan in 5th and Daniel Johnson in 6th. So it's all to play for in that one, followed by the Formula Ford Nationals and National Series here this weekend. Race 3 for them, followed by 944s, V's and E30s. Plenty to sink our teeth into, Callum.
Yeah, Dan, I'm very much looking forward to the third races of the weekend. Traditionally, in any Vic State race meeting are the feature races. And obviously with 15 laps for the Saloon Cars Nationals. Not too sure how many cars are remaining in this weekend. There were 36 on the entry list at the start of the weekend, and it's whittled down a little bit to this point. But yes, very much looking forward to that one. It's unusual to see such a long race in Victorian State Race Series events. And as you mentioned, the Australian Formula Ford Series, extremely privileged to have those on the bill for this weekend. The racing stars of tomorrow today, and with their closing race this weekend, there's been 2 safety cars in that race, in both races so far this weekend. But the weather's looking a little bit inclement. It's gotten darker, and there's a few spits of rain, big old fat rain on the windows of the commentary box as well, and you can see there just how dark it looks out there. It's a bit exaggerated on that camera angle. It's not perhaps that dark, but there's not a whole lot of sunshine out there at the moment, and it's starting to spit rain as well. But crucial time to say big thank you to all of the volunteer officials who are out there in 11 degrees weather at the moment, a little bit of wind and cloudy conditions. It's extremely cold out there, but they're doing it tough, and they do it because they love motorsport. You can see the guy in the high vis just on the left-hand side there, just how close you do get to the track. You can almost touch the cars at that point when they come screaming through, and it's the best place to watch motorsport, and you can see on your screen there. If you want to find out more information, it's usually through a club. If you sign up through an affiliated club with Motorsport Australia, if you go to motorsport.org.au/officials, you can find more information following the links on how you can sign up to a club, and you can find yourselves just like these people on screen, standing right next to the action. They all play a pivotal role. They are in communication with race control. They take directions and they follow procedures, and they do it absolutely to a T. And it's without these people on screen, we would not have motorsport. And it's a big thank you to them for their tireless efforts, and they do it because they love motorsport.
We were down there a few years ago, probably even before COVID. That was great, watching a Formula Ford race from down there. But seeing what the officials do, they really do take their job seriously, but they enjoyed it at the same time. And it really is a great thing to get involved as a volunteer, that is for sure. At the moment, it's the volunteers' lunch break, but we can see they've finished now. They're heading out onto the grid, including Greg Lynch out there. He's giving us a wave. We see you walking down towards the grid. He'll be up here to do Vic V8's commentary in the not too distant future. But before that, we've got quite a few V8s in the Improved Production series. We've had, it's been domination really by the Generals men in that particular class this weekend. A good battle between the regulars, Luke Gretschcumbo, Timewell, and Milano McClellan. It's really been a great battle in Improved Production. Not too far away, as we say, from a start, but those raindrops are continuing to fall. So at this point, not wet enough to wet the circuit, but it's certainly upon us now. Hopefully we can get away. Just depends which direction you look. Blue skies down one end of the track, pitch black the other. So not too far away from a start. I will hand you over to our regular Improved Production commentators for this one.
It is looking very, very dark here at turn number 1 for the start of the final round of feature races for today here at Sandown International Motor Raceway. Steve DeVries and Dave Cox with you for this one, starting off with improved production with thanks to Prestige Hino, Melbourne's most awarded Hino dealer. And it's only just sort of come over in the last sort of half an hour, Dave. I don't know, if people are sitting in a dummy grid are wondering what tyre pressures they've got and what they can do in a very short amount of time.
And it's certainly started to get a lot cooler outside now as the weather is starting to sneak up from the southwest. And don't be too surprised if we get a little bit of water over turn 1 by the end of this one. So it's looking like it'll be a real good battle with the boys up the front. I know Danny Timewell really didn't enjoy the rain this morning and went a little bit backwards. And I think from first he ended up being 4th, I think, after the first race. So he wasn't all that impressed with how his setup was this morning. But all power to him. Luke Gretsch-Gumbo came through in those conditions and went rather well.
He certainly did, and he'll start off of pole for this one. Luke Gretsch-Gumbo in the GC Electrical Senator, number 25. Damien Milano's got 2 second-place finishes so far this weekend. Can he go one better here in race number 3 with Ian McLennan and Danny Timewell 3rd and 4th? It'll be very close on points between Gretsch-Gumbo, Milano and Timewell for round honours overall.
And
extremely close.
We just started to roll out of the dummy grid now, and they're just starting to head down to turn 1 and trying to get as much tyre temp as they brake temp as they can on this warm-up lap. It's going to be very interesting off the start.
Certainly will. Grant Ogle's had a very, very nice weekend in his XR5. He'll start out of P5, and I would dare say be probably overtaken pretty quickly by Matt Logan in the Mack Trucks VE Commodore, with Jin Wook Song and Neil Crow behind him.
Jin's got a little bit of a drama with the car at the moment. They're just going to go out and try and see how they go for the first couple of laps. So if you see Jin pull in, he's got a little issue that he doesn't want to hurt the car, but they're going to try and see if they can make it through.
Yeah, absolutely. Here he comes, I think, through turn number 2 and 3 now. There he is, just on the left-hand side in shot there. Wayne Decker and Stewie Dearden in the EB Falcon, number 100, the Green-Eyed Monster Tribute. It's coming around the chicane now. Then the first of the under 2 litre runners, Peter McLean in the Wandon Engineering BRZ, and Andre Noy in the Ford EL Falcon.
First weekend of racing for Andre, an ex-Robbenvale boy, so another country lad coming down to play with the big boys.
Same with Paul Cornell coming down from Benalla in his WRX, which he's had for about 5 years. He originally acquired, I should say, from Kevin Stootman, so he's had that car for a few years, and he's finally got it out into improved production. And then you've got Connor McLeod and Carly Fleming. Then back to Richard Valentich, who had a few whoopsies in that last race. He had a few spins. And we'll start there alongside Brad Ross, Peter Fleming, and then Scott McLean. And we hear that Jared Tonks is taking no further part in this one.
No, Jared's got a terminal engine problem. So we've just lost a bit of signal. Here we go. So we might be able to look out the window, Steve, and just see them wandering up the back straight now.
Yep.
Just on the warm-up lap. They're just heading down into Dandenong Corner and underneath the Penrite Bridge. So we should be coming around to the start line in the next couple of moments. And there we go. We've got live pictures back again.
Yeah, just
well done to the boys upstairs.
Little technical issue from our sort of view. We've got to keep looking at a screen to see what's happening here. But the track cameras, you would have seen all the camera pictures still going on. Just our little monitor up here in our position, giving us a little bit of grief late in the day as the volunteers are getting our team getting themselves sorted here. Luke Gretsch-Gumbo is just slightly too far forward in his box, and he's just had to engage reverse gear there just to go back about 2 or 3 inches, and nothing too serious.
Looks like there might be another car a little bit. Grant Ogle also looked like he was just a little bit too far forward, so they pushed him back as well. And as we're lining up to get a start.
Yeah, it looks like it's a pretty quick form up at the back here, maybe just 1 or 2 cars to get into position. And we'll be set for another race here for improved production. So 18 minutes plus 1 lap. That time does start from the minute they leave the dummy grid. So they've taken a little bit longer to get around, as you said, Dave, just getting some temperature into those tyres, getting temperature into the brakes. Lights were not too far away from going on. Board is out. Last race for improved production. Off we go. Good launch for Luke Gretsch-Cumbo. Got a very, very good reaction time there. But Danny Timewell got the best launch of the lot. He's going to split the middle heading down into turn number 1. He's had a fantastic start here in the VF Commodore, the number 11 Prestige Hino backed entry. And can he go right round the outside of Gretsch-Cumbo into turn 1? He's there. He's there. He's not there anymore.
No, he's pulled out and just let the tyres just take up what they needed to just to get round, and then Damien's also gone right up on the grass. That was really close, Steve.
He was very close. He shortcut the chicane effectively there.
Avoided some contact there, so that was nicely done.
It was done very, very well. All contact avoided for the moment.
And now we'll watch some stream up the back straight. And everyone's got through turn 4. It looks like Luke Gretsch-Cumbo's got a good start. And there goes Damien up the outside of...
check the wheel spin out as he got right close to the painted line, and he's had to save it and shortcut the chicane there. He'll have to give that spot up, surely, to Timewell. And he's also still out of control. Is the brake bias a bit too far rearward on that Commodore? Or is he sliding it just because it's a little bit too wet?
Not too sure, but I haven't seen Damien's car being that far out of shape for many, many years.
Oh, the tail wagged the dog, and it wagged the dog, and it wagged the dog some more, didn't it?
It certainly did, and it hasn't helped him at all, because I think Damien's now back to 4th or 5th position and lost quite a bit of ground.
Back to 5th, Matt Logan's gone through. We predicted he was going to have a fairly good start, picking up position over Grand Oval pretty quickly, and he has done so. Timing just is a little bit out of sorts at the moment. Gretsch-Cumbo has indeed got the lead from Timewell, and Ian McLennan up to 3rd. Milano's the big loser out of that one. He's lost 3 spots from the front row of the grid. And Grand Oval's also been passed by Jin Wook Song and by Neil Crow at the start here as well.
And Jin's gone around the outside of Crowe through turn 1 into the turn 2 combination, and it's managed to get a bit better power down. So maybe the little gremlin that he had at the start of the race is not so bad after all, but we'll just wait after a couple laps and see how he goes.
One of very few Commodores out there in the field that doesn't have a rear wing. I've noticed it's been that way for all season long so far.
No, so he decided he doesn't need a wing at this stage, and then once he gets a little bit further up the field, maybe he might put one on, or it's just the way he's decided that his suspension will work well how it is.
And there are some rules around the rear wings and the rear coachwork, and places where you can actually mount the wing, as Matt Logan has a big lock-up going into Dandenong Road corner. If you want to put a rear wing on the car, it's still got to be within about 200 millimetres of that rear boot lid, and that's why you see Scott McLean's Commodore running around with 2 wing struts but no rear wing, because it's unfortunately too tall.
Yes, it has a supercar wing on it, which is a little bit too tall, a little bit too wide, so he'll have that rectified by the next round. But I've just noticed that there's a couple of cars out there that have started to put their windscreen wipers on, whether that's actually from rain or they can't turn them off, not too sure.
Well, I dare say it's probably
very dark.
Yeah, it's looking very dark. Grant Ogle is very, very evident with that windscreen wiper going.
But further up the field, no, he's turned it off now, so maybe it was just a bump to the windscreen wiper lever and it was on for no reason.
Yeah, a little bit. On the XR5 too, the indicator stick and the rear wipers are all reversed, so it's on the left and the right as compared to your other road cars. So, if you're turning left or right, you might have accidentally just flicked it on the way through.
The European?
Yeah, the European built car.
That's correct.
On the opposite side.
As it is now, Luke Gretsch-Cumbo is still ahead of Danny Timewell, McLennan, Milano and Logan in 5th.
Margin out in front's 1.5 seconds. Not much difference in the lap time, though, between the two men in 1st and 2nd overall at the moment. So that's something to keep an eye on. Has Danny got anything to come back at with against Gretsch-Cumbo? We look a bit further down the field here. The XLs, we've got a couple of them joining us this week. Normally we only have 1 or 2. Scott Appledore's normally the regular there in the number 32 Hughes Brothers removals machine. He's got 3 other XLs to play with this weekend. And Connor McLeod giving him a bit of a hard time through turn 2 and 3.
Up, isn't it? It's great to see the guys in the under 1600 class. We've got now 4 of them, and I believe there's another couple that were entered for this weekend but had to withdraw at the last moment. So it was a little bit of a shame, but it's great to see some of the XL guys all coming over to IP and having a run and really acquitting themselves well, because let's face it, there is a fairly large speed difference between the XLs and the front-running the cars in the category, so they're doing an exceptionally good job of keeping out of the way and having a good battle amongst themselves.
They do. They have a really good battle amongst themselves. For the most part, it's just been Scott Appledore and Michael Sinclair, but it's good to see a few extra cars out there for this round. Is Danny slowing? It looked like for a minute as he was going up the hill, it looked like he was a touch slow, but it might have just been the pictures being a little bit deceiving. Because
He's got the headlights on, and he's making a massive charge trying to catch Macca.
Well, he just got the fastest lap of the race, Ian McLennan, last time around. He was quicker than both the race leaders, 120.28. So not record breakneck pace in the you normally see in the dry. There's just still a few parts of the track that are a bit uncertain for these drivers, and they're about 2 or so seconds off what the standard dry time that we'd be expecting to see is.
And Neil Crow's right over the back of Gin, giving him a real hurry up. And I dare say Crow's got the headlights on high beam, so he's come on, Gin, let's get this thing going and let me get past and get further up the road. But the old school and the new school.
Absolutely, yeah, old school versus new school. And this car of Neil Crow has definitely got some mumbo in a straight line. We saw that yesterday against the Pro Cup Monaro of Ian McLennan. He had some real mumbo in a straight line. Every time the McLennan got past, Crowe was able to come back down the inside and really make a good fist of it, and he's doing that right now against Jim Wilson. And outbrake him as well, and takes the line away. Beautifully done in the number 90.
The old original Holden blocked engine car up against an LS late model car, and Neil Crow, who's been around for since Methuselah was a boy, is really driving the thing. I was talking to him just before the race. He said, geez, my reflex has got to work out this morning.
He looks a bit like Methuselah as well, doesn't he? He's he definitely, not to be rude, but no, he's a great country bloke, Neil Crow. Great guy to talk to up and down the paddock. Just some intel coming through as well. They said that it's absolutely freezing out there at the moment. There's a bit of a wind blowing, and it's really not only dropped the track temperature, but dropped the ambient temperature down as well. So normally these are conditions where you would start to see lap times start to really ratchet up, and they are starting to ratchet up a little bit at the moment out in front. When starting to drop into the 19s, a couple of drivers down the order are starting to turn some good laps as well. Two of the newcomers here on screen, Paul Cornell and Scott McLean. This is a great story with Scott McLean. 13 years ago, he was a paraplegic.
Seriously?
Serious as a heart attack. He was a paraplegic. He told me, he said they told him you'd never walk again, and he basically has proved everybody wrong. He said you won't have kids, you won't be able to do this, that and the other, and here he is driving a race car 13 years later.
And he's doing a really good job. He's actually
doing a
just
really good
outside
job.
the top 10 in 11. So he's actually having a ball this weekend. I've spent a lot of time with Scott this weekend, just trying to calm his nerves down, because he's as excited as you could get, being able to come out and have a race with us. So he's been a little bit edgy, but he's done a very good job of staying on the track and having an absolute blast at the same time.
And learning, that's the important thing. You don't gain anything by sitting at home. You gain things by learning, doing track days, doing your OLTs, and actually getting out there and racing with some drivers.
He's just broken into the top 10 on his first race weekend. I'm sure his grin is hanging out the window.
Man, a PB as well there. He's actually dropped into the 27s as well, a 27.9. Plenty of drivers starting to turn fast laps at the moment. Lots of green on the timing screens at the moment. Lap traffic for the race leaders coming through as well. Gretsch Cumbo hasn't been able to respond just yet to Danny Timewell's fastest laps, who just sets another one now into the high 18s. But Timewell's got traffic at precisely the wrong moment here at 1.
Managed to get through nice and cleanly. Well done, guys.
They will see him here. Will he sneak up the inside of Stuart Dearden? He does. Dearden lets him through quite comfortably there. And they've gone through not only to lap Dearden and Decker, but the race leader in under 2s is Peter McLean. That's the number 101 blue Subaru BRZ there. Ian McLennan's going to get a much better run through the traffic here as well. Go right around the outside of turn 5. Avoid that terrible bump.
He might have just lost a little bit of time there to Danny just getting through the traffic, but I'm sure he's still got at least 5.5 minutes plus a lap to be able to make up that time.
Time's on his side. So same for Damien Milano. Time's on his side as well. And he's now got traffic at a wrong spot on the circuit, heading down the hill. There's really only one line through here. Oh, Ian McLennan around.
Yes.
And he's getting himself out of the way as quickly as he possibly can. He would look like he was in the middle of the road there, possibly just overcooked it, heading down the hill.
There's a few more raindrops on the lens down there, so maybe the greasy track caught him out.
And that's another spot for Damien Milano on his little recovery drive. He'd fallen down to 5th. He was 4th. He's now back up to 3rd. And crucially, looking at the points for the round overall, he would fall behind. Round honours would go to Luke Gretschkambo by 6 points over Timewell as it stands right now. Danny would need to win and would need to have something happen to Luke to take a round win here for the 4th round of the Victorian State Race Series in improved production.
The Pro Cup Monaro put on a really good smoke show there.
Yeah. Caught the apex, I think, caught the curb. That's the only way I think he probably would have done that, and did a really good job to get out of the way of all the cars that were coming around at a fast rate of knots.
That's a beautiful flick turn there by Macca.
That's a very, very nice flick turn indeed. I just think he probably just overcooked it into the corner, clipped the inside curb, that looped the car around, but having the presence of mind just to go, yep, I've got to get out of the way here, I'm in the line of fire.
Yeah, well driven, boys. Damien's just now all by himself. He's got a nice clear track in front of him, which is certainly going to help him.
Timewell. No, Danny Timewell going to have a problem here out of Dandenong Road. I was about to say that Luke Gretschkambo was starting to respond. He just set the fastest lap of the race and was just starting to respond to the threat from behind. And Timewell's, I think, maybe just he's managed to grab a cog and just trying to crawl the thing back to pit lane just so we can stay green. I don't think he wants to park that car on the side of the road. Oh, that's the unfortunate side effect of that, is that it's a very fast part of the track, and Jinwook Song was looking for a potential passing move on a slower car, and I think Danny now knows the gig's up. He's just got to pull the car over and find a safe spot.
I saw the headlights go out a little earlier, so whether it's lost some power with an alternator or a battery or something like that, but the lights went out and then it slowly rode to a halt. It looks like Crowy's got a beautiful smoke flame licking out the side of the car going down into turn 1.
He's caught Matt Logan as well.
He's caught Matt Logan at a rapid rate of knots.
Now Logan had a bit of an average lap last time as well. He was in the 1:24s. There's another car off the road
Scott
there.
McLean just off the road there, just before turn 3.
Yep, there he is off on that side of turn number 2. So Matt Logan had a really rough lap last time around. That's put Crow and Jin on his hammer, heading up the back chute.
So we'll see if he's got a problem or whether it might have been just a misgear or something like that. But it doesn't seem that he's lost too much straight line speed, Matt. So Crowe tries to pull out of the draft, but then decides that no, better pull back in here.
Down the hill for the 9th time for these drivers on screen at the moment. Logan's driven fairly well. Looks like that broken strut or that bent strut that he's had for most of the weekend so far isn't hampering him too much at the moment. It did hamper him yesterday. He responded pretty well in the wet conditions this morning. Just because the pace was a little bit slower, it didn't really rear its ugly head.
There's a yellow flag where Danny's car is, so it's a little bit interesting to see where the green flag is actually going to come back out. Whether it's not till you get to the start-finish line or there's a flag point that I can't quite see.
It'll be for Danny's car, I think, from where it is up the back chute. So just so drivers can observe where that car is, and I think that race control has given the green light. Whoops, as Song goes a little bit wide there at turn 1. I think race control has given the permission just to run this race out. So there's 2 stranded cars, and everybody's had plenty of time to observe where those cars are.
The conditions aren't quite right today to get anywhere near the Ray Hislop lap record of 1:14.5 that was set back way back in 2018. So
yeah, I was here the day that was done.
I think I was here. I think I was actually in that race.
You were in the race and I was in the commentary box. I remember him doing that record. It was on the 2nd lap of the first race on a Sunday morning. They did the first standing start lap. He came around, led the race, and then the next lap he just absolutely blitzed it.
He
and I think it was like 9/10 of a second he lopped out of that record on that day. It was absolutely incredible.
His actual first lap, we thought he had a problem with the car because it wasn't that quick. And we thought, oh, good, we're on here. We've got a good chance today to be up near Ray. And then he decided to put the foot to the metal, and it was, where did he go?
Yeah, he just disappeared out in front. So Luke Gretschkambo does have the fastest lap of the race, but he has got a comfortable margin out in front at the moment. So he's just in the 21s at the moment. I think he knows he's got this one sewed up with only probably a lap to go here, I'd say. There's 20 seconds on the clock, and just looking for where he is relative to the rest of the field at the moment. He's probably up the back chute somewhere.
Yeah, it's going through turn 4, I believe.
Yeah, heading up the back chute now up towards turn 5. We're looking at a battle halfway down the field on the opposite side of the circuit.
So he'll probably come around and get the last lap board
this time around. Paul Cornell had a good start. He had a brilliant start this morning in the WRX in the tricky conditions, but he couldn't do anything with it. There's a bit of coming together a bit further back there. That is Peter Fleming and Jin Wook Song. It's a bit hard because there's 2 Flemings. I think it's a father and daughter, Carly and Peter, and I just couldn't work out who that was until the camera zoomed in a little bit more for us. And just slower car being caught out at a part of the track where it's a little bit difficult to see and observe. And last lap board being held out now. So this will be a 12-lap race, same as yesterday. And Gretsch Cumbo is well and truly on his way.
He's got a decent gap now over Damien Milano of some 11.5 seconds. So can just take it nice and easily on this last lap. He's got plenty of a buffer and doesn't need to do anything outrageous and be able to bring this one home for a round win.
Certainly.
A race win.
And a race win, yes. So he did have his work cut out for him earlier in the season at this venue when Danny Timewell stepped up and not only took a race win but took the round win overall. And we thought, hang on a minute, we're on for a really good result here for this season. This could be very, very interesting. Then Luke went and did his aerobatical antics at Winton, and we thought, wow, what's going to happen to this car? Is he done for the season? And he has responded in brilliant fashion over the last 2 rounds. Some great results at Phillip Island. He's got a race win on the board already this weekend, coming this morning, and a 3rd place finish yesterday. And he's just doing enough at the moment, just doing the right things at the right times to keep him in the championship picture, and more importantly, keep him at the top of the championship picture as all his rivals fall by the wayside. So 2nd win for the day and a round win for Luke Gretsch Cumbo here at Sandown for round 4 of improved production.
Congratulations, Luke. What a stellar drive that was this weekend. It was a really good to see. And Damien, who hasn't been out much this in the last couple of years, has also come home for 2nd. So really good drive for Damien.
And McLennan caught up in traffic here with 3rd place on the line. He's been caught by Matt Logan here as well, but I don't think he's going to have any problems getting to the line here because there's 2 XLs having their own little battle. Matt Logan sort of made a bit of a fist of it in the end there to get home 4th.
He most certainly did.
That was a late challenge and probably a little bit of late drama that Macca would not have appreciated.
And Crowe come home in 5th position. Jin looks like he's going to come across the line in 6th. Have I got that right?
I think he is. He's a bit of a distant 6th. Maybe
yeah,
he did have that
6th.
coming. He did have that coming together.
Yep.
With Peter Fleming a little bit early on, but looking there, Grant Ogle's actually a lap down. So yeah, Jin Muksong there he is in the background here. He will come home for 6th place. So, and Ogle 7th.
Richard Valentich and LH Toronto. That's one of the original IP cars from back in the club car day. That car's been racing improved production in club cars since the 1980s. It's a credit to Richard who keeps that car looking as good as it does and keeps it coming back year after year.
And then you had Paul Cornell in the WRX finishing 9th with Stewie Dearden in 10th. And then the Wandon Engineering BRZ there, the number 101, right in front of Shot there. That's your class winner in under 2 litre as well, and by some margin there as well.
Wayne Decker and Andre Noy, Scott Appledore, McLeod, Fleming, Ross, then Peter Fleming. Danny Timewell obviously didn't finish.
Neither did Scott McLean, and Jared Tonks unfortunately did not start after that engine let go earlier this morning.
Special thanks to our wonderful sponsors in Prestige Shino, DLL Photography Sign, Pro Cut Tree Services, Yokohama AO50 Tyres, and Reach Rock Art.
Absolutely. Good to see the members were also out supporting the members earlier this morning as well, even though they couldn't be racing. Plenty of the guys from Reach Rock Art and Hino that were here as well, lending some support and lending that extra set of eyes for people and helping out with race cars, which was fantastic.
It's fantastic. We've got a really good club culture at the moment, and it's down to the work that the committee and the club members have put in over many decades to get the category where it is, and it's only looking stronger and stronger every year. So we want to continue that. We've got the Nationals in 2 years' time, so we had 150 odd cars at Phillip Island in 2016. We'd love to be able to make the world record and see if we can get it closer to 170, 180.
That'd be an outstanding achievement if that could happen. Well, coming up next is going to be the Vic V8s, but before that there is the big green thumb raffle, which is, I believe, not too far away from being drawn, if it hasn't been drawn already. And it's being drawn at precisely 1:30 p.m. So if you're here trackside, you've got 35 minutes to get your tickets in with first prize, the big barrow or big wheelbarrow full of gardening gear, and second place, the not so big barrow of gardening gear. And we do thank Toro and Pope for providing all of that gardening gear, with all proceeds going towards Beyond Blue with $5 a ticket.
And if you haven't got a ticket, Steve, where can you get a ticket from? There's still another 30 minutes before drawing.
Right there on your screen there at the bottom of the control control tower. You can see the little black course car sitting down there. That's where you go. Right, back next shortly with the Vic V8s.
Here with Gary Finemore, who's competing in the Vic V8 series this weekend. Not been the Friday you want. Are you looking all right now for the rest of the weekend?
Yeah, so we're hoping to do the final session, and we think the car should be really good now, and yeah, just looking forward to getting back out there and testing it and making sure everything's okay.
It's a really interesting car that you're driving. Can you give us a bit of history about the vehicle?
Yeah, so this is a 1973 XV Falcon. It's ex-Eddie Albanenko from Touring Car Masters. So the car has got a bit of history. So really we're just maintaining the car and having some fun in it.
They say this is the home of horsepower Sandown. It's a big V8 engine. What is it like around this place?
It's pretty awesome. We're very lucky and privileged to be able to be driving these vehicles here at Sandown. It's good fun, yeah, thank you.
Target for the weekend?
Try and beat everybody else, but look, I'll be happy if I can get a fourth place or somewhere up around there. I'll be very happy. Yeah.
Awesome, thanks very much.
And we're back at Sandown for the final race for the Force Accessories Vic V8s. I'm Heath McAlpine and this is Greg Lynch right beside me. We had a pretty action-packed race, even though it wasn't really a race of attrition, but it was more a race of treacherous conditions and tyres as well.
Yes, the tricky conditions were out there, certainly for race 2 today, or the first race of today, which is race 2 of the program, and most of the cars were out there on slicks, but it certainly favoured those who are on intermediates. So the grid for today, we have Mark Kukuri in the VH Commodore, starting off from P1, and following him, Greg Taylor in the VY Commodore. It was a personal best for Greg this morning in his session. And then Brian Finn in the Laser 3D Force Accessories Commodore. He's on the second row of the grid with David Radcliffe in a VT Commodore.
And we've got Mick Pitcher, who had a really good run. He was challenging David Radcliffe in that second race this afternoon. With Matt Horn, who was on the front row but then dropped back. He was one of the ones on slicks, wasn't he?
Correct. He ended up being the second of the runners home on slicks. Brian Finn was also on slicks.
Gary Vella is on from grid 7. He'll start from grid 7. And Brett Lehman in the VE, he'll be from grid 8.
And then we have the Argento boys, Vic, who has bragging rights from race 2. Even Alan, his son, said that he just was outdriven by his dad. So Vic's in the AU Falcon, the yellow and black one. And then we've got Alan also in the red XE Falcon, followed by Nathan Bell in the VE, who had very bad vibrations. And we've got Arthur Van Awesome, Gary Finmore, Craig Eddy, and David Ramsey.
And watch for those two Ford Falcon XB hardtops at the back of the field. I reckon they'll come through in these dry conditions. It's much more pleasant conditions out there now than it was this morning, because the sun was out, but it's not out now. So it might be interesting to see whether we have some spits of rain during this race. Hopefully not, though.
Yep, certainly the track conditions have cooled down. I was just out there on the grid previously, and it feels like about 4 degrees outside.
You were doing a good job being a grid girl out there as well.
Looks like Steve Bonner's in pit lane. Steve's had an awful weekend, lots of trouble with his car. He's got an engine miss. He's been chasing it since last round at Winton without much success.
I don't think he's going to be out either. He's going straight to the garage, so hopefully he can get it fixed.
Right.
As we've right for a start, I think.
Yep, 5-second board just went up. Red lights are on, and good for start. Here we go. David Radcliffe gets his customary really good start, goes to the outside. The rest of the field seems to get through cleanly. Brian Finn's gone the inside, so it's going to be the battle. I think Brian Finn probably is going to be the first runner to turn 1, closely followed by David Radcliffe.
Yeah, the two on the second row got an absolute corker of start. Brian Finn didn't seem to have the great pickup that David Radcliffe had, but just had the horsepower advantage going into turn 1, with Mark Akori still holding on to third.
And Mick Pitcher's done a really good job to grab a couple of spots from the start as well.
Do you reckon Mick Pitcher's got a bit of a horsepower advantage over Akori, or it'd be interesting to see along this straight whether he's going to move into the podium position?
No, I think Mark Akori... Oh, look, Mark Akori does seem to be dropping back to the clutches. Looks like Matty Horn's going to go around him at the top of the back straight. Although Mark Akori is a very clever racer. Oh no, Matt Horn has taken the lead, and it does look like Mick Pitcher might actually go around him as well. So
Matt Horn's actually gotten from 6th up to 3rd in a matter of corners.
Yeah, he's done very well.
We've got Kakori still holding on to with Pitcher, and then it looks like Alan Argento, he's moved forward as well. He's definitely he's pressuring Vella here, and then you've got also behind that you've got the Greg Taylor, who has dropped back in his VZ Commodore. So a bit of a disappointing start, I'd imagine, from his helmet, I suppose.
Yeah, well, Greg Taylor started in 2nd place, and he's now down to 8th place.
Make it 9th now, because Finnemore's actually gone past. So, not quite, but we've got Kakuri still holding on, and this looks like a pretty energised battle here with Pitcher and Argento. Argento's moved forward. He's probably second to Matty Horn to make the most positions off the start.
Yeah, and normally Alan Argento does a little bit of a slow start. Because he runs those such wide tyres on the rear, it takes quite some time for those tyres to come up to temperature, usually 2 or 3 laps, but he's just made another spot up there going up the back straight, and it looks like he'll probably be soon right on the back of Mark Kakuri.
How's the horsepower in that XC? That's got some big mumbo under the bonnet there, that's for sure.
It's a seriously fun car, that one.
Definitely looks it, and then we look at the field filing through. Finnemore's made a really good start, so he's the prediction of him moving forward has come true, which is good. We've got Greg Taylor. He's sort of still coming to grips with that with the conditions in the car, so he had a very, very good second race, as you said, a personal best at the this morning. So it'll be interesting to move forward with Craig Eddy putting pressure on Greg Taylor.
Yep. And then behind them, we've got Brett Lehman, who looks like he's just about to be passed by both Vic Argento and Nathan Bell coming down the front straight. Oh, look, there we go. Alan Argento puts the nose up at the inside at turn 2. Mark Kakuri holds the inside line through 3 and 4. And so it's going to be the battle of the horsepower going up the back straight. Let's see how this works out.
It's just like Brock v. Johnson circa 1983.
It seriously is, isn't it? Yeah, just squint the eyes a little bit and you can imagine them in those liveries having a great battle going up there.
We just saw a glimpse of Matt Horn putting immense pressure on David Ratcliffe going into the sweeper here, as Mick Pitcher is holding off Vella and Finnemore as well in the Mentone premix car.
Oh, big brake lock up from Mick Pitcher, really big. That car's now going to be like driving on square. He's done a motor.
I don't think, yeah, that's a big motor.
Oh, no.
That's a shame. That's a shame. He was having such a good run as well, Mick Pitcher. It'd be interesting to see if he's dropped any fluid there. He's done the right thing, though, and gone to the grass pretty much straight away. So that's a shame. It elevates Vic Argento up, as well as Lehman too, as Horn makes a move and successfully passes Radcliffe for second. These guys are still 7.7 seconds behind Brian Finn, though. He's absolutely jet-setted. He's gone.
Yeah, Brian Finn, once he gets his gear together, he just goes and goes, lays down very consistent lap times.
And we've got a safety car, so unfortunately, hopefully the clean-up's going to be quick. They're going to pick up Mick Pitcher's car, so it comes to a bit of a reset. So unfortunately, Brian Finn's going to lose his 7-second advantage.
I don't think that'll bother Brian too much. He's a very experienced campaigner. He's run Porsche Cup for a few years and he's run with the Vic V8s for many, many years. And Brian will be more than happy to start again with the restart. However, David Ratcliffe will fancy his chances against trying to get the spot back from Matty Horn.
Yeah, Matt Horn might be one to watch here off the restart as well. Brian Finn will have to keep his eye on the mirrors as well on the restart, because I think we've got the replay here and going into Dandy Road, and it's just gone. It's unfortunately, there's a little bit of a slide there on his own liquid. Hopefully he can get that repaired for the next round.
So here comes David Ramsey. David Ramsey in the XP Coupe. Hopefully David doesn't find too much oil on the track down there. We can see a little bit of a line of oil there, and they've got the debris flag out. So hopefully that's not going to interfere with the racing, and at least all the competitors will have a chance to have a look at where the oil line extends to before they come around under racing conditions.
Yeah, unfortunately it looks like it's on the racing line as well, which is no fault of Mick Pitcher, because it just blew up. It just went, and it seemed like it went without warning too.
Yeah, and it's not an area where you'd normally have high revs going into that area unless he misshifted and picked the wrong gear. But hopefully, you know, that we can see Mick back again on the track. He had a hiatus of probably 5 or 6 years. This was his second event back after a 5 or 6 year layoff, and hopefully this won't be the end of his motorsport for a while.
That's just bad luck.
Looks like the safety crew are going out there with some liquid soak to soak up all of those fluids. So hopefully we can be back running again. We've still got 7 minutes to run in this race. It's certainly compressed the field. The field are just making their way up the back straight at the moment, whilst the cleanup and recovery continues.
Well, and the recovery crew here are magnificent. They get it done, turned around very quickly. We thank them all out there, all the officials and volunteers today and yesterday and on Friday as well for the weekend. So
the recovery crew have been supplied to us by the Pyack crew, so they've been good enough to come up and give us a hand. So they're the guys who are manning it, plus the Victorian Flag Marshal Service are doing all the flags, which drivers really rely on for doing that. And of course the grids have all been helped to being organised by the Victorian Sports Sedan Association.
Including yourself, Greg.
Oh yes, I've had a little run on being a grid girl, but I'd rather it be sort of warm and sunny when I'm out there rather than cold and windy.
And while we're under neutralised conditions, tell me a little bit about your car and when do you expect to be back out?
Yeah, so unfortunately at the last round at Winton a month ago, I I qualified well. I qualified on pole and won.
That's not just well. That's
yeah.
top of the tree.
I was about half a second ahead of Brian Finn and took that race out. Started race 2, but 3 laps in did a crank angle sensor, so I had to start race 3 from the back of the grid. And made it all the way up to P2 behind Brian. But when we came in from that race, we noticed that the engine was a little bit tappety, and so we pulled off the rocker covers and found that one of my roller rockers had dropped some of its needle bearings down into the sump, and so we pulled the engine out, took the sump off, and found that the bottom of the pistons and the conrods had a lot of shrapnel damage. So at the moment we're looking to organise some replacement pistons, conrods, and looking at perhaps looking at different options for some heads to replace it. So depending upon the availability of parts, and one of the things that COVID has done is it made that parts supply quite a challenge, that we're waiting longer lead times to get parts in. I've changed my strategy a little bit from having custom-made bits put in the engine now to looking for off-the-shelf items to give that greater, to reduce the turnaround times on getting new parts.
Yep.
So hoping to hopefully be back later this year, but certainly if not this year, we'll be back on the fields to do both championships. I run the Sports Sedan Championship and the Vic V8s Championship for next year.
Fantastic. And I mean, your car is very similar in look to the Brian Finn car that's leading at the moment as well.
Yeah, it often looks really good to have the 2 HRT liveried cars. Normally we seem to find each other on the front row of the grid, and certainly we do some really good, nice, clean racing with each other.
I think I remember last year you were on the front row with Brian when Gary Finnemore unfortunately had that incident where he climbed the wall here, but I remember calling that race, and it was like 1998 V8 supercars.
Yeah, that was the shortest race of my career. I reckon it only lasted about 200 metres before we got a red flag. I went on to win race 2, and then we had wet conditions in race 3, which David Ratcliffe ran away from the field with.
And what's the pull for running your car in that livery? Like, are you a HRT fan from way back?
Absolutely, yeah. So just one of those iconic liveries that I always really admired. And then when I bought a couple of VT Commodores, HSV VTs, and that was the only livery as far as I was concerned that would ever go on that car.
Fantastic. And I presume Brian has the same opinion as well, seeing his car. The car does look fantastic. The two of them on the front row for sure. When you can get your car back out, I'm sure that you and Brian will make a good pair on the front row, hopefully. Fingers crossed.
Yes, so looks like the Mick Pictures car has been cleared. We're still under safety car conditions and the lights are still on. We've only got 2 minutes and 30 seconds remaining, so we may even see a premature end to this race, or perhaps even we might even see a finish under safety car.
Maybe a one-lap dash.
Yeah, one-lap dashes are always a huge amount of fun.
It doesn't look like they've got a checkered flag. They've just got the safety car board and the yellow flag hanging out at the start-finish line here. So fingers crossed we can have a green flag finish, because these guys have been running clean all weekend. I don't think we've had hardly any safety car, not even one this weekend, which has been credit to the guys, because this morning was, treacherous conditions, especially in these cars. As I said to Darren Smith earlier, I wouldn't have wanted to drive one of these cars. That's for sure. I think I'd be going around in circles.
There's nothing more fun than driving a high horsepower car, rear-wheel drive car, on wet conditions, because most of them being front-mount engine have very little weight over the rear wheels and lots of power, which can make it a lot of fun in wet conditions. I actually really enjoy driving in the wet, but you certainly get a lot more car speed when you're running in the dry.
I don't know. I don't think I have the cajoles to drive drive in the wet. I'm pretty comfortable in what I'm driving at the moment. So yeah. But it looks like we might be a chance of getting a one-lap dash in. It's going to be interesting to see if Horn can at least be close on the restart to Finn. I think Brian Finn's probably got the horsepower advantage, but if Matty Horn can get a good start going into turn 1.
So safety cars coming in this lap. So when the field starts again, we'll have Brian Finn in the VS Commodore starting from P1. We'll have Matty Horn in the VE Commodore starting from P2. David Radcliffe in P3. Alan Argento. Alan's made his way up through the field. He's picked up already 6 positions to be in 4th. And Mark Kukuri in 5th. Unfortunately for Mark, the dry track and the higher horsepower cars in the field have been able to get past him. Gary Vella's done very well. He's moved up 1 spot from 7th. And Craig Eddy's done really, really well. Craig has actually moved up 7 spots from 14th to 8th. Greg Taylor, unfortunately, has dropped back through the field. It's a pretty standard engine in Greg's car, and so the more modified engines tend to go well.
It's going to be a 1-lap dash here with Brian Finn leading the way, but Matty Horn is still there waiting, and David Radcliffe too. Alan Argento is probably the star of the race at the moment, and if he gets on the podium here, it would be an absolute stunning result.
Yeah, he'll be very, very happy to get off the podium. So here we go. They're coming onto the front straight, about to get the green flag, and they're all starting racing now.
Brian Finn made a great restart, and he's jumped to many car lengths ahead. He's 10 or 12 car lengths ahead. David Radcliffe got a great restart too, and he's right behind Matty Horn, and Argento's just there too with Kikori. He's holding on to the back of these the lead quartet heading into turn 1, though he's just run wide, and it might give Vella a bit of a chance to take 5th place.
David Radcliffe's certainly trying to put a lot of pressure onto the back of Matt Horn. As they go up the back straight, it'll be about who gets the better run. David Radcliffe went a little bit wide there, so he might have a little bit of trouble at the end of the back straight.
It's a great mix of cars, isn't it, with the VS, VE, VY, and even some AU Falcons in there too.
So Alan Argento's managed to pass on David Radcliffe going up the back straight, so he's secured that podium position that you were talking about. He'll be trying to give it everything to pick up another spot. Oh, David Radcliffe looks like some lock brakes there, trying to get over the top of Alan Argento. It's going to be tight onto the front straight.
No one's going to catch Brian Finn though. He's going to win the final race of the weekend for the Force Accessories V8 Vic V8s as he takes the flag with Horn just holding off Argento for second. That was a great result for Alan Argento as well.
Mark Kukuri nearly got David Radcliffe on the line. Gary Vella home in 6th place. Then Gary Finnemore, a good drive from Gary to pick up and get to 7th. Craig Eddy finishes in 8th spot. Greg Taylor in 9th. Nathan Bell in his VE Commodore in 10th. Brett Lehman done a good job in the VE, finishes in 11th. And here we go, we've got an update on that from now.
Vic Argento as well, he finished 12th in the AU Falcon.
Arthur's finished in 10th, Vic Argento in 11th, Brett Lehman in 12th, and Mick Pitcher unfortunately didn't finish, and Nathan Bell.
And we head to the final results. So Brian Finn takes a 2.8 second victory from Matt Horn, with Alan Argento right behind him in 3rd, with Radcliffe, Kikori, Vella, Finemore, Eddy, Taylor and Bell rounding out the top 10.
And then the 11th was Brett Lehman, followed by Victor Argento in 12th and Arthur Van Awesome in 13th, David Ramsey in the XP Coupe in 15th. And unfortunately, Mick Pitcher out with what looks like it might be some terminal engine problem. Steve Bonner's had an unfortunate weekend. He has had difficulties with an engine miss all weekend and hasn't been able to find the source.
Well, he tried to come out in that final race, and unfortunately the guys couldn't get that fixed. As we finish off with the Force Accessories Vic V8s this weekend. Thank you very much, Greg, for being in the commentary booth with us.
It's been a pleasure, Heath, and a special thanks to the sponsors for the Vic V8s of Force Accessories Laser 3D and Mentone Premix.
Great weekend for the Force Accessory Vic V8s with Mentone Premix. Thank you very much, and next is the final of the Saloon Car Nationals.
Thanks again, Heath.
So we're live in the commentary booth now. The Big Thumb Green raffle is being drawn out of here, and we've got a winner, and it is Dorothy, B33 Purple. And I know who that'll be. That'll be Dorothy down from BLTV. And the second place is Paul Milady, Orange B02. So big thanks to Pope and Toro for the prizes. Go down to the garage right next to Race Control and get your prizes. Thanks very much to the Sports Sedan Association for running that raffle. We'll go to a quick break and we'll be back with the Saloon Car Nationals. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Saloon cars making their way around on track, and it's a timely moment just to take a short thought for a great friend of Victorian motorsports, Saloon cars and Group S racing, and indeed the commentary booth around this state. A great friend, Jeff Thomas, sadly passed away a number of weeks ago. Now we had a funeral which was massively attended down at Bunurong Memorial Park, and we will sadly miss our great mate Jeff Thomas. He was always a guy that nothing was too hard or too far or too wrong to do. He'd join in the fun and do it in the very biggest vein of enjoyment possible. We really will miss you, Jeff. And, well, we're about to do the Saloon cars, Dan, and I reckon Jeff's watching on this and he'll be cheering away for whoever it is that he is enjoying the journey with right now.
Absolutely. He adored saloon cars, didn't he? Absolutely. And there's nothing he'd have enjoyed more than a grid of over 30 cars. We'll run you through the grid then. Starting from pole position, South Australian Scott Dornan alongside Travis Lindorff, the best of the Victorian contingency in this race. Grant Johnson, the reigning champion. He's hoping to make it yet another win on the board. He'll come from third alongside the fast West Aussie Mason Harvey.
Mason Harvey back to Brad Vaughan out of South Australia. The Victorian Daniel Johnson in the 35. Adam Lowndes, the Victorian out of 7. Jacob Prestopino, the Victorian out of 8th. And it's Rick Gill from WA. Rounding out the 10 will be Luke O'Callaghan, Christopher Gniffey, and back to Robert Macon. Back to Andrew Martin, Brock Ralph, Kieran Pridmore in the 66 out of 17th. 18th will be Robert Knight. David Lyons out of position 19. Matt Yeager will be out of position number 20. Blake Harris then to Vic Ciella out of WA. Justin Shembry is the next one, the Victorian. Then it's Gary Hills out of WA. Jackson Leach, Jackson Griffith. So two Jackos next to each other on the 25 and 26. 27 and 28 is Brett Tate and Kevin Stoopman. Then we go to Matt Martin, Nash Harris, Mark Granger, Sam Milton, Jordan Sinney out of Formula Ford, not there. And that will be our remaining field of saloon cars as we've had a fair rate of attrition. Dan McCarthy has been working very hard with this category right throughout season 2023. Exciting moment to get away with the Right Way Saloon Car Nationals.
Certainly is. We've been waiting for this all weekend. All the other heats were for the grid. Points for this very grid. It's winner takes all final. Points are out the window. Nobody has to care about that now. It's who crosses the line in 15 laps first. And it's a brilliant start from the Victorian on the front row. Travis Lindorff a blinder away from the line. And he will quite comfortably lead into turn number 1. I could see a little bit of smoke further back down the field. I think that's around 7th or 8th position. Not quite sure which car that's coming from. But Travis Lindorff tips it into turn number 1 in the lead ahead of Dornan, with Johnson and Harvey going side by side for position number 3, and I think it's the West Aussie that's got it. Well, Dornan all locked up sideways, just about keeps it on the road. A lot of action side by side. O'Callaghan's all crossed up. Can he keep it off the wall? He can.
Big field streaming their way through. This is their moment. This is their time to shine. The Nationals. Prestopino has got a guard rubbing there on the side of the car.
I saw them working under that guard just a few moments before it was meant to go out to the grid. So not sure if something's not quite fitted to the car rides or something, but it's certainly smoking down the long back straight. And Daniel Johnson has taken position there in the number 35 machine. Here comes Brad Vaughan up the inside of Grant Johnson, and he makes it stick. So great move there from the South Australian. So a bit of reshuffling at the front of the field, but it's been like that all weekend long in saloon cars. So at the moment it's Lindorf, Dornan, with Harvey right up behind him in the fight for second. A little bit of a tap there with the Ford ranging on the back of the Holden. I spoke earlier on, no Ford victory in the Nationals since 2011. Harvey looks like he wants to change that here today.
Certainly is. What is great is the state of origin aspect of this. We've got a Victorian, a South Australian and a Western Australian, then another Western Australian, and he doesn't want to peel the number 1 off the side of his door. That's the purple car there. There's the number 55 streaming on through. That's Brad Vaughan out of South Australia. So fantastic. No matter which way you look, you've got someone from your home state and you've got a Ford or a Holden, whichever way you throw the blanket. Myself, I don't care which brand wins, but you've got to go for the Victorians. You're from South Aussie, so you can wave the flag there.
But I've lived here quite a bit, so I'm all for anybody. I just want a good race out there, and we've already seen a good race out there on the racetrack at the moment. Lindorf had a great first lap, but already Dornan closing that margin down, and here comes Vaughan up the inside of Harvey. So change for the Blue Oval, third position now in the hands of the South Australian Brad Vaughan, the Tickford Super 2 driver. Out there in the Stan Hotels machine, car number 55 takes up third. He was flying in that race earlier on today. Got a 5-second penalty in heat number 1, a 5-second penalty in heat number 2, and it's made his life difficult this weekend because it's put him further back on the grid for each and every race. But he shot through to finish second earlier on today, and he's trying to take second right here, right now on the outside of his fellow South Australian, Dornan, on the pit straight. Has he got the momentum? Has he got the move done? It's hard around the outside. Dornan's going to brake late to try and hold it off. And he will do, but Vaughan says, no, I'm going to go around the outside. He doesn't mind the outside. Oh, there's contact. Dornan's gone. Dornan's through the grass and into the wall. Oh, what a shame. What a shame for Scott Dornan. He's had a brilliant weekend, but it ends in the barrier, unfortunately for him. And now Vaughan's got to fight off Harvey behind.
There's a nasty old shunt coming out of turn number 1 there as well, and he's back in the race. Have a look at that. He's clouded the wall. The flag he's took for cover. They were nice and safe. They were away from it. The last thing you want to do is see a saloon car coming charging at you in the right way. Industrial Saloon Car Nationals. 15 laps is the journey here, and this is what I am expecting. Grant Johnson, Lowndes, and this car here, Johnson and Prestipino, settling themselves early to go the journey, go the distance. Here we go. This is getting very racy early on, and that picked up the right front, the left front wheel on the Falcon, and it's essentially speared the Commodore off.
Neither wanted to yield, did they?
No.
Neither wanted to give way to the other.
It was always going to end in tears, didn't it?
Exactly, it certainly was. You can see they both broke super late, and contact, unfortunately, there occurred down at turn number 1. He was very well to keep it facing in the right way. Industrial's Saloon Car Nationals, so very nicely done. And here we are, Brad Vaughan with pace to burn at the moment, 6/10 faster than the man he is caught up to. So here we are, line astern, Vaughan forcing Lindorf to go defensive down at turn number 2, and he's going to switch back up the inside at turn 4. Thinks better of it. Lindorf with a bit of a left front lock-up. That's going to affect his run out the corner and all the way down this very, very long and famous back straight here at Sandown International Raceway.
This is where the Falcons are strong. The torque of the inline 6 versus the revs of the V6 in the Commodore starts to shine. Look at the 55, absolutely shadowing the 51 here. Ducks back in. Brad Vaughan not ready to make a move on Travis Lindorf here. In fact, he didn't really make any gains at all there, but I tell you what, the AU Army is starting to come back hard at Travis Lindorf at the moment. Interestingly enough, that the lap times of Brad Vaughan have been awesome, even though he had a massive coming together on that left front. I'm really surprised that the steering geometry wasn't knocked around in that incident.
Certainly was for the Dornan machine, but as you say, I think Vaughan has got away with that unscathed. He was trying to find a mirror after the last race, a bit of tit for tat on lap number 1. He lost his mirror early in the last race. He's managed to find a mirror, and that will help him, I'm sure, later on in this race. Although, let's be honest, at the moment he is not looking in the mirrors. He is looking ahead at Lindorf in front. The top 4, line astern, 1.3 seconds separating the 4, and the top 3 just 7/10.
Something I've just noticed, Scott Dornan charging back, currently in 9th place, a 1:23.83. There's only, in fact, there's no other cars into the 1:23s.
Was there a little bit of contact down there at turn number 4? There's certainly a bit of a move going on now with Brad Vaughan. He's got a little bit of an overlap as he's all the way out to the yellow line on the inside of the race circuit, and he's got that power, as you say, coming into effect at this stage of the straight. But Lindorf, surely he's going to try and hold it round the outside. Is he? No, slots in right behind, and here's Harvey now. He's going to have a crack at the number 51 machine, and here he goes up the inside into Dandenong Road corner. He likes that overtaking opportunity. We saw him use it to great effect yesterday on the race leader now, Brad Vaughan. But can't quite make it through on Lindorf this time through. And here comes Grant Johnson up the inside in the purple, number 1. Not able to make it stick there. Grant Johnson was saying we just don't quite have the horsepower in a straight line this weekend.
Mason Harvey just getting hung out to dry a little bit there. Had to go very tight into turn number 9 that time. Lost all the momentum he had there. That is why number 1 of Grant Johnson has able to close that gap. And Travis Lindorf has been able to get back on with what's happening out the front window rather than the rear or side windows at this point in time, because they cannot let Brad Vaughan get away. I'm still looking at these two on screen, the 19 of Adam Lowndes and the 35 of Daniel Johnson, to come on strong. 15 laps is not a journey we've ever seen with saloon cars here. 10 and 12 laps has been the longest to go, and I'm going to put into question some of the fitness around the race drivers as well. I'm not putting their ability at question, just the ability to go that distance.
I was talking to these two after the last race. They share the same garage. They're good mates, these two. And they were the two. They're leading the Victorian Championship, and they were thinking championship last race. But they said, right, gloves off now. We can really put the hammer down in this finale. And speaking of putting the hammer down, Scott Dornan continues with that damage to churn out stupendous times. All a bit of a lock-up. I think that was for Lowndes. But Prestopino coming under heavy fire from the Scott Dornan machine. Prestopino's had an up-and-down weekend, roller coaster, up the pointy end, back down with damage, back up again. It's very much been a wild ride for him this weekend. As we see them go around the final sequence of turns, Dornan slightly sideways. I still don't think that car's tracking entirely straight, but he's doing a remarkable job with the damage. Let's see his lap time that time through. Yeah, again, he's only half a second.
Oh, this is hotting up now between Lowndes and Johnson here. The Commodore and the Falcon going at it, extreme left and then right of the track here. Dornan has got through on Prestopino, so the 99 just languishing a bit there. Dornan is absolutely throwing everything at it, including the front bumper. I'm surprised he hasn't torn the fuel cap off. He's still got 2 mirrors on it, but gets set to eject those before this race is out as well. Smoke billowing out of the back. I'm not sure whether that's, I think that's actually out the exhaust pipe or something mechanical. It's not tyre rubbing because it increases with out the back there with as he accelerates out of the corner. Disappears in a straight line. Here's this great battle going on between Lowndes and Johnson, fighting it out now for 5th and 6th on the road. In fact, they might be just quietly working in unison a little bit here to drag themselves back onto the back of Grant Johnson and Mason Harvey.
We don't like to talk about tyres too much in motorsport, but talking up and down the lane about set object between races, they were saying that they reckon if you were pretty soft and pretty nice on it early on in the weekend, that may pay dividends in towards the end of this final race, because of course 4 races and qualifying this weekend. And Lowndes really slow on to pit straight. Not sure if you missed a gear there, but through goes Daniel Johnson as if he was standing still. So hopefully no issue there for Lowndes, but he's already coming under pressure from Dornan.
We don't talk about tyres in motorsport like the UN don't talk about diplomacy. It's the #1 subject, and how we're going to get to the airport at the end of the day to get home.
Here comes
Hot
Dornan.
topics, have a look at this.
He's locked up badly, but he manages to get it stopped. That is not a Commodore that looks particularly nice to drive at the moment, but he's doing a really nice job, and now it's Lowndes with the lock-up into turn number 4. I think it was just a misgear. Oh, Leach has put it in the gravel, and he is very much beached. Very deep in the Dandenong Road gravel trap.
Leach is beached. You're a poet, you didn't know it.
Safety car.
They need to stop racing, boys. There it is. Yellow flags and safety car boards out now. So, wow, have a breather. Oh, it's Grant Johnson just hauling it up there. Yellows. He did a ripping job there. That was a tail end Charlie as well. Absolute tail end Charlie.
I've just had Steve DeVries nipping over my shoulder and just pointing out we're just 100th off the lap record. Harvey on the last lap flying. Oh, Leach, major lockup inside front. And, yep, very much beached there. Couldn't keep the momentum up through the gravel trap. Tried to get it back going again, but to no avail. That car is well and truly stuck. But we should be able to get this car out and be able to get back racing, because there is still 7 laps to go in this lengthy Saloon Cars Nationals race, 15 laps. And if we look further down the field, we haven't mentioned too much Reginald Ralph. You can see on the timing screen on the left-hand side of your screens the different shaded red. That's because that's the older spec class. Oh, the older spec car class. There, I got it out in the end. And Reginald Ralph has been leading that pretty much all weekend long and continues to do so in this final race. But, of course, Martin is now right up behind him. And Vaughan's got the same issue at the pointy end of the field, of course. Everybody closes back in behind. He had a 4-second lead when that safety car was called.
Reg has done a terrific job in the older cars this weekend. Unfortunately, we just saw Grant Johnson have a massive lock-up trying to not get all caught up with the VN down the back of the field there. Here we go. This was what happened early on in the race. A big coming together, and it was contact with that right front wheel on the Falcon, but have a look at that. Scott Dornan basically bounced off the wall, selected first, and drove back out of the dirt. In fact, he might have had enough momentum just to slip it straight into second, spin the wheels up, and to get going. Let's have a look on Dornan Watch. It is position number 7 he's made his way up to, and he's got through on a couple of the real harder ones to get through on, particularly Jacob Prestopino, great racer in the number 99. I really enjoy watching him race in the Victorian Series, but Dornan's got through on him, and everybody, I would suggest right now, Dan, is having a big deep breath. If they've got a drink on board, let's have a couple of mouthfuls of nice, cool, refreshing liquid, and get the head back down and get on with it. This certainly wasn't part of the plan to have a car in the Dandenong Road gravel trap, but it is certainly a tough old pull out of there when you've got a big, heavy old Falcon and the Pathfinder trying to pull it out there. We may end up with a little bit more support down there for the tow vehicle trying to get the field out. Here we go. We're looking just down the bit of the tail end of the field there, and we go to the next shot at the front. The 4th car in line here is out of order, and that is actually part of the older car class. I think that's is that Justin Shembry in car number 10? So he's out of order there, but the front runner's obviously starting to catch the tail end of the field. Yeah, there's number 10 of Justin Shembry.
That's why Grant Johnson was slamming on the race, because he was trying not to overtake Shembry under safety car conditions. And we see the Jaeger machine moving out of the way. I think that is simply just to not get in the leader's way. He wants to stay out of the battle pack. Well, hopefully, anyway, that's the reason, and not a mechanical issue out there on the racetrack in his older spec Ford Falcon. As we can see, some of those cars that we haven't seen much of this weekend. That's the thing, the action's been so good at the pointy end of the field. We haven't had a chance to look at some of the drivers further back down the field. I believe this is the first safety car and saloon cars of the weekend, is it not?
It probably has, yeah, you're right. We haven't seen much in the way of safety cars. We saw it in improved production in Formula Ford. But this is the improved production nationals for Rightway Industrial. Doing a terrific job. The cars coming down here with all their great liveries on, and some of them starting to look a little bit more battle-worn than what they fronted up to the race meeting here this weekend. Big Nash in the number 85 did a good expose on him at Winton.
and doing a terrific job.
You see his face on the back corner of the car. Really good character is Nash, and really good to see a really nicely presented machine. We've got to say a big thank you to everyone, all the organising committee at the Saloon Cars who have put on such a great event this weekend. You mentioned DJ, but Nash Harris behind the scenes as well does a lot. And yeah, all the guys and girls down in the Saloon Cars should put on a great event. Should be proud of the what has been shown on the racetrack this weekend. The on-track racing has been very hot. Really exciting stuff. And it's very much General versus Ford at the Porsche and Blue Oval and General at 1-2 at the moment. And as we say, it's been a long drought for the Blue Ovals.
Big shout out to Cam McKee from the Australian Sports Sedan Association of Victoria as the liaison with Saloon Cars, ensuring that this massive field of 36 Saloon Cars can get out of the dummy grid. Everything went smoothly there, so Cam's been working very hard, and always good to keep an eye out for Cam when he goes racing. He's got a very interesting iteration on a sports sedan, and can't wait to see them at the next round at Phillip Island, the second last weekend of September, to round out the Victorian Championships. Don't forget Trade Alley down there in just past the marshalling area at the back of the pit and paddock area there as well. We're about set to get going for a race start. Round 5 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships will be at Phillip Island on the 22nd and 23rd of September. Get your entries in as we see the safety car peeling off.
No, that was Leach. That was Leach.
Sorry, one of the race cars. I just caught that out of the corner of my eyes. I was reading the notes.
So Leach has recovered from the gravel trap, so he's back in the lane now. So that means we will definitely be going green this time through. That is, as long as there's no gravel trap and everything on the road. But I can see out the commentary box under the Penrose Bridge that there is no gravel trap, no marshals down there. So we are looking set for a 4-lap sprint when this safety car returns to the lane.
Bit of traditional saloon car fare, a four-lap sprint here at Sandown. Everyone's certainly managed to catch their breath. Still, obviously, some concerns that their tyres might not be holding temperature in this slowdown period during the safety car. Very important race in Australian motorsport here this weekend. It will determine the Nationals winner for 2023, like they do in improved production, like they do in Formula Vee. In various categories, a one-off race, winner takes all, sudden death, whatever way you want to look at it, it's all down to the next 4 laps for the season 2023 to have a national champion in saloon cars.
Grant Johnson has taken the last 3 before COVID and post-COVID as well. So it's been a long time since he did not take victory, and if he wins this one, he will tie the record.
I still reckon the guys sitting in 5th and 6th at the moment, Daniel Johnson and Adam Lowndes, are probably, well, the biggest problem is now with this saloon car is it brings number 23, and Scotty Dornan is definitely running hot under the collar and was charging at the field. What it's given is given his car a bit of time to relax and to come back to him a little bit, so his charge will continue.
I think there's the problem for Grant Johnson backwards, Daniel Johnson, Lowndes, Dornan, Prestopino, is that Shembry car we can see in 4th position, a lap down. Of course, he cannot overtake that car before we go back to green, and if Vaughan's
even
aware
to the control line,
yeah,
the start-finish line.
Sorry, that's what I was meant to say. Yeah, exactly. So if Vaughan is aware of that, he will go early, I imagine, to try and gap and just maybe take the top 2 with him and not the rest of the field. Grant Johnson will be hoping Shembry makes a blinding restart. And here we go. Vaughan going into the final sequence of corners. When's he going to put the power down? We're waiting, we're hearing, and now he's gone. Power is down. Good restart from the Ford driver, the Tickford Super 2 driver ahead of Lindorf. And there we go, Shembry was not overtaken by Grant Johnson, and that's meant that Grant Johnson comes under pressure from Daniel Johnson. No relation, these two, one from Western Australia, one from Victoria, and it's the Victorian in the Falcon up the inside. But Grant Johnson holds it around the outside off 3 wide further back. Dornan, Lowndes in the middle, and Prestopino on the inside, and Dornan for the second time has to take avoiding action at turn number 1. This time, no wall contact.
Well, he's covered left and right of that little bit of straight, hasn't he? He's seen the dirt on both sides. There's Daniel Johnson. He goes through, and gee, we get him sideways out over the back of the ribble strips. There's Shembry. He's been knocked around all over the place on this restart, and Water will find its level because he finds his way all the way back to the non-championship cars.
Harvey has got through, and Lindorf off camera So the Flying Fords both yet to take a race victory here today, but they might be taking the national championship out. The two youngsters of this field are now 1 and 2.
Wow, that was a big move there by Grant Johnson to get through on Adam Lowndes, and Lindorf going backwards, slowing. Definitely got a mechanical concern there and will take no further part. That's all he needed. And car 1, a 5-second penalty, so that will exclude Grant Johnson. He won't want to get that information down the radio, that's for sure.
I thought he was all right on the restart, but he must have overlapped or something. Oh, the 5-on-5, that's Neefsey. So close to the wall. He was the one that had the moment at turn number 4 as well. So his tyres have not come back up to temperature very quickly at all. And here we go, move for position. Dornan up the inside now of Prestipino. It's changed a lot on this restart, hasn't it? And now Lowndes locks up just ahead of these two as well. So Dornan does make the position on Jacob Prestipino, and now he'll be looking at Lowndes, who's had a couple of lockups in this race. The most recent, as you say, at turn number 1, and Grant Johnson is back on the tail of Daniel Johnson, just ahead of these three. It's all on this restart. I can hear a car. Is it changing gear, or there's a bit of a weird noise, I thought, through my headphones there, but it looks like we're all okay. No incident down at turn number 4, hearing a missed gear, so I heard a car on the rev limiter, I believe. Here we go, Grant Johnson, jinks to the inside on Daniel Johnson. They're going to hold it side by side around the back of the course. Daniel Johnson takes to the inside and allows Grant Johnson to file on through. Just, it's awkward, that corner, isn't it, to go too wide round.
It's awkward when you've got Grant and Daniel doing the same corner at the same time as well. Two Johnsons head-to-head there. Prestipino taking on Dornan now. This is going to be a good battle. Dornan hasn't given any quarter since that turn 1 incident, and Prestipino arrests it back from him. Harvey now takes a lap record in position number 2 away from Vaughan. So we have two young guns out in front in the right way. Industrial Saloon Car Nationals. 2 laps to go.
3/10 quicker was Harvey that time through his close margin down to 7/10, but here we go. Up the inside, Lowndes back on Prestipino. Prestipino, 2 wheels and goes through the grass. Just about keeps it facing in the right direction and holds on to the position. The gloves are off now, the safety cars come in. It's all to play for out there on the racetrack at the moment. We've got to remember Grant Johnson's got that 5-second penalty, so anything can still happen out there. There is a podium still up for grabs.
I'm not one for spiteful racing, but every now and again there's an opportunity for some spiteful racing, and you leave it for the Nationals and the last race of the weekend for it, and they are absolutely red hot onto it. Lap record now to Mason Harvey. He will take that away with him unless Brad Vaughan or one of the other contenders can arrest it, but the Western Australian will go back to Western Australia. There is a big spin. We missed that. That's Blake Harris, I think, that's gone off backwards there, and we were just outside the top 10 at that point in time.
Yeah, Blake Harris has recovered well after an issue in heat number 1 early yesterday morning and recovered into a really nice position, but unfortunately all that has come unstuck with a mistake at turn 1, and Vaughan responds with the lap record now. He extends that by just 0.04 of a second. It's all to play for on this final lap. Daniel Johnson's 4th on the road. With Grant Johnson's penalty, he will be 3rd, but he wants to do it on the racetrack, not inheriting it with a 5-second penalty.
Gee, I tell you what, Daniel Johnson in here for a podium if they can manage to hang it on, and he has done his personal best the last time around as well. So the Victorian is feeling a bit hot under the collar and wants to take it up to his namesake. It's Jono versus Jono. How Aussie do you want to get? Ford versus Holden, Jono versus Jono for the last spot on the podium.
Daniel Johnson, best of the Victorians as well, so he's looking to make at least one Victorian on the podium in this final race, but it's the South Aussie from the West Aussie out front, Vaughan and Harvey's closing that gap down. Is it too little too late? He flicks it in to Dandenong Road. He's certainly close the margin on this final lap. I think he lost a bit of momentum on the exit. He's flashing the lights. He's trying everything to put Brad Vaughan off into the final sequence of corners. I don't think he's going to quite do it. Look, they can see the margin visibly closing, but it's not going to be enough. Brad Vaughan, the South Australian, is going to take out the Saloon Car Nationals. Brilliant performance from the Super 2 driver, beating the young charger Harvey by just 0.5 of a second at the line.
Getting home next will be Grant Johnson. He'll be relegated back a couple of spots. So Daniel Johnson will be on the podium for the Right Way Industrial Saloon Car Nationals. He does a tremendous job there. Just watching coming around. Oh, two-wheeling it. Off into the boonies and into the tyre barrier. In fact, missed the tyre barrier. Bounces back on in true VN fashion. There's a taxi fare to pick up. Press on. And drives it all the way to the line. That was a fair old bounce off the barriers too.
That was Martin. He was second in the older spec class cars. So, yeah, a bit of a moment there. Just about kept it upright, frankly. There was lots of two-wheel action, and he does cross the line. Does finish the race, which is great news, but unfortunately a bit more damage than what he wanted.
Ford's back.
Yes.
2 Fords. Been over a decade.
Been over a decade,
They have a win.
yeah.
Yeah. 3 because Grant Johnson now is there, so it's a podium of Fords in Saloon Car Nationals. Wow, that was great racing. You can't script that sort of stuff here. There's some people still limping to the line. This is Griffith in car number 7 trying to make it. Jackson Griffith, come on Jacko, let's bring it home. The Victorian, continue on up the straight, mate. There's no need to go into the lane. It's going to the lane. Don't go to the lane. Keep going.
Does he know it's the final lap? Clearly not, because I think he'd have crossed the line. So, unfortunately, a DNF recorded there for Griffith. There's been some incident because he was the one that was in the gravel and caused the safety car, but there was definite damage on that machine there when he brought it into the lane. So, real shame. Difficult final race for him. But here are the results then. Brad Vaughan taking the Saloon Car Nationals, the Right Way Industrial Saloon Car Nationals final, ahead of Mason Harvey. As we say, less than 6/10 between them. Grant Johnson, 5-second penalty. That'll drop him to 12.2 seconds behind, just behind Scott Dornan. So Daniel Johnson moves up to 3rd. Scott Dornan up to 4th. And then Grant Johnson, the reigning champion, demoted down to 5th. His streak has ended. Brad Vaughan taking the Nationals title. Jacob Rescopino, a nice way to end his very difficult weekend at times, in 6th position. Ahead of Karen Pridmore, who came through the field nicely in that one to finish 7th. Ahead of Robert Markin. Chris Sneefsey, who had a lot of sideways moments in that one. And Adam Lowndes, who struggled towards the end there and finished in 10th, as did Travis Lindorf. So in the end, falling outside the top 10.
David Lyons to Andrew McLeod. Luca Callahan, Vincenzo Cielo out of Western Australia. Blake Harris. Reg Ralph in 17th. Nash Harris home happily in 18th in the end there. Robert Knight, Andrew Martin rounding out the 20. We continue on with Brett Tate, Jackson Griffith, Justin Shembry, Matt Jaeger, Brock Ralph, Jackson Leach, Rick Gill not finishing. Gary Hills, the rest of them not finishing off the end of that race. What a great 2023 Right Way Saloon Car Nationals there. Dan McCarthy, congratulations, mate, on a ripping job keeping all of the stories going right throughout this weekend for the Saloon Car Nationals. You ought to be congratulated, and I hope that the Saloon Car boys have got some sort of refreshment for you at the end of this weekend.
No, they made our life easy, didn't they? Just brilliant racing out on the circuit. Makes our life easy here in the commentary box.
Certainly does. Well, we move on here at round number 4 of the 888 Home Loans Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Next, another national series moves on to track, and it is the stars of the future at the wheels of their Formula Fords. We'll be back with more after this break.
alongside by Xavier Kokai. He's a competitor in Australian Formula Ford Series, but you're a familiar face to Vic State paddocks. How does it feel to be back here at Sandown?
Yeah, it's been a little while since I've been back in the Vic State Series. This time, 2 years ago, I was here racing in the State Series. Came away with third for the round, which was great. But yeah, the atmosphere amongst some of the State Series guys is great. Great vibe. It's a little wet this morning, hoping the track dries out, and getting ready for race 2 and 3 later this afternoon.
So for young drivers who might be tuning in from home, what's your advice to them? Is this the perfect place to get your start in motorsport?
Yeah, especially young karters out there or people looking to start their racing. Formula Ford is a great place to get started. It's great to hone in skills and get a vibe for racing out on track, learn the rules, learn the basic skills of racecraft, and it's just a really friendly atmosphere. There are a lot of friendly faces, and yeah, it's just a great place to start your motorsport career.
Xavier Kokai, thank you very much, mate.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Callum, otherwise known as me. We're back for the third and final race of the Australian Formula Ford Series here for round 5 of the 2023 Championship. We are, of course, here at Sandown International Raceway. The sun is out. How awesome is that? It's starting to warm up a little bit, and by that I mean it's gone from 11 degrees to 12 degrees. My name is Callum Brannigan, joined alongside by Paul Ziddy. Very much excited for this one. We've had 2 highly energised races so far this weekend for Formula Ford, unfortunately with some safety cars, but this will definitely bring it home for the weekend.
Most certainly, and best of the conditions that we've had, as you alluded to. Sun's out. It is it's a balmy 13 degrees, I think. The track actually looks dry. Here's hoping that we get, look at that, there's getting some work done on the racing cars. That's getting Bailey Collins' Spectrum back together for this race after he was unfortunately caught up in the incident at the end of the race earlier today.
Yeah, that was an unfortunate end to race 2. A bit of a coming together between a few drivers meant that Bailey Collins, among a few other drivers, had nowhere to go, causing a significant amount of damage. And I had a quick chat to Matt Holmes, who was involved in that crash at turn 12, and it was still a little bit questionable. It was marginal as to whether or not the Altratec team were going to get that car back together for the final race of the weekend. It was still replacing corners, wishbones, uprights, all sorts of things, what you name it. Whatever sits on the corner of that Spectrum Formula Ford, it looked like they had to replace it. So working hard is the Altratec team. So starting on pole position, ACL Race Series, Spectrum supported by Altratec this week. And we've got Harrison Sellers from Tasmania, the Year 12 student, starting on pole position. He took pole in qualifying, took out the race win earlier this morning. He's alongside Matthew Hillier, who is the championship leader heading into this round and maintains that lead ahead of Zach Lobko in second position. Zach is competing this weekend, but has had a bit of an up and down roller coaster weekend. Cody Mains-Ruddy starting out of P3 alongside Kobe Williams as well. He's had his fair share of action throughout the races.
Indeed, and we go back to grid spot number 5 for Jake Santa Lucia alongside Nicholas Mendez. Then we go back to Lachlan Evanet and Damon Woods.
Daniel Frugas starting out of P9 alongside Eddie Bezic, who's on the grid shed, is starting out of 10th position. Had a hard-charging race 1 and 2 where he recovered from a lowly qualifying position from 23rd all the way to P6 in race 1. Up and down weekend for him as well, unfortunately. Joe Fawcett starting out of P11. Imogen Radburn starting in P12.
And we go back to Jack Bussey, Lachlan Strickland, Fraser High and Harrison Blanchard.
And then it's down to Zach Lobko. So this weekend he's actually privateer entry with the family run car in the McGale. Starts out of P17 and yeah, he's had his fair share of action this weekend. Xavier Kokai starting out of position 18. He actually spun at turn 1 whilst leading the race earlier this morning. So we'll be keeping an eye on him to make his way through. Liam Loyakono in 19th position alongside Bailey Collins, who lost the right rear of his car in that incident in the closing stages of race 2, Paul.
Yeah, and definitely we've got that car back together, so he'll be looking to make up some ground. Connor Summers, another one caught up in that incident as well, so good to see Connor got that car back together and is back out there alongside James Crozier. Had the excursion into the gravel at Dandenong Road, but he's back out as well. And then Thomas Davies and Carly Fleming riding out 23 and 24.
Lachlan Maneef, that's actually a different Lachlan Maneef to the other one competing in Queensland this weekend. He starts out at P25. Matt Holmes, the paediatrician from Tasmania, in position 26. On pole in the 1600 Kent category, we've got Richard Davison in that beautifully presented wins Van Diemen RF95, I believe it is.
Correct.
And Peter Fitzgerald, he's been along with him for good company throughout the weekend, starting at a position 28. Mark Zellner and Frank Harris rounding out the 30-car field. We had 33 entries at the start of this weekend. Obviously, we've lost a few cars throughout the duration, throughout all of the fun and action that we've seen here at Sandown Raceway, but it's looking actually quite sunny out there and a little bit of a heat haze. The volunteer officials, spectators, anyone standing outside at the moment will be relishing the sunlight at the moment. Now, we're just hearing in the back channels as well that there could be a 5-minute delay out on or for the schedule at the moment. Now, we can't quite see why the reason would be, but we dare say the officials... we're running on time according to schedule, so sorry about that, but there might be just a bit of a clean-up operation going on out there before. We did see a highly energised Saloon Cars Nationals race as well. That was a fantastic way for the Saloon Cars to cap off their 2023 Nationals. Plenty of action, close racing, rubbing. There was plenty of a little bit of contact as well. As always, entertaining is the time-honoured Ford v Holden battle. And you can see Formula Ford is scheduled to get their third 18-minute race of the weekend underway very shortly. They'll be followed by the Porsche 944 Challenge, a uniquely Victorian category. Has a long legacy with the Victorian State Race Series, proudly supported by 888 Home Loans, of course. Formula Vee capping off their weekend. That's scheduled to be at 5 minutes to 3. And then we've got the BMW E30s as well, rounding out all of the action for this weekend. This is, of course, round 4 of the Victorian State Race Series. Formula Ford this weekend, proudly supported by the Victorian Freight Specialists. Head to vfs.com.au to find out more information. It's a big thanks to Victorian Freight Specialists for throwing their support behind the Australian Formula Ford Series here this weekend. And they have got plenty of experience in the transport industry and specialists in delivering your package, especially to remote areas of Victoria, with plenty of agents and a lot of good contacts throughout Victoria. So look them up on vfs.com.au. And it's a big thanks to VFS for supporting Formula Ford this weekend. We should also give a shout out to the category partners in Yokohama, Dick Johnson Racing, Racer Industries, Castrol, Ferodo Racing, and the Norwell Motorplex. Now, on the calendar, Paul, we can see we've got Sandown, we're at Sandown at the moment, I should say. That's,
well done.
That's obvious.
Look at that.
Big tick for me on that one.
Looking out the window, you managed that all by yourself. I think it's the horse track that is outside our window that gives that away, and/or the fact that we keep referring to the Sandown round. But well done for getting that down.
Very droll. Then we've got Phillip Island coming up for the 5th round of the series. That is scheduled to be the 22nd to the 24th of September. Right in the middle of AFL finals time. And then we've got Calder Park, still provisional at this stage, but it's looking more and more likely as more and more information comes to hand. And obviously that's been an evolving situation throughout 2023. There's a huge amount of appetite and anticipation, a lot of excitement from VSRS competitors and supporters as well. There's a lot of people very interested in Calder Park, and it'll be cool to see 4 different tracks on the Victorian State Racing bill. It's obviously there's still hasn't been locked in 100% yet, but there's still a little bit to go, but it's still provisionally on the calendar at this stage. And of course,
yeah, we're hearing very, very positive things about the progress being made there toward the one piece of the puzzle that's still got to fall into place is the issuing of a Motorsport Australia track licence to the venue. So, and we're hearing good things about that out of both Motorsport Australia and the Calder Park management. So that gives us a lot of confidence that we'll have that fantastic opportunity to go back and go racing at Calder Park, an iconic circuit, part of the Victorian motor racing scene and the Melbourne motor racing scene. And we're looking forward to getting out there, and a great way to round out the year.
And we're discussing last night, Paul, over a couple of cordials back at the ranch. We're talking about the long legacy of Formula Ford in Australia. And obviously, back in 1969, you talked about this yesterday. In 1969, they brought out Formula Ford to Australia. and its debut race on the shores of Australia was right here at
Absolutely,
the Sandown International Raceway.
And so a long and storied history, and fantastic every time you get to come back here and race Formula Ford. It is a track that really suits the cars. Unfortunately, as we also alluded to, the nature of it, it's almost street circuit in nature with the guardrails either side of the track and not a lot of runoff anywhere around. So unfortunately, if you do have an incident here, it often does result in a safety car and or a red flag, which is just nature of the circuit, but just an incredibly fun track to drive in a Formula Ford racing car. Brings the drafting into play. It makes it crucial to get the run off turn 4 onto the back straight and turn 12 onto the front straight. So teaches the drivers about making it, we always say in motorsport, it's slow in, fast out, and it's making sure that you don't rush into that corner and compromise your exit, because you might pass someone on the way in, but 3 of them will pass you back on the way out as a consequence. So a wonderful track for highlighting Formula Ford racing at its best, and here's hoping that we get a flag-to-flag race here to really demonstrate that.
Plenty of blue sky in the air at the moment as well. You can see that the conditions have improved throughout today. It's been wet overnight, and it just took a long time for a lot of the residual water to dry out on the circuit, given the nature of today's weather with the top of about 12 or 13 degrees. It's extremely cool out there, very fresh, and you can see the cars have finally made their way out onto the track. So we're rubbing our hands with delight, and you can see they're warming up the tyres. The Yokohama AO48 control tyres, they can deal with all sorts of conditions, rain, hail or shine. These tyres are well and truly up to the task. Now, they've had a couple of heat cycles so far this weekend, because you get one set of Yokohamas at the start of qualifying, and you use that same set of tyres through qualifying and the 3 races. So at this stage of the weekend, obviously not as fresh as they were at the start of the weekend, but thankfully they are a fairly resilient tyre, fairly robust. They've got a slightly harder compound than other control tyres that we've seen in previous years. So it actually is it's a perfect tyre for this category, because it does enable drivers and teams who are otherwise on a bit of a tighter budget than some of the bigger teams to maximise the tyre life. And they're probably putting these tyres onto the truck at the end of the weekend, and they'll whip them out for a future test session.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Yokohama's just been a remarkably consistent and robust tyre for us to run on. The other thing, of course, is Sandown is not a circuit where we've seen high tyre deg over the years. You think about places like Sydney Motorsport Park and Wanneroo or Barbagallo Raceway in Western Australia. So those two in particular are renowned for being very, very abrasive and aggressive on the tyre, and tyre degradation. Forget about over a weekend. Tyre degradation through a race is a thing, right? So the tyre's never going to be as fast as it was on lap 2 of qualifying. Whereas what we see at Sandown is, I can expect to see, the fastest lap of the weekend may well be set in this race. The tyre will absolutely be there. Wonderful pictures as we see the cars coming around to take the grid. Huge shout out to the Australian Sports Sedan, who are promoting this event this weekend, and they're hard-working members out there volunteering so that we all get to go race. Well, we get to watch the others go racing, but so that we get to enjoy this wonderful motorsport event. So massive thanks to not only the Sports Stand Association, but all the promoting clubs, and of course the flag marshals, the fireys, the hundreds of volunteers that make motorsport happen around Australia every weekend.
And you can see on screen there, that is a member of the ASSA, working hard to ensure everyone is gridding up nice and safely. So we're looking at the field now. Perfect conditions for racing this afternoon. Very much looking forward to this one. This is race 3, round 5 of the Australian Formula Ford Series. Revs rising, and they're about to get underway. Matthew Hillier there.
Great start by Hillier.
So he'll have a slight advantage as they go charging down towards turn 1. Look at them go all 30 cars away nice and safely. Richard Davison as well, getting the jump on Peter Fitzgerald. There you can see them still charging. Are they too wide going into turn 1? It's Matthew Hillier who's just got the slight advantage over Harrison Sellers, and Kobe Williams up into position 3. That was a brilliant start there from the Ultratech driver, Jake Santalucia.
Cody Mains Ruddy putting a great move on Jake Santalucia to take 4th away as well. Looks like a few have taken to the grass at turn 3. Hopefully, it looks like they've all rejoined safely as we actually see the Kmart of Van Diemen of Richard Davison in Formula Ford 1600 go through. And there's that conga line up the back straight that you always see in these opening laps. We've got safety car boards out. I'm not sure what has caused. We can see that's the engine cover and the camera of a car that's obviously, we lost that because of it being hidden behind the fence, but that's the one that didn't make it back onto the track, obviously.
Yeah, it was a bit of a chaotic start there, and I think Harry Blanchard had a bit of an off-track excursion, which in one of these cars is a bit tricky. Only 40 mil of clearance and off-track here at Sandown. You can see that the grass is it's emerging, it's growing through a bit of a long, wet winter, and not much ride height, not much clearance. It's a bit slick, muddy, and wet, so it's not the place. It's not these cars not necessarily designed to go off-track. So when you do see them go off at turn 2, it's a bit hard to get them out once again. But unfortunately, we've got another safety car, but you can see the drivers are trying as hard as they possibly can to maintain temperature and pressures to keep them within their optimal window on track. So just go through the field as they cross the start-finish line. It's Matthew Hillier from Harrison Sellers, Kobe Williams up into P3 from Cody Mains Ruddy in position 4, Jake Santalucia in 5th, Nico Mendes in position 6, Eddie Bezic in position 7, Damon Woods in 8th, Joe Fawcett in 9th position, and Daniel Frugas rounding out the top 10, with Jack Bussey just in 11th position, driving his Spectrum now. He's got some pretty handy people behind him, helping him with racing a Spectrum throughout his Formula Ford career. He's actually got John Martin, who is the 2006 Australian Formula Ford champion, helping him out, a fellow Queenslander. Now we've lost, he's at the car of High.
It looks like Fraser High and Lachlan Beneath, the two that don't appear to have come around, which is that's terrible luck for both of those young drivers. Hopefully off and stuck rather than off and damaged. We don't wish that on anybody. I think we've seen enough of that in the race earlier today, so we'll see if we can get some footage or some vision to understand what may have happened to them. But as we say, sincerely hope that it's not damage to the vehicles, or if so, not too much. You can see we don't have vision of that. We are hearing. So thank you to the technical team down in the blend line van for feeding that information to us.
Richard Davison is leading the way in the Kent class from Peter Fitzgerald. So Peter Fitzgerald, just like Richard Davison, actually has quite a lot of experience racing Formula Ford. He did so in the early 90s back in the Driver to Europe series, as it was known back in the day. Richard Davison, of course, the car he's driving at the moment, the RF95, he used to, both of his sons, Alex and Will Davison, both drove that car to success, as well as someone called Garth Tander in 1997 steering to championship success in 1997. I could go through a list of names as well of previous champions in Australian Formula Ford, including people like Craig Lowndes, Stephen Richards, Jason Bright, David Bernard, Garth Tander, Adam Macro, Greg Ritter, Luke Yilden, Jamie Whincup, Will Davison. The list just goes on and on and on. The amount of drivers who got their start, or their Australian circuit start in Formula Ford is quite impressive, and other people internationally, like Ayrton Senna in the 80s. It's unbelievable what Formula Ford has done for young drivers coming out of go-karts and getting into circuit racing.
Most certainly, and you run through the list of very, very worthy champions and amazing talent and names and careers in there. And I think the thing to also remember is, obviously the champions rightly get remembered and recorded for all history, but the category has produced so many other champions that may not have won the Australian Formula Ford Championship. One notable name that comes to mind is a young Mark Webber.
Yes, correct.
Didn't win the Formula Ford Championship, but cut his teeth, learnt what he needed to, and then set off for Europe to conquer all the way to F1 and winning a World Endurance Championship with Porsche. Will Power.
Yep.
One would say had a reasonably successful career and continues to do so. Runner-up in the Formula Ford Championship. Mark Winterbottom got on to had his 600th V8 supercar start quite recently. Bathurst winner, championship winner. Again, Rookie of the Year, runner-up. So, obviously everyone wants to win the championship, and we celebrate the champions that do.
Yep.
But I suppose there's good guidance to the young guys coming through is to stay focused on the fact that you're trying to build a career, and you know what, there's Murray Walker always said F1 is if spelt backwards, and motorsport it's that if, right? There's ifs and buts at the end of every year of why you may or may not have won the championship. So don't get too despondent if the championship didn't come your way. Focus on what you've learned and focus on how you can take that and use that as you go through your career.
Absolutely, and it's also got a long legacy of famous Formula Ford chassis as well, because back in the day when Formula Ford was initially introduced to Australia, back then it was mandated you had to race an Australian-built chassis, and that has obviously evolved over time, but we still have
It's a wonderful idea. Are you putting that up again, Callum?
No.
I can see where you're going with that. I think it's fantastic.
There still is a fantastic Australian manufacturer, and they've probably become one of the biggest Australian manufacturing exporters for vehicles in Australia, and that is Ball and Racing Developments with the Spectrum chassis. Huge history, about more than 35 years producing race cars in Australia, in Formula Ford as well as Formula Vee, and it's a great battle between Spectrums as well as the Magale chassis as well. We've seen this for probably about a decade now between these two particular chassis, and it rages on, and it's just a great point for why Formula Ford continues to be one of the main categories for drivers coming out of go-karts and behind the wheel of a much bigger car, obviously. Something with suspension, a gearbox and a clutch for drivers to contend with. There's that Wins car of Richard Davison. That car looks absolutely beautiful, prepared by Ellery Motorsport Enterprises, Luke and Alice and the team down there, restoring many Formula Fords. There's a few historic cars in that stable, and the attention to detail and the amount of effort that he puts into, as well as Alice, into preparing those cars and making them look as good, if not better, than the day they were released from the factory. It's a big testament to the team.
I agree with you wholeheartedly, and you can see that with Luke. You can see exactly what you said. The attention to detail he puts into the Formula Fords is exactly the same as the attention to detail that he puts into Alice. I think you're spot on with that comment.
So we're still under safety car, 6.5 minutes remaining in this race, so it's a bit of a wet blanket thrown over the closing race for the weekend. Unfortunately, the Racer Industries Holden Commodore safety car. Racer Industries, of course, one of the corporate partners for Formula Ford in Australia. Along with Yokohama, they are the control tyre supplier. Dick Johnson Racing, the winner of the 2023 series, actually scores a plum drive, a test day in a bona fide Dick Johnson Racing Ford Mustang Supercars. What an absolute treat. And Valentino Astudi actually was the behind the wheel of Anton De Pasquale's car, I believe, up at Queensland Raceway, with Anton De Pasquale himself in attendance. Anton De Pasquale himself, the former champion of this favorite category as well. So many synergies in Australian motorsport through Formula Ford, and that continues with that plum drive from Dick Johnson Racing. Castrol Oil, Ferodo Racing and Norwell Motorplex as well. Well supported is Australian Formula Ford. Corporate partners, we say big thanks to them for getting around Formula Ford, and we encourage viewers at home and around the track as well to get around the corporate partners.
Absolutely. Yokohama, tyre supplier for the category, also make, apart from their competition and motorsport tyres, which are world class, they make world-leading road tyres for your daily drive. So make sure wherever you are around the country, you definitely speak to your Yokohama dealer. Here in Melbourne, it's Yokohama, it's Traction Tyres and more at Rowville. So make sure you go to see them. Lights are out. Safety car has pulled away from the pack, and we now have Matthew Hillier, who is the de facto safety car. There is not a cigarette paper between Harrison Sellers' nose cone and the gearbox of Matthew Hillier. He is not letting him get away at all. So what will the tactic be? Will Matthew lead them as far down to the control line as he can before he unleashes the 135 horsepower of the Ford Fiesta motor? Or will he try and catch them napping and get that break? There's all sorts of different strategies that the lead driver will play. Obviously, long straight into turn one, so much like other circuits we see, Phillip Island, Eastern Creek, you don't want to be going too early, because with the aerodynamic draft, you'll just have people swamp you into turn one.
Geez, there's almost exactly the 3 car lengths between them. There is no space between them whatsoever, and Hillier
looks like he's got a nice little gap there. Over to that fence for the defensive line to try and break the toe, and the snake continues.
They start to fan out as they come down to turn 1. Safety car re-energising this race. Harrison Sellers around the outside, and we've got Jake Santalucia up the inside of Cody Mains-Rutty with, that's the number 55 of Nico Mendez, doing a brilliant job just ahead of Damon Woods as well. Eddie Bezic up the inside, or holding up the inside line from Joe Fawcett. Coming through turn 4, Kobe Williams is on the recovery drive as well in the number 94 car, so keep a keen eye out on the white, black and green cars. They come up the back straight. Here comes the following field as well. Now, it looks like the car of Richard Davison might have slipped behind Peter Fitzgerald as they come down towards turn 6. Around the outside, and it looks like there might have been a run from Sellers for the lead there. The entire field coming up the back straight, keeping it nice and clean on this safety car restart. We do indeed have a change for the lead in the Kent class. So that's Richard Davison on screen there. Oh, there's Connor Summers has speared off into the kitty litter.
Will he be able to get that out? Well done, young man. That's a great effort by Connor Summers not to get bogged and to be able to get his car back out and onto the track. Well done indeed. Would have been terrible to see a safety car so soon again. But we are racing, and you are right. Here comes Peter Fitzgerald leading Richard Davison in the Formula Ford 1600s.
He's doing a brilliant job, is Peter Fitzgerald. There is Eddie Bezic still. That is the battle for position 8, but wherever you look through the field, this is Zach Lopko in the number 7 car up the inside of Carly Fleming. It looked like that is the battle for P22. Now, still on screen is Peter Fitzgerald. That number 17 car is a Kent-powered Spectrum. So this is Harrison Sellers around the outside at turn 6, but he has a bit of an off there, and that's a huge moment to keep it nice and collected. And then Kobe Williams capitalising on that as well up the inside. And then we've got Connor Summers off the number 71 car.
That looks like on the way into the corner, so he hasn't done the typical locked up too late in and speared off there. Whatever happened, we missed, but he was already off the track on the approach into that corner.
So Matt Hillier, he knows what to do at the lead of a Formula Ford race. He's done so for quite a few years now. He's made an immediate impact on his debut in Formula Ford just a couple of seasons ago. Continuing to do a brilliant job. He's balancing his Formula Ford racing commitments.
I don't know if Kobe made a mistake, but Kobe has dropped back to 4th place. So we're not sure exactly what has happened there, but after getting into 2nd, a couple of corners later, he's back to 4th. That is the nature of Formula Ford racing. One little mistake and you will pay a hefty price for it. Now under pressure from Cody Mains-Rutty.
It'll bite hard, unfortunately. The number 94 car coming under fire now. Holding his own here is Richard Davison. He's actually made his way past Peter Fitzgerald for the Kent class lead. So 2 laps to go, we're being told, in the back channels in this race. That's a fantastic battle between these 2 gentlemen for the class lead. That wins car looking absolutely beautiful, and that's how it did look back in the day in the hands of Will and Alex Davison. So here's the back straight run once again. Zach Lopko just showing still on the recovery drive in that privately entered car this weekend. And the time continues to tick down, so just under 10 seconds remaining in this race.
Here come the leaders on to the straight, getting the last lap board now. So this is the start of the final lap. Harrison Sellers has been able to take a 10th or 2 out of the lead on that lap. Will he be able to close enough to challenge on this last lap? And Jake Santalucia has also brought into this 3-way battle for the lead. Looks like we've got a stonking race coming up. We have, and there's a battle there between the teammates of Bussey and Fawcett and Collins. So it's good to see those 3 young men locked in a battle. I can't quite see where they... Oh, and that's getting very well. It looks like someone missed a gear there and the evasive action taken. So here we go. Here's the race for the lead. Is there anything that Sellers can do?
This is the battle for the round as well, Paul. So I believe there's 3 points between Sellers and Hillier for the round overall. So if Sellers can make his way past, he will take the round victory as well. taking a clean sweep of Sunday's races. Damon Woods up the inside, squeezed for room there by Nico Mendes, who's doing a brilliant job. Jake Santalucia is also featuring in this battle, and there's not too far behind them. We've got the car of Cody Mains Ruddy along with Kobe Williams, so there's potentially 5 cars in it, but it's a checkered flag being waved, and it's Matthew Hillier who punches the air and comes across the line to take out race 3 of round 5 of the Australian Formula Ford Series, followed by Harrison Sellers in P2 and Jake Santalucia rounding out the top 3.
Yeah, from Cody Mains Ruddy, Kobe Williams, Eddie Beswick and Nico Mendes. Then Damon Woods, Jack Bussey and Joe Fawcett round out your top 10. And here comes Richard Davison in that brilliantly turned out 1995 Van Diemen with the Wins livery to take another resounding victory ahead of Peter Fitzgerald.
That's a great battle between those two. Fantastic racing between Richard Davison in that car with enormous legacy. He'll feature on the Race Fuels Grassroots Racing podcast in just a couple of weeks' time with our friend Darren Smith. But Richard Davison once again showing his class in Australian Formula Ford racing, Paul. So fantastic.
Delivered everything that we hoped. Unfortunately, one safety car interruption there, but great racing in the closing laps. The top 3 car, the top 3 cars, 1.2 seconds over the top 4 when they crossed the line, less than half a second over the top 3 as they came across the stripe. So fantastic Formula Ford racing, which is what we love to see.
Matt Hillier takes out the race and round and extends his lead in the Australian Formula Ford Series Championship. Chase ahead of Harrison Sellers in P2, Jake Santalucia, Cody Mains Ruddy, Kobe Williams, Eddie Beswick in position 6, Nico Mendes in 7th, Damon Woods in 8th position, Jack Bussey in 9th, and Joe Fawcett rounding out the top 10.
Yeah, great driving by them. In 11th, Bailey Collins, well done to get back there after having his car repaired. Xavier Kokai, Daniel Frugus, Matthew Holmes, Lachlan Evanet in 15th, Lachlan Strickland in 16th, Tom Davies, Liam Locano, Zach Lobko and Harrison Blanchard round out your 20.
James Crozier following in position 21 ahead of Imogen Radburn, who's dropped down to P22, supported by CRG Racing this weekend. Connor Summers in 23rd. Great to see him back out after that issue in race 2. Carly Fleming, Richard Davison, class winner in the 1600 class from Peter Fitzgerald. Mark Zellner, Frank Harris, Fraser High, an unfortunate mishap in that last race, putting him out, as well as Lachlan Beneath, who was not classified in that race. So it's big thanks to VFS, Victorian Freight Specialists, for their support of Australian Formula Ford Series here this weekend at Sandown Raceway. Big thank you to Paul Ziddy.
Always a pleasure, Callum. Now, the next round at Phillip Island, I will be dusting off the number 6 Jill's Pretty Special Spectrum and out there having a bit of a play on track myself. So unless you guys at a Blendline want to mic me up and I can do some Dick Johnson style from the car commentary back in the Bathurst days, unfortunately, I won't be joining you in the commentary position.
That or I'll chase after you and run with a microphone and just see if I can.
There would be those who say the way that I drive a Formula Ford, you probably could run and keep up with me, but they're quite hurtful. They're very mean and hurtful. It's just that I'm no good, but I do have fun. Thank you very much, and we will see you all soon.
Brilliant. Big thanks to Paul Ziddy. Coming up next, Porsche 944s. Darren Smith, Jack Atley coming at you very soon.
G'day everyone, Mark Torwards here from the Porsche 944 Challenge, here to take you around for a hot lap of the Sandown International Raceway in Melbourne. Coming down now onto the main straight, hitting 50 halfway down the straight and reaching speeds probably about 190 kilometres an hour before we brake at the 120 mark here for turn 1. So under brakes, down to 4th gear, tuck it in nicely, let the car drift out over to the ripple strips on the right, move across to the left and bump your braking area back to 3rd, try to just avoid kissing the ripple strips on the right and left through turns 2 and 3, and then just a bit of acceleration and then hit and brake back to turn 4, back into 3rd gear for that whole complex. Back into the back straight now, through the little right hand kink for turn 5, and we're going up through the gears into gear 4, and then into 5th gear as well as we go down the back straight. Getting speeds of around 190 k's again as we come up to the S's here at the end. Dip just at the 50 metre brake mark, then on the brakes for a little bit, turning left, turn right, ride that right hand side ripple strip, down under brakes, into Dandenong Road corner, back to 4th, back to 3rd. Let the car drift out over the ripple strips once again and run through down to turn 10, turn 11 now. Heavy under brakes at the 50 metre mark on the left, down to 3rd gear, turning in, can ride that ripple strip and then tuck it in for the last corner, turn 12, let the car drift right out over onto the concrete and back through the gears, and that's a quick lap of Sandown.
So cool to be right on board there in the Poolmaster car with Mark Torwards this weekend, and let's hope that Mark's starting position out of position number 4 in this race puts him in good stead for a result out of this one. He's had a bit of a tough old season this year in the black car. He's obviously in the in that blue or aqua with the black stripes over the top of it there in car number 20, the Poolmaster entry this weekend. But really cool to get that. Great camera angles. Darren Smith with right alongside me, Jack Atley, and Jack has just taken a quiet couple of moments before the race to spend with himself and gather his thoughts before we launch into this final race for the weekend. Welcome, Jack.
Thanks very much, Darren. Can't wait for this one. Some fantastic vision there by Mark Torwards doing a lap of Sandown. El Presidente, as we call him. He's coming out of row 2 this weekend, running in the Poolmaster entry, which is normally run by Andy Jackman, who's out with a shoulder injury at the moment. We certainly send our regards to Andy and a few of the boys who are missing from this round, the Westerways and Timmy Wolf, Tony Andrescu. We're currently missing them to the Michelin Sprint Challenge in Queensland, but we've got a great field here, all set to go, and the sun's come out, so the track is dry, should be fast times. Definitely looking forward to this one.
Chris Lewis-Williams on pole, Campbell right alongside, Adam Brewer just off the back of them, and let's give Adam a big cheer as he takes off from the line, see if we can get him amongst these front 2 in this race. Mark Torwards, Mark Verdino, Richard Howe in the number 8. Then it is Ryan Woods in the 17. Carter Fox has stopped in the number 7. This is not ideal. Our race official there, that is Beck Humphries, waving them on to get to the grid. Hurry up, there's the grid now. Carter Fox, take up your spot. Manu Enizelma, Joey Callock, Mitchell Brisbane and Benoris. Oh, Carter Fox goes to the lane.
That's a shame for the Prince.
Big shame. Big shame indeed. Front row of the grid though. These cars are fast. Lewis Williams versus Bella. The drag race to turn 1. Go Adam Brewer, get after them, you good thing. Torwards goes with him, but Richard Howe again, and as always, gets a ripping start off the line. Mark Verdino goes backwards again off the line. So Richard Howe gets away beautifully. Mark Verdino just got to get his starts right.
Yeah, just couldn't get it off the line there, the Vendetta, but the king himself, Richard Howe, had a really great start. Ryan Woods also got a nice start on the inside as well, so he's sitting there up behind El Presidente, really charging hard early.
I'll tell you what, there must have been some sort of coup between races because he's gone from being the Baron of Benalla to the king.
Well, no, that's you've got King Richard. You've got King Richard and you've got the Baron of Benalla up the front of the pack with Campbella, and that's a lot of B's and a lot of Alice.
It is fantastic as they come charging out of Tirana. Jamie Mitchell, that is not what we wanted to see in the 46.
Wow.
He's just going to back it up. Gee, that's an interesting little return road down between turns 1 and 2 that he's gone through there. Have a look at this. This is on for Ding Dong. They're setting it up beautifully early doors here between Lewis Williams and Bella. Call them what you want. These guys are absolutely ripping it out for the 944s here this weekend.
Already locking brakes coming down and hard into Dandenong Road corner. They're already on the charge, these guys, so they really want to take this victory in the final race of the weekend. But yeah, it's the 3-time champion, Chris Lewis-Williams. A little bit squirmy under brakes there. He's got some pressure already from Cam Bella, and Ads Brewer sitting very nicely there in third.
Mark Torbitz has got the chase down. Here comes Richard Howe now. He's getting the chase on as well as 17 of Ryan Woods. He wants to make an impact in this race. In fact, I think I said at the start of the last race he would try and get himself onto the podium, and he's pushing hard. He's up 2 already. He's going with Richard Howe. So we've got the race envelope. The veteran versus the youngster, and that's where it is. The 8 and the 17. The young fella down the inside. Ryan Woods, a dint in the driver's door there, but he presses on.
That is very, very close racing, going hard and fast into turn 1. You can see Ryan Woods, the Axeman, is holding position just ahead of King Richard. The Vendetta right close behind those guys, and then of course you've got Joey opposite Lock having a lunge already under Mark, but couldn't quite get it done there. They want to get the drive out of this turn 4 all the way up this long back straight.
I do like the way Joey Callock was serving it up there, whether it was lasagna or a pass up the inside. He had absolutely every intent to try and get on through, and he is pushing on very, very hard. Richard Howe now thinking, wow, what have I got for the number 17? Ryan Howe, he's gone through on me. Mark Fedino wondering what happened again on the start line, and the big charge there with Manny Metazelma. He's got the 77 of Joey Callock right alongside. Joey's gone, well, I'll just take this route right across here, straight line it down into Dandenong Road.
Joey's certainly known for his exciting driving, is one way to put it. He's certainly got a distinct style, but he took the long way around there. Manny Metazelma, very experienced racer, certainly used to driving Porsche GT3, so knows about high-end Porsche machinery. And he's a pretty cool, calm and collected customer, Manny. Great to see him back out on the circuit. Looks like Mark Verdino there in the Sideling car has got things all together. Took him a couple of laps to get it all sorted out, but he'll come back at the guys in front.
Our race leaders now, great front-on shots there that we get here at Sandown. It's a very important view on the opening stanzas of a race to get that shot and cameras out and shots out there to the world. The Tyre Power Benalla entry leading the way there from the Benalla Motorsport entry of number 55. And Adam Brewer going with them, as is Mark Torbitz. Stick with them, Mark. Stay right there. Hang on, because we've still got over just under 11 minutes of racing to go here today to finish off the weekend. And Mark Torbitz is in the same shot as the race leaders.
Yeah, he's really charging out. Try to get on the back there of Adam Brewer, because they want to get the long slipstream all the way up this back straight. As you can see, Cambella tucking right in under the bumper there of the Baron of Benalla. But Brewer is on great pace. Brewer's already done a 25.4. He had a good run earlier. Oh no, we've lost Torbitz. We've lost El Presidente.
Torbitz has gone off there, and gee, that's an interesting spot to go off. I would suggest over-committed at the top of the hill here, and he's managed to keep it rolling. Otherwise, that would have caused the safety car. He rejoins, and that'll be a right down the back end of the field. I've got to say, that's a tough result there for Mark. He works tirelessly in the background of this category to make sure everyone gets to the track and presented well, and media have got all the right information, and the organisers, all the people around him. So it does a tremendous job. To be just so cool to get a good result for him.
Yeah, that is a shame. Look, he's just locked a rear brake, I would suggest. Coming, and hello, we've lost some bodywork flying off one of the cars there. Looked like Ryan Woods might have lost some bodywork as we come down the straight. It's all happening. But you can see that Mark has either just lost it coming through Dandenong Road corner, pretty fast part of the track there. So whether he's changed gear and locked the rear, I'm not sure, or caught the ripple strip on the outside, we won't know yet.
Car number 77, Joey Callock, just in the back of shot there, right in front of shot. Lasagna Racing, he has got a 5-second penalty. We think from a start line infringement, may have gone a bit earlier, or a jump start as they used to say, and Joey Callock will have to deal with that. So he's right in the battle there, but he's going to have a 5-second post-race penalty. So at the moment, it won't give him, actually, it won't affect him too much at all, but cars behind him start to close in. Yep. Certainly will. Have a look at this. Adam Brewer is going with them. The AVI technology entry sponsoring this round 2 of the championship. The 944s have a great group of sponsors that look after them at each round. Porsche Cars Australia, certainly part of it. That's why they all run the Porsche banner across the front windscreen. 888 Home Loans, AVI Technology, 1-800 Lasagna, and of course the magnificent people at Pit Lane Clothing, making sure everyone looks really good. Talking about looking really good, the Aqua car of Cambella looks to the inside of CLW. Chris Lewis-Williams says, have it. I've got the number 37 on my side, and I will let you lead a couple of laps, maybe a corner or two.
This is a three-way fight, and there's definitely no... Oh, now there's a replay, or is that another piece coming off the back of the lasagna car?
It's live. Piece of debris on the track that Joey Kellock's run over sight unseen.
Yeah, he's come off.
That's a shame. I hope it doesn't tear a tyre up at all.
Absolutely, that can definitely cut a tyre, a piece of bodywork like that. Joey seems a little bit loose. Dare I say he's relatively loose at the best of times, Joey, but his arms definitely seems a bit loose coming out of turn 4 there as well. But up the front, it was a very, very close battle. So this will now be interesting. Joey Kellock, remembering, has got a 5-second penalty, so that will drop him back right down the field past Matty Mezzaselma. Oh, here's a chance for the lead. Cam Bella and the Baron of Manila, Chris Lewis-Williams, really going hard, and Adam Brewer tucked in behind, just waiting for something to happen.
Brewer looks to the inside now of Chris Lewis-Williams. Lewis-Williams just catches the black and orange car in his mirrors and covers off the line there, but he got back on with the job at hand, flowing the car onto the straight, make sure he can go with the very rapid number 55 of Cam Bella. Comes across the line, 5 laps completed, up 1 spot this time round. Cam Bella, Chris Lewis-Williams pulls out of the draft. Adam Brewer slips in. Now we're going to go 3 wide. This is 944 racing at its finest. Under brakes. Chris Lewis-Williams gets turn number 1 and the race lead back only half a dozen corners after he surrendered it to Cam Bella in the 55. They're going to keep going with this. They are going to keep going right until the very end of this race. Cam Bella, Adam Brewer is immense in the mirrors of CLW or Cam Bella, whoever it is in P2. Here it is, down at turn 9. Tipping it in nicely. Great car control by Lewis-Williams. Bella left it high and wide there. Had to loop right round. The good thing about that was it gave him that momentum and speed to get up to turn number 11 and 12 complex.
Exactly. And, of course, that's the key with these two. And this is, again, nose to tail. But that's the key with the 944s. You want to keep the momentum up. Keep the flow up with these cars, otherwise you'll just lose too much time. And if you lose half a second in this battle, you're going to drop from first to third straight away.
Says Rocket Digital on the front of Chris's car, and I tell you what, he's got a rocket hooked up here this weekend in the 1-800 Lasagna Porsche 944 Challenge. Under brakes, coming onto the straight the last time round. Bella knows he has to flow it here. This is how he's been able to deal with Chris Lewis-Williams, is get the good speed out of the last corner, and he's done it again. He is right in the draft. He'll be able to zip out halfway along the front of the grandstand and challenge under brakes. Brewer needs to dive in behind, line astern with each other. Have a look at Ryan Woods. He's ranging up now, and in fact, he's the fastest car on track with a 1:24.84.
Sensational performance by Ryan Woods, who is really coming at these top 3 in front. But yeah, you'll see Cam Bella sitting right on side, right inside the bumper of Chris Lewis-Williams. Mainly for the draft situations, you've got 2 long straights here at Sandown. So if you can get the drive out of this corner, which is turn 4, go close to that wall, as Ads Brewer has just touched on the wall there. Here comes Ryan Woods. He's got a little bit of damage, but he's certainly charging hard.
That's the front nose cone panel that's sitting on the front straight there. That'll be affecting the aerodynamics of this car quite immensely because it leaves a big block hole, a very right angle edge in the front of that car. Almost looks like an auxiliary set of brake ducts running from the middle of the bonnet there, or induction or something like that. But no, that will be affecting the aerodynamics of that car immensely.
Without a doubt, absolutely. Yeah, that will definitely be affecting his time. And
it's not affecting his time. He's gone the fastest on the last lap there, sans the body panel.
Goes to show exactly how much I know, doesn't it? But, I mean, if he's still doing those sort of times with that amount of damage on his car, that just shows how hard he is charging. He's definitely an experienced campaigner, Ryan Woods, and done a lot of HQ racing as well, which, again, where you need to flow the car. That's where you get the best out of these vehicles. And if you can keep the momentum and the mid-corner speed up, all the way around the track, that's where you're going to get the times out of these cars.
I reckon we've got another 3 laps left in this race at the moment. Bella looks out, looks to send a message to Chris Lewis-Williams. He's got to do that. Yeah. He's got to say to Chris, hey, I'm here every single time, and I'm going to keep looking. I'm going to look left, I'm going to look right, I'm going to look at you at turn 1, I'm going to look at you at turn 3, I'm going to try and stuff it up between the inside of the corner at turn 4, although at the moment I'm going to suggest it's Adam Brewer that has to start that tactic on the back of Cam Bella, draw his attention away from trying to win this race and draw his attention to what Brewer's doing.
Without a doubt. Look, and a bit of information that people may not know as well. When you see car racing like this and you see cars inches off the other car in front, there's actually 2 or 3 reasons why you do it. Firstly, it's for aerodynamics, so you can actually take a little bit of speed up and down the long straights, because the car in front is effectively punching a really big hole in the air for you, so you can get through the air
without resistance.
Exactly, without the resistance. It's actually also a safety thing as well, because if you're a fair way back from the car in front and you manage to outbrake yourself and hit him at a reasonable speed, it's more dangerous than if you are really close to the car in front. Give him a bit of a nudge, but it may not affect things as much.
We go again up the straight. Bella has lost about half a car length this time around. But again, gee, he is good at it. He just flows the car onto the straight. He knows exactly the route to take. And it's quite a wide old entry onto the straight here at Sandown. Pops out again halfway along the grandstand part of the straight here. Shows his nose. Chris Lewis-Williams had to initially turn in there. He had to give it a bit of opposite lock. He unbalanced the car badly, and that's given Bella the impetus to come back here. Have a look at Adam Brewer. One lap down again, and he is all over them.
Can't take my eyes off Adam Brewer. He is just waiting and waiting and waiting for the slightest mistake from those top two guys, and he's going to pounce. There's no doubt about it. Again, another great battle. A little bit further back down the pack, you've got Mark Verdino and Joey Culloch, or Joey Opposite Lock, as we call him, all over the back of the side link car. They really want to get good drive out of this corner, but Verdino's holding his own there. Pretty cool customer, Mark Verdino. He knows how to handle the race car, and so he'll try to hold off Joey as best as he can.
He's had a ripping round too, has Mark Verdino. He was right up the front earlier on today, and Joey Culloch is now chasing him. Richard Howe back in the background there. Manny Menazolma, he's arranging up as well. Mark Torbitz is obviously out, and Jamie Mitchell out of this. Carter Fox in the number 7 has continued on, came to the lane, but has continued on in this race and managed to keep himself on the lead lap as well. We're watching now, that's Joey Culloch in the 1-800 Lasagna number 77. Mark Verdino in the 44 as we go back to our race leaders. Always seems pretty obvious when you say Mark Verdino in the 44, the 944 in the 44. Well, now I'm confusing myself.
There's a
Over
lot
to you,
of fours.
Jack.
There's a lot of fours. The top three, how close is the top three? You could literally throw a blanket over the top three. Ryan Woods has dropped back off, though, from the back of this pack just a little bit. So whether that aerodynamics, is affecting that car has probably come into its own. The car might have tried enough, to be honest, but as opposed to that, look at how close the racing is at the front of the field. And again, I keep harping on about it, but Adam Brewer sitting there beautifully in the AVI technology car, just sitting third. You've probably got a lap or two to go. The two guys in front, 7 championships between the top two guys, between Chris Lewis-Williams and Cameron Bella. But it's a fantastic performance by Adam Brewer to be able to hold his own with these two.
It's great driving there, just looking good shots inside the Cameron Bella car. And I tell you what, if you want to look inside a car, and it's a 944 and how it's done well, it is the number 55 you probably want to start looking at first and foremost. He was working very hard at the steering wheel there. Manny Metazalma's gone around at turn 4 in the number 10 and just balking the 56 there going through.
Josh Brisbane there, beautiful green machine. I've got to say, one of the nicest cars in the field, that green machine of Josh Brisbane, who's now just managed to pick up a spot with Manny Menazalma. So here we go. Final time as the guys head down the straight. And how close. Cam Bella again shows the nose. You want to be braking around about the 150 to 100 metre mark as they slide it into turn 1. That is a drive-through corner. That's why Cam Bella is pushing really hard on that ripple strip. Adam Brewer, he knows now he's actually got to really make a decision. He's got to take a lunge either into Dandenong Road, because he's not going to get it done here coming out of turn 4. Chris Lewis-Williams and Cam Bella are too experienced to let a gap arrive open there. So they really want to start making a solid plan with, actually it's probably 2 laps to go.
Yeah, this will be the penultimate lap now. I would suggest they'll get the last lap board on the next time around here. I am not sure that Adam Brewer's got the forward motion or even the track position to make a lunge on these two. I think he's using everything he's got at his service at the moment to stay with them. And you've got to say, Jack Atlee, to stay with these two is pretty good.
Yeah, without a doubt.
That's very good. Like Adam Brewer's come along gangbusters over the last 12 months, and he should be super proud in the AVI technology Porsche of where he is at, because he's operating with some wily competitors, let alone veterans of the game and championship winners. These guys know where to put their car and when to put
put it there. And that's why this race is so good, because the two guys at the front are preempting each other's moves.
As we always say, you're exactly right, Daz. You hit the nail on the head there. It's one thing getting to the cars, but then you've actually got to try and pass them. So you can all drive. It's very similar lap times. And because it's a one-make series, that's the beauty of this category, that all the cars are effectively the same. So it comes down to driver ability, but it also makes it harder to just have a big lunge and get in front of the car in front. You can see how close these times are. I mean,
it's actually really cool in this race. Chris Lewis-Williams is legitimately leading this race. He's not throwing up smoke screens. He's not covering off lines on the inside. He's racing his race. He's the fastest car on track at the moment, albeit that Adam Brewer has set the fastest lap in the race. A 1:24.9 versus a 1:24.9 versus a 1:24.8. In fact, last time round, the guy in third position was third fastest.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, what these guys are doing, using all of the racetrack, little bit of a glance on the wall
I
there
love
from
a replay
Campbell.
like that from 888 Home Loans. How good's that? It's almost like an air buffer held him off the wall
Just
there.
loves leaving his signature around this place, doesn't he, the champion? But yeah, they're using all of the racetrack, no doubt about it. They're trying their
Checkered
hardest.
flag, and who is it going to be for? It's out for Chris Lewis-Williams, but who's going to take it? It'll be CLW. He will drive it to the line. And what a brilliant display by three race car drivers doing a fantastic job in this championship. There they are, 1, 2 and 3 in the race, 1, 2 and 3 in the championship. Chris Lewis-Williams came into the round leading the championship. He'll go out of it with a very healthy lead indeed. In fact, he's only just gained 4 points over Cam Bella and 10 points over Adam Brewer, but certainly leaves this race meeting with a full head of steam for the last round.
Yeah, sensational weekend really for Chris Lewis-Williams, the Baron of Manila. And as we see the final two guys coming through the last few corners there, Josh Brisbane in the beautiful green machine just ahead of Manny Manaselma, still fighting hard. That's the beauty of this category. Right throughout the field there's tough battles, but a great weekend for Chris Lewis-Williams, really cementing his position at the top of the championships. Cam Bella though and Adam Brewer fighting hard, and they're definitely nipping at the heels in the championship. And as we head to, well done guys, as we head to Phillip Island for the next round, that's going to be a fast and flowing circuit, and that's a beautiful place to see 944 racing. So we want to see all people as much as we can down at the beautiful Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit for our next round, and we look forward to that round there.
There it is, confirmation of points. Chris Lewis-Williams, 98 points out of this round. Cameron Bella, 94. Adam Brewer, 84. Mark Verdino, 72. Ryan Woods, 67. Richard Howe, 54. Joey Callock, 53. Manny Manaselma, 46. Mark Torbitz, 46. Carter Fox, 42. Brisbane, Mitchell and Venoris. Here's the results of the final race for the weekend.
Just running through there, the final race of the weekend, Chris Lewis-Williams, the Baron of Manila, has come through and had a sensational win there over Cam Bella, literally by just 0.2 of a second. Adam Brewer, home in third. Great performance by Brewer. Ryan Woods managed to get the car home there after a little bit of damage mid-race. Mark Verdino's had a fantastic weekend. He's come home in top 5. Joey opposite lock, Joey Culloch, who we all love, he's come home in 6. Good weekend for Joey. King Richard, home in 7. Joshy Brisbane manages to grab a top 8 position. Manny Manaselma rounds out number 9. And the Prince himself, Carter Fox, excellent to see his great performance. He's come home in the top 10.
The real teller about that is that stat right at the bottom of the screen there, a 1:24.64 to Adam Brewer. He's got the pace over a lap. He's just got to string it together for the whole 10 of them and take it up to these other two that are just the class above the rest of the field. And Adam Brewer is right there with it. We're going to take a quick break, and I've got to extend a very big thank you to Jack Atley for bringing all of his A game, all of his knowledge, and of course a little bit of fun along the way. Jack, thank you very much for having us, having you with us throughout this race call.
Absolute pleasure, Darren. Thanks very much, guys.
We'll be back in just a couple of moments. Formula Vee and then BMW E30s will conclude round 4 of the 888 Home Loans Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship. Back in a moment.
This is Jake Rowe looking very cool in his sunnies this morning. Not only does he compete in Formula Vee, but he's also the sponsor this weekend with GR Motorsport Electrics. But what keeps you coming back to the VSRS?
The community, the people I work with, especially the Formula Vee people. They're just the best people to get along with, race cars with, and have a chat afterwards. And it's the club feeling that you get no matter what category you deal with around here. Just keeps bringing me back every year.
And it is a good family environment. Of course, you've got your little boys running around the racetrack, keeping them nice and busy. But could you tell us a little bit more about the GR Motorsport Electrics business?
Yeah, well, we do custom wiring harnesses, full front to back wiring harnesses, mainly race cars. We do street cars and Southern 80 boats and all the rest of it. But we're a Motec dealer, so it's basically get the full hardware through the car and try to help people along with also some data analysis and everything as well.
Awesome. Thank you, Jake Rowe.
No worries. Thank you very much, mate. Cheers.
Great to see Obi-Wan Kenobi. Hello there on the front of Jake Rowe's machine. That's good to see. A bit of personality in the Formula Vee Association as they head out onto the racetrack for their final encounter of the day. Alongside me, as always, for Formula Vee, Steve DeVries. Great to have you alongside for this one. Jake Rowe, of course, coming out of position number 4.
Yeah, Jake Rowe having made up several spots from the rear of grid from this morning's race before it was unfortunately cut a little bit short because of a safety car intervention. And you can see there Jake Rowe in that GR Motorsport Electrics number 66 will start in P4 behind the podium sitters from last race, Reef McCarthy, Nick Jones and Lee Partridge. And then comes Jake Rowe with Heath Collinson, Andre Curran, Damien Spinello and John Casamati. That was a fantastic battle group in that second race of the weekend and the first race this morning, where second through to ninth was covered by about 1.5 seconds until we got to that little safety car issue.
It really was an exciting battle, wasn't it, for second? It was anyone's, but at the front of the field, McCarthy had broken away. We'll just talk you through the grid. So McCarthy, Jones, Partridge, Rowe, Collinson, Curran, Spinello and Casamati. Beyond that, we have Rudra Patna, Stubbs, Munro and Kay. Charlie Richardson comes out of 13th, ahead of Malachi Windsor, Cameron Bell and Kelly Egan.
And then the last couple of drivers on the grid, Phil Gardner, Mick Fisher, Etan Filippi. There's Brandon Taylor, the man who caused the safety car. He's going to be starting second to last. And then Ash Clifford, who, let's call this a technical own goal, apparently was kicked with the Star Res number 17 entry. He only did the start of the first lap and then came straight back into the pits. He hasn't divulged what the problem was, and I don't think he wants to. I think he's a little bit embarrassed by whatever it was.
Finished all but one race in the top 10 coming into this weekend, and 2 DNFs. It's not been the weekend he was after. He was within touching distance of that fight for second in the championship, but no more now. He's well and truly a lot further back. Sits 6th in the standings still, but a whopping 79 points behind the next person, Heath Collinson, in the standings.
Yeah, he's got a little bit of work to do, Ash Clifford here. Now, there is a yellow flag. I could just see waving at the back as somebody potentially put their hand up to say that they've got a problem. Oh, then Jake Rowe. I just seen there he was moving at the start and then he just accidentally anticipated the lights. Would not be surprised to see him penalised for a jump start infringement if he went over the line. He wasn't moving when the lights went out, but he was just a little bit too trigger happy on the clutch pedal as the lights were still in the sequence before they went out. And through to turn 1 we go. Top 3, not quite as they were, but Partridge getting the better of Nick Jones at the start there to arrest position number 2 away from the Sabre 02 pilot.
Absolutely, and we see Casamati getting the number 49 machine of Spinello in the Acura Motorsports car, that black machine, and he might lose another position as they head onto the back straight. But it's been an interesting start, and already McCarthy trying to break away. 5-second penalty for Rowe, so he was out of grid box, as you say. He certainly stopped it, but unfortunately over the grid box, as we see.
And we got Kelly
number 42
Egan.
Machine, yes.
Kelly Egan stopped at turn number 1. They're hopefully going to try and clear that car quickly before the field gets back around to turn number 1. And there's a safety car boards out. And there goes Casamati. He's given the fence a rub. He's gone too wide on the run down the hill into Dandenong Road. pancakes the wall on driver's right-hand side and comes to a stop, and out he gets. If there wasn't a safety car before, there is one now.
Certainly a safety car called, as you say. John seems all right, just very frustrated with himself, I think, as he jumps over the barrier. Had a season best result in race number 1 yesterday, and a really good top 10 again earlier on today. So 5th yesterday, 8th earlier on this morning, but it has come to a sudden and spectacular halt at the bottom of Dandenong Road. It looks like we'd have gone safety car anyway, because we're still recovering Egan's machine down at turn number 1. But hopefully a quick couple of toes away and we should get back going rather quickly. I don't think there's too much bodywork damage or anything scattered around the racetrack.
No, Kelly Egan's car just looks like it's come to a halt of its own accord just from a mechanical drama, because she's still in the car and able to, help steer the car off the circuit. So it's not like the transaxle or the gearbox have locked up. Here we go at turn 9. So let's have a look. So Casamati at the back of the shot there, all on his own, had a big lock-up, just plumb understeered straight off the circuit.
No, in front, Jake Rowe put his hand up and they all slowed down.
Oh, he's been caught out.
Yes, he was not aware of the safety car. The others ahead were. They slammed on the brakes and he did not. So he took avoiding action not to plough into the back of Jake Rowe and had to turn right. And unfortunately, with the wet grass, that led him to the barrier. So good evasive action in one sense, but obviously not what he wanted. But yeah, Jake Rowe clearly had his hand up in the air just ahead of him.
That's a really awkward time for the safety car to have been deployed then, for everybody to pop their hands up, because you do need 2 hands on the wheel coming down that hill. You've got to get the gear change selected. You've got to come back from 4th down to 3rd. You've then got to put your hand back on the wheel to turn the wheel to the right, to the left, to go around the next corner. So it's a really awkward time for those boards and flags to be shown. But they were at the top of the hill. That's the bit for me. Like, they may have come out maybe slightly late. So have a look at the top of the hill in this replay. You will actually see the yellow flags come out as the leaders go through. So there they are. Leaders goes through. There we go. So it was fractionally late. So Casamati was about a second on the scene there. And then watch behind. Up goes Jake Rowe's hand. Front wheels lock on the number 25 machine. And off goes Casamati. So it was a late call. Great call for the safety car.
Jake Rowe himself was locked up trying not to hit into the back of Kieran, and Kieran was locked up trying to not hit into the back of Collinson. So it was really awkward. They're concertinaing towards each other down at Dandenong Road. It's rare you see something like that, particularly in Formula V's.
Yeah, and given where the flag points are as well, you can see there it is at the top of the hill, and the next ones are sort of down the hill towards turn 9 here on the driver's right. You can see just down the right-hand side of the shot, the flag waving. So if you missed it at the top of the hill, as you're concentrating on coming down the hill here on lap 1, it is a little bit sort of disorientating to then look to the left-hand side before you look to the apex for the next corner at the bottom of the hill and then see the yellow flag there. Some do and some don't.
I think that's why the leaders, McCarthy, Partridge, who were already turning in, saw the yellow flag, whereas the guys behind Collinson, Kieran, Rowe, and of course Casamati, they were still looking down the road into the corner, if you see what I'm saying, rather than through the corner and seeing the yellow flag on the apex of the corner.
Yeah, eyes focused a bit further into where they wanted the car to be, 100 metres or so from the point in time where they were at, rather than focusing what was immediately there. And I mean, as a race driver, that's what you're trained to do. You've got very limited visibility. You sit low in the cars, so the visibility does become a little bit of an issue. As while we're under safety car, we still have this race and one more to go to round out proceedings for round 4 of the Victorian State Race Series. And then in about 5 or so weeks' time, we are off to Phillip Island. It's the time of the year, or as Darren Smith likes to call it, the aerial ping pong finals are very much in full swing. But if you're not too much of a fancy with regards to the football, come down and see us at Phillip Island. That, I don't believe, is the grand final weekend this year. I think it's the weekend before. Happy to be corrected if I'm wrong, but from what I'm told, that is correct, because I think the AFL grand final is actually on, I think it might be the 1st of October, I think it falls this year, or somewhere around that mark. It's a little bit different, so you actually get a long weekend the following weekend after the racing weekend, not on the weekend itself. And then all signs are looking very, very positive for Calder Park at the end of October.
Certainly is. Going back to your point at Phillip Island, the last, 5 years, COVID ones aside, I've spent the Phillip Island weekend watching the grand final up in the box.
Yeah, we've been divided. We've had a TV in one side for the AFL grand final. We've had the TV on the other side for the Blendline, that sends the Blendline footage or any other things we've been recording. But yeah, this year it'll be a little bit different. There'll still be some football going on. It just won't be the big dance at the end of the season. And yeah, some Calder Park information that we did get a little bit earlier on before the round. It just says all parties are confident that a track licence will be issued in time for the proposed round in October, and all that safety work and things that they've been asked to do has indeed been completed. There are a couple of small little things that just need to be finalised, but that's why we said it's looking like a 90% chance that it is going ahead. So the categories have told their club members in the last couple of weeks, plan as if it is going ahead.
That's right. That was issued on July 31, so not too long ago. So it sounds, at this stage anyway, like as you say, plan ahead as if it's going to happen, because we believe we will be returning to Calder Park. I never thought that was going to happen. I really didn't. I did not think 4 or 5 years ago that we'll be returning to Calder Park, and I'm very, very much looking forward to seeing, because so many of these people would have never raced at Calder Park. It's going to be fantastic.
Yeah, only a handful of drivers that are here this weekend, let alone in this field, have actually done some practice laps at some of the track days that they've been holding every couple of weeks. And some of the officials that are out there today would have been over at some of those track days, just helping run them and get some drivers familiar with the track. Lee Partridge, who's currently sitting in second place, was one of those drivers to go down recently and do a test day at Calder Park. And he said, look, some of the safety things that they've done, the runoff areas, are definitely a massive improvement and things that needed to be done. But he did say it is quite bumpy, especially going into turn 1, which is the biggest stop on the circuit, or one of the biggest stops on the circuit. And he said you've got to bring probably your best suspension engineer and sort things out pretty quickly if you want to, ride those bumps beautifully going into the braking zone for turn 1, because otherwise you have got some runoff down there as well, because it is the end of the drag strip from when they run the off-street legal drags and the proper drag racing from back in the day. So you've got a little bit of tarmac to run down the escape road at turn 1 if you get it wrong, but the consequences could be huge if you don't understand how those bumps affect your braking ability going into what is one of the most difficult parts of the track.
I saw an onboard a couple of days ago, and it looks like out the final corner as well, coming onto the straight. It's really bumpy, so it's going to be power down, I think, as well as
that transition from the corner to the drag strip. That's correct. Where the other part of the problem is as well.
We can see we're about to go back to racing. Safety car in this lap. We're not going to get as many green laps in as we hoped. We've only got 6 minutes left on the timing clock in the left-hand side of your screen. Remember, Jake Rowe has a 5-second penalty for that illegal start. And McCarthy swinging it around Dandenong Road at a bit of pace, trying to generate a bit of heat in those tyres, and he will be looking to time it right. Of course, in Formula Vee, with the toe so effective, in Formula Vee you generally want to go as late as possible before the start lines to not give the people behind you an opportunity to just simply drag by before turn 1.
I thought McCarthy was about to start proceedings there. It looked like he was going at sort of a normal speed through the last couple of corners, but he's not. He's holding them as far as he can go, all the way down the line. He's got to the control line, which is right about now, and he goes immediately, and that's a great restart. Partridge was not asleep, neither was Nick Jones. They were right on the hammer of Reef McCarthy's number 61 heading down the front straight. So very, very good restart for Formula Vee. Nice and tightly bunched. That puts consequences into play here down at turn number 1 if you get it wrong on a closely bunched restart. But no such worries for the top 3. They're safely through, and it looks like the rest of the field has followed them.
Certainly have. It's very much as it was. I think the only person who's dropped down is Curran.
Oh, no. Contact between the stablemates, between the two Gippy powder coating machines, and Stubbs comes off worse for wear. Taylor was having a little bit of a sniff down the inside at turn number 2. Might have caught a little bit of rear tyre off Gavin Stubbs' Spectre, and off goes Stubbs into the grass on driver's right at turn 2.
Yeah, here we go, weaving from side to side. McCarthy trying to break the toe, and here comes Collinson. He's having a look at The 21 machine, that is, of course, Jones. Oh, no, lost another one. Spinello
loses it at the top of the hill. Can he keep it out of the grass now? He might be bogged there. Richardson, who's in a borrowed car for today, is just shortcutting the backside of turn 7. Spinello gets it going, so we stay green for the moment. Stubbs has got it going as well from his little incident at turn 2. So let's have a look at turn 2, 3, 4 here. So Taylor up the inside, curb hopped and sideways into Gavin Stubbs. So that caused that little problem. And then Spinello looked like he lost it at the top of the hill on his own.
Taylor wasn't too pleased about that. Hit the steering wheel on the approach to turn number 4 as we see Rowe look into the inside of not just Jones but Collinson as well.
2 for 1 special here for Jake Rowe. Through he goes into P3, but remember, still has the 5 seconds that he needs to find to avoid losing too many spots when the checkered flag falls.
Quite an important move, that one, because just 3 points between Jones and Partridge in the series, second in the series. Coming into this one, we're just going to have a look at Spinello. Look at the back of the shot, all by himself.
He was sideways before he got to the apex of turn 6 as well, so he turned in a little bit too early and probably with a little bit too much pace.
Turn 6 has caught out the very best in the business, and of course the 666 machine of Trapski in the earlier Porsche 944 race as well. That was quite a big incident, but fortunately able to keep it off the wall in this one, which is great news for Spinello. We see the cars continuing, just 2.5 minutes on the clock, and McCarthy trying to break away once again. We've got 9 in a row for McCarthy. Can he make it? 10 Formula Vee victories in a row, and that doesn't even include the club meetings as well.
No, he had another 3 on for the club meeting that we had at Phillip Island last month as well, so he'd be racking them up just like he's racking up a triangle full of billiard balls, and he just go along and pot one after the other. Here goes Rowe now to the inside of Partridge. He had a really good run out of the final corner. You see them using so much curb on the inside of those final couple of corners. And a drive-through penalty for Brandon Taylor for a safety car restart infringement. That's twice this weekend he has been penalised for a restart infringement. He was penalised yesterday, which was a 5-second penalty. He's got a drive-through now. It's very unusual.
Very unusual, yeah, indeed. So just to reiterate, that's not for the incident down at turn number 2 and 3. That's completely separate. So this was before the incident with his stable mates at turns 2 and 3. The restart itself, and we see Partridge returning serve. He wants to get back through on Rowe. Rowe, the first lap of the race last time through, 6 tenths faster than Reef McCarthy. I can't remember the last time I saw that much of a lap time difference. Look, he's using all the road on the exit of the corner, and as you say, he was really taking liberties with the track as well down the hill over turn number 6.
Watch the inside here. Watch the wheels light up. There you go. Lift them up over the top of that inside curb at turn number 12, and that's what Reef McCarthy does so well. You just you get the car up over the angle, you get the wheels in the air, and you just trust that the tyre is going to give you the amount of grip that you need. So black flag on display at the moment of course for kart 29 for Brandon Taylor. 2 more laps to run by the looks of things. They've crossed the line with about 32 seconds on the clock, and it is time plus 1 lap. So there is still time for Jake Rowe as Partridge has a bit of a wiggle in the braking zone at turn number 1, and he loses not 1, not 2, but 3 spots to 3 other Sabre pilots. Rowe, Jones and Collinson all go through.
Turned in, big kick of oversteer, and then he was out in the cement dust that was used to clean up the oil down at turn number 1, and then he got on that, and then that sent him even further wide. So it was a little mistake, but huge consequences, losing not 1, not 2, but 3 positions out of that.
So there's that group of 4 or 5 cars there, Rowe all the way back through to Collinson, 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. And then it looks like Andre Curran is having a bit of a scrap with Brandon Taylor, who has that black flag that he does need to serve before the end of the race. Big lock up from Rowe, inside left front, going down the hill into Dandenong Road, using all the outside. Collinson getting a bit sideways on that extra little bit of road that you are permitted to use on the exit of Dandenong Road corner.
dread to see Formula Vee sliding and spinning the way they are in this race. I don't know if it's track temperature or what it is, but it's
pushing. That's all it is. They're just pushing for the moment. Last lap board should be out this time around. There's still the black flag on display and the last lap board, so they are both out. And Taylor goes around again, so I'm not sure if he's not seen it, but he has still got that black flag hanging over his head. McCarthy looks safe, but at the moment, Rowe looks like he wants P2, but at this stage, it would drop him back to P5 as it sits right now with that 5-second penalty.
I think it'll be further back than that, actually. I think it'll be 7th behind Kieran and, well, Taylor's a bit of a question
close,
mark as well. I imagine there'll be a big slap on the wrist after this one for not serving a drive-through, unless he does the old Michael Schumacher and comes in at the end of the race to serve his drive-through penalty.
Let's not talk about that. That's one of those things as well that we've seen a few times. Very clever interpretation of some rules, I think, isn't it?
Yes.
At the moment, he's in the toe of Andre Kieran, Brandon Taylor. McCarthy up and over the top of the hill for the final time. 2.2 seconds clear last time around. Rowe is the roadblock at the moment for Jones, Collinson and Partridge. And down the hill they come for the final time. Rowe holding sway. Jones, Collinson and Partridge right behind him. Taylor has found a way through on Andre Kieran, but will have extra time added to his race at its conclusion. But chalk another one up for the 61. He is the irresistible force in Formula Vee, and there's no immovable object that he cannot get past. He gets another win in the record books for Reef McCarthy.
10 in a row. Incredible. Rowe second across the line, but of course 5-second penalty. So second will go to second in the championship. That's Jones. Oh, big send from Spinello, trying to recover from his spin earlier on. Had a look at the inside of the Acura machine. Stable mates, of course, these two teammates, but is he going to drag it to the line, maybe make a move?
3 Acura cars in a little sandwich here. Charlie Richardson got the lot of them. She passed them all in the last few laps as well in that car that she has borrowed from Brett Burden, and actually makes it into the top 10. So that's actually a Silver Fox back car, and there's a car in the wall which it looks like it's Josh Munro in the orange number 76 in the wall. Where's that? That looks like it's at the last corner?
Yep,
that's at the last corner. So that's actually it's turn 9. So he's had a big lock-up, gone straight on, tried to drive it out the other side, and does he manage to get back on? He's trying and trying and trying. He does. So he gets back on, and then what happens after this? This will be the telling bit. Does he actually just go off on the wrong side of last turn? So
I assume dirty tyres may play a factor. We're not entirely sure on that one, but I did just see before we saw that replay the penalty for
Jake Rowe. So Jake Rowe's got the penalty that's been applied for him, so that drops him down to, you're right, it was 6th behind Kieran at the end of the day. The other one we've got to look for is Brandon Taylor.
30 seconds.
So he's been given 30 seconds post-race penalty. So we believe it's for weaving underneath the at the restart here. So check in line. So at the back there, actually Charlie Richardson's weaving a little bit as well, and there's no green flag just yet, but where's this weaving that happens that we're being told? So round the final corner they come, and I'm not 100% sure if they've penalised the right car there, unless there's something else in the jump start proceedings here.
Let's see for a car to jolt out, maybe gain an advantage here. Let's look at the bottom of the screen.
Overlapping, there it is. There's some overlapping at the restart, but that might be the reason for the penalty. But as we said yesterday, that attracted 5 seconds, and maybe it's a second indiscretion. Maybe they've done it for a repeat offence. So that'll be a curious one. We'll wait to see what happens in the stewards' rooms after that. So confirmation of finishing those results. Reef McCarthy, another race win for him. Nick Jones and Heath Collinson move up to the podium after Jake Rowe's 5-second penalty ahead of Lee Partridge and Rowe. Looks like there might be a slight... the timing's on the wrong side of the screen versus the points. So Jake Rowe 5th overall ahead of Kieran. And then Clifford, he started the rear of grid, and he just silently moved his way up the field there. We didn't see him all race long, and he finishes in 7th. So that's a great drive from Ash Clifford. ahead of Rudrapatna, Richardson and Malachi Windsor. So they've actually moved up the order into 9th for Charlie Richardson after that. So didn't quite expect that.
Season best performance for Charlie Richardson in
It
the
is
loaned
indeed.
car. So
Yeah.
she'll want to be keeping that one, I reckon.
Yeah, I think there's going to be some moves afoot to try and grab that car on a more permanent basis
Yes,
now.
I think so, absolutely.
All right, nearly finished here for round number 4 of the Victorian State Race Series. Just one more race to go here on Sunday afternoon. It is, of course, the BMW E30s to round out proceedings here at Sandown International Motor Raceway. Back soon with the last race of the day.
Saloon cars as well.
Welcome back, trackside here for round 4 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Big shout out to our great friends at 888 Home Loans, www.888capital.com.au. By 888, I mean 888capital.com.au. Our great friends at 888 Home Loans, Cam McKee and all of his great people that deliver the goods in this time and this day and age of uncertainty around interest rates. You want to make sure you are getting the very best deal possible. Ask 888 Home Loans to help you with that. They are certainly at the forefront in their industry and will make sure you are looked after very, very well. I know I'm being looked after very, very well throughout this call. I'll be in the capable hands of Heath McAlpine right alongside me for the BMW E30s. I don't mean that literally, but certainly we are going to get through this. The last race of the day, short, compact field. It's going to be a ripping affair over 18 minutes, or about 10 laps we've seen from the BMWs. But welcome to the last race of the day at the 888 Home Loans Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship. Heath McAlpine.
Yeah, it's the last last race for the round as well. So we've gotten through mostly unscathed, which is great. But we've got BMW E30s. They put on a bit of a show this morning. So Royce Lyon has been pushing to get to that 125 mark. Hasn't done that quite yet. He got to the 1 minute 26.2 section. So hopefully he can push for this final race to be in the 125s. Then we had Brian Burke, who led for most of the early section of that race in this morning. Held Royce Lyon behind him for quite a bit. Brian Burke hopefully might have the edge, or he's hoping anyway.
Look, I think Royce Lyon, the young charger, has got to tick some boxes in this race. He's got to learn how to fend off some heavily experienced racers in Brian Burke and Jesse Bryan, that's for sure. Jesse Bryan is, I guess, the more experienced guy in this field. Matt Thulis has been alongside in this field as well. He's a Australian Championship winner in Class C in Australian production cars. So certainly Matt knows what he's doing. And Jesse Bryan is of a very similar ilk there as well. So massive experience. And I am not questioning the young fella and Royce Lyon for one little bit. He is very, very capable racing car driver, and I guess the thing for guys like us, Heath, is to watch where this guy's career can take him. He's jumped out of karting. He's done a season and a half or so in XLs. With the backing that he's got, he's got moved into BMW E30s. All very, very sensible career progression moves. I guess you'd have to say you don't want to get too much older before you start to go into some national categories.
That's true, but it'd be interesting to see what tyres he's got on that car too, seeing he was pushing so hard in the earlier race, trying to break that 1 minute 26 time. As we see also, I wanted to highlight also Simon Leach in 4th place as well. He performed extraordinarily well in that race, and I think he's got some tyres in reserve as well, much like Jesse Bryan had. Brian does too.
I couldn't agree with you more, actually. Simon Leach has done a tremendous job this weekend around, doing a ripping job. Not really featuring anywhere in the points for this season. In fact, Royce Lyon is leading that charge. So Brian Burke second on the grid, Jesse Bryan third, Simon Leach on 4th. Doing a ripping job, but yeah, certainly hasn't fronted up for too much racing so far this year. Then we look back to Seth Boycart's in the KKI Lawyers Tickford Racing outfit, and Seth is 6th, 7th in the championship behind Rory Plant, currently on 48 points coming into this round. So Boycart's has got 46 points, as has Simon Leach, so they're both actually on the exact same amount of points here at this point in time. Next on the grid is Grant Bowles. Grant has been around the racing. Sorry, not Grant. Jeff Bowles been around for quite some time. He's just inside the top 10 in the championship hunt. Rory Plant in car number 7, out of position. Number 7, Rawls is 6th in the championship, just behind Jesse Bryan. So good year of racing for Rory Plant in the Upflow Racing outfit. Really good to see him concentrating and getting a good few races under his belt.
Absolutely, and Martin Taylor will round out the field. I don't think Adam Trapsky will take the field after coming off the road, approaching at the old Rothmans Rise.
Yeah, that wasn't a nice one, was it?
No, unfortunately not. But hopefully he'll have that car repaired for the next round. I'm
pretty sure that was named after Sir Kenneth Rothman, so. Nothing to do with potential Williams sponsor of years gone by.
No, that's true. Well, hopefully not. But anyway, but yeah, I think we're in for a really good race. It's going to be interesting to see tyre life, as we touched briefly on as well. In addition to, I think there's a couple of guys that are really, such as Seth Burkhart's, who will be pushing to advance themselves through the field.
There's our potential last few rounds. Here we are at Sandown this weekend. Next round will be 22, 23, 24 of September at Phillip Island. So if you want to get out of the aerial ping pong mayhem of Melbourne that goes on at that time of the year, I say AFL Grand Finals, and certainly get down to Phillip Island for round number 5. Turn 1. Hard corner to get round, and ideal category to show through their 944s. Get up to turns 2 and 3, a jag right, a zig left, and then a big hard right-hander. Keep off the walls on either side, and if you're in a Formula 4, don't drive over the tyres of the guy in front of you. Great bit of motor racing circuit here in Australia. Famous top of the hill, Rothman's Rise, as we affectionately call it. Dips down into a left and then a jag right, and it definitely is a left and then a right. It's not a straight line outfit, as many people do try to do. 3.1 kilometres is the distance, opened in 1962. Steeped in history, particularly back in the Tasman days and in the... Is that Cromley? He's coming in to give us a hand with the BMW E30s. Bringing it into land.
You talk about the history of Sandown, but of course it's had many iterations. Of course, what's on the screen now yes. used to go into the infield, and I don't think many drivers used to like that infield section. They're obviously in the 1986 Sandown 500. Gary Scott came a cropper there after Alan Grice hit him in the bum.
And it was all done to make the racetrack, the length that the World Endurance Championship wanted it to be, and those cars hated it. It was just a Mickey Mouse bit of infield circuit. Spent a lot of money on it, and ultimately was the demise of the Light Car Club that was running the facility here for a long time. Great banner across the bottom of the screen at the moment. Watch more Australian motorsport at www.blendline.tv. the 2023 Victorian State Circuit Racing Series. Plenty of archives there to catch on. And I'll tell you a little secret. Until I started a new job this week, the last job I did, all I did was sit there watching that. And if a boss wanted to come past, I'd click another screen up and I'd close Blendline down momentarily and get straight back on it. I'm not recommending that as a career move for anyone, but you can do that.
Yeah, I think my boss might be watching back on this, so I can't say that.
I can't see your boss not watching motor racing on his computer at some point. That's pretty much what he does.
That's true.
So cars coming out on track now for the final race for the weekend. Big shout out, actually. There's still people watching in Canada. How cool is that? They're watching. They'll know the E30s. They would have been really confused for the saloon cars. What are these jiggers? Although they're probably the Chevy Lumina might be known to them.
Vic V8s, they might have been scratching their heads a little bit.
What are these big boxy orange things? That's a big old Ford Falcon. That one is.
Yeah, that XE.
Here's a big group of cars following our field down there. The Victorian Fire and Rescue Squad do such a tremendous job, along with the Victorian Flag Marshalling Team. They're sort of the more higher visibility volunteer groups around, aren't they? There's also the Australian Sports Sedan Association officials running the grid and the main pit and paddock area here this weekend, being that they're the promoters, the medical team in there as well. And a big shout out to all of the shutterbugs, the motorsport photographers that stay out there in the rain and get all the great shots. Well, like Darwin, it can be belting down sunshine as well as rain up there at any given time. So the motorsport photographers out, they're not just here this weekend, but right around the world. They get us all the great shots, and let's face it, when we see a motorsport article, and I've got two guys that write them sitting right next to me here, in fact three, the photos are always the best bit.
No, not at all. You're joking. No, the photos are... I don't want to get in trouble because I'm friends with some photographers, but the words are slightly more important.
Okay, said the guy that does the words bit.
Yeah.
I actually think that the live race call is probably the most important part of it.
Well,
we've all got an angle. Talking about an angle, everybody lines up at the 90-degree angle to their grid box right now as they take it up. The garagistic BMW E30s for the last time here this weekend. Looking forward to seeing them go. Great support from Traction Tyre Centre, from Andy McCarthy and all of his crew. And the BMW Drivers Club, the E30 Club, is delighted to have the BMW Drivers Club of Melbourne. Always inspiring when they hit the racetrack to show all the BMW members that this is what you can do with a piece of the great Bavarian Motorworks equipment. Red light on and away we go. Great start there, Brian Burke. He got magnificent clutch contact, drove away beautifully, as has done Jesse Bryan right up the inside. This is what he tried to do last time around, and he's done it this time. He's going to have them off at turn number one. He's got the inside running. It's going to be a really tight get around there, but Royce Lyon has to get in behind Brian Burke, and he swings out wide to just keep the momentum up. Jesse has to put two wheels up on the ripple strip. Simon Leach goes out wide here. Burke shows the nose, gets the lead of the race. Royce Lyon goes through the nose, shows the nose as well. And Jesse Bryan capitulates. That is the first and only time I've ever seen Jesse Bryan capitulate to someone coming up on him.
That's quite amazing. Jesse Bryan got an awesome start and ends up in the same position heading into turn 4. So we've got Brian Burke leading the way from Royce Lyon, but Royce Lyon's tucked in for a slipstream here. So he's tried it previously in that second race a couple of times around the outside and then the inside, and finally got it done on Brian Burke. But it looks like Brian Burke's going to hold sway here heading into Dandy Road.
I reckon you're right there, Heath. He's going to hang on nicely, and I am going to say that he is going to try and do this for the next 13 and a half minutes. There's Shannon Cooper ranging through down the back of the field there at the moment. Great looking race car, as is the Bumblebee that's currently sitting in P2. I may be wrong. Maybe get to the end of the first lap and my faith in Brian Burke to hold on might be totally gazumped by the pace of the driver in car number 4. Our pole position setter already alongside. This is going to be a long drag race. He has to pull in behind Brian Burke. Brian now just ever so slowly angling over to the driver's right of turn number 1. Kept the car flowing. Royce tips it in beautifully. He's going to have a good run down to 2 here. No coming together, but boy, there was potential for it. Brian Burke hangs on. Royce just working the little bump strip on the front of his car and the rear of Brian's. They've got that little half-inch rubber there, and I reckon he might have just given that a little bit of a swipe as he moved across the back of Brian Burke's car.
I think he's done it a couple of times. There might be a bit of black on the black on black there, because of course both bumpers, front and rear, are black. But
bit of Amy Winehouse.
But you've got Brian Burke holding on valiantly, and around the outside, he tried this two or three times earlier, and he's done it. Had a little bit of a moment in the braking area heading into Dandy Road, but he's done it. But he's also ran a little bit wide, with Burke just taking a little bit of an advantage, but I reckon Line's just going to hold him. He's got a bit of a gap now. I thought that previously on the main straight there might have been a bit of overlap, and he might have had it done, but he didn't have it done. But you've got Line. He's now bolted. He's gone, and Jesse Bryan's still maintaining status quo in third from Leach, and Burkhart's is in for the ride as well, not too far away and not too far behind.
Surprisingly, Jesse Bryan is second fastest car on track. Royce Line a 1:28.6, Jesse Bryan a 1:28.7, and Brian Burke a 1:29.2. So surprisingly that Jesse has maintained position number 3 in the race, but being second fastest car on the track, being that they're so close, still only on the third lap of this race, is some gentleman racers giving each other just enough room. Car 7 looking up the inside there, that's Rory Plant, and he's unfortunately gone back a couple of spots since the start of the race, Rory, but here we go. Up, looks to the inside, around the outside. I've said it 10 times today, it's massive trust. I love those yellow gloves of Royce. You can see his hand working at the wheel, and then he's working really hard at the wheel. He's had a bit of a hippie shake and a wobble and a jiggle, and managed to straighten it all up and fly it right and just get everything all levelled up.
And you mentioned the time lost by Brian Burke on that lap, but I think that's where he lost it. He was held up there, and Jesse Bryan's in clean air, so I think we've seen it in the supercars that clean air is of high importance for any race car. So yeah, Jesse Bryan working wonders in the clean air, and hopefully he can catch up to the back of Brian Burke.
I do see the comedy in that, a state-level E30 up against a supercar of the current era, which has had billions of dollars spent of development on it. Still relevant, isn't it?
That's true.
So you come and get the same sort of racing in the State Series in a garagistic E30.
Yeah, and any clean air with any race car, it's a positive. It's a positive for all. So
it certainly is. Keeps them cool.
Absolutely, and doesn't work the tyres and doesn't work the car too much either. So you can also make your own speed as well, so
correct.
Go at your own speed. So it's good to see Simon Leach. He hasn't fallen back either, and he's taken Sven Burkhardt.
Seth.
Faux pas there.
Son
of Seth Burkhardt's there for the ride as well. He's going a lot better, and I think he may have been, as we mentioned earlier with some of the drivers, he might have been saving his tyres for this final to have a good crack. He's got the headlights on as well, looking to intimidate Simon Leach into Dandenong Road.
Well, both of us discussed the fact that Jesse Bryan, Simon Leach and Seth Burkhardt's were doing that in the last race, but have a look at the way Royce Lyon and Brian Burke have jumped away. I've just mentioned all the Burke race car drivers in Australian motorsport history and got to the guy that's actually in this race. Brian is doing a terrific job going with Royce here, but Jesse not having an answer. Simon Leach staying with Jesse, as is Sven Burkhardt's. But this gap, we're seeing it now on the main straight, the gap between Brian Burke, as opposed to all the other Burkes that I just rattled off, is doing a terrific job in car number 27.
It's up to more than 4 seconds now, so it's going to have to be go time at some point for the chasing pack on these two, but I'm not sure that they've got any response to these guys. Line and Burke just seem to, they're lapping in the 120. Well, I'll say that, but Line's into the 126s again, with Burke 127, and then you've got the next best is Simon Leach. Actually, he's done a 128.65, so he's going faster than Jesse Bryan at the moment. So he'll be looking to attack Bryan for the final podium slot. And Seth Burkhardt's is still there. He's got his headlights on, and he's matching lap for lap with Leach as well. So I wouldn't mind seeing. I think there's going to be some change-ups up later in the race.
I think what we're seeing now is the guys at the start of the race starting with their tyre set designed to come on at the start of the race, and Jesse Bryant's a real clever operator. He'll have set this car up. That is if he's got tyres left on the thing. Now that we sort of assume that he's still got a good set on the car. Maybe he's actually driving the wheels off it, and this is the best result he can expect at the moment. But certainly you'd have to suggest there's some strategy in the background there.
Yeah, and I think I think Brian is definitely. He looks like he's sort of suffering a little bit because Leach, unlike race 2 earlier today, he was sort of able to hold Leach at a 2-second margin, but today. But later in this race now, it's less than a second with Burkhardt's in there, just 0.7 behind Leach as well. So there's potential danger that Brian might drop off the podium here. As we've got Lyons still leading the way. He's lowered his fastest lap time to a 1 minute 26.6. But Burke is nearly into the 26s as well. I don't think we saw Burke in the 26s earlier today. So
no, he was sort of left outside that with Jesse Bryan and Royce Lyon operating in that angle. But I'm going to say we've only got 6.5 minutes left in this race. This gap is almost unassailable back to position number 3 at the moment.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of damage control for Brian, to be honest. He's got to try and hold off these guys. Though Seth Burkhardt's, he's had a little bit of a dive on Simon Leach into Dandenong Road. Hasn't got it done, but it might be the penultimate corner where he makes the move under brakes, or has a look, but not far enough. But I think it's only a matter of time before Burkhardt's takes that position.
Well, it'll be good to see. Simon Leach has certainly shown us the abilities, but the car behind looks to be a little bit more desperate for the position in this race, and has sort of looked, I suppose desperate's not the word, looking like they want that spot in the race. That doesn't necessarily mean desperate, it just means he wants it more. And there it is. Sends the message, telegraphs it through. The 901 goes through on the 51, and Seth Burkhardt's leads Simon Leach to turn 2 on lap number 7.
It was a very calculated move. He's sort of been waiting around there for since the start of the race to make that move, and he's successfully done it, and nice and clean as well, as we like to see. As we see Line, he's into the 1 minute 26.4s. Burke hasn't been able to jump into the 26s yet. He was nearly a second behind in that lap. So it looks like Jesse Bryan also has stemmed the flow a little bit and is extended that lead to Seth Burkhardt's, and also Simon Leach there. I think he may have used all of his tyres, so he's just going to. Bit of a mistake.
He gets through and throws it all away.
Just as I say that, commentator's curse.
Yeah, wow. That's you learn from that though. That is, you learn from that, and what you do is you go and train a little bit harder so you don't lose concentration in between rounds. Do a little bit more mind games. Get some of those bits and pieces out. Talk to Dad and so ask him what he did when he started to lose a bit of concentration. Not that I can ever remember Sven losing concentration. And here we go. Here it is. That's fast part of the track too. Plunging down into Dandenong Road. There is Jesse Bryan right in front. Out over the back of the Ripple Strip. Not much, really. Just a slight off.
Yeah,
Didn't lose too much pace, but I tell you what, when you do, and you got Simon Leach in the 51 ranging behind you in the garagistic BMW E30s, bang, down a spot that you only just gained.
Yeah, and it was just a lock-up, and it was a very late lock-up as well. But I think he's definitely got the pace on Leach, so it's going to be a matter of time before he's back, before Seth Burkhardt's is back into 4th place. It might have just cruelled his chances of getting 3rd, though, unfortunately. I think Jesse Bryan's too far in front, though. I did say that before, and and I put the commentator's curse on poor Seth Burkhardt's.
I've got to say something, Heath. There are commentators that sit on the fence, and then there's yourself. You'll have to throw the commitment down.
Yeah, sometimes I go too early on it, though.
Well, that's all right. You're having a thought. You let it out there. Give everyone else at home and here at the track something to think about. That's the job.
But this is a good battle, actually, with Leach and Seth Burkhardt's here. He's having a look at Seth Burkhardt's. he's making progress. I think he's on to replicate his move from a couple of laps ago, going down the inside of turn 1 here. There's probably about 3 or 4 laps to go here, so he's got to make hay when the sun shines. And he has done now.
There it is.
He's replicated that move perfectly. It's nice and clean and perfect exit. Leach is on the outside, but I don't think he's going to have enough. And Seth Burkhardt moves into 4th place, and he can start pursuing Jesse Bryan, who is now 3 seconds or close to 3 seconds ahead.
Well, I tell you what, he's got some work to do. He probably would have been onto the back of him if he hadn't have fallen off on the exit of Dandenong Road by now. But Jesse Bryan is not really setting the world on fire. In fact, I think the last 2 races have been Jesse Bryan nursing an older set of tyres. Maybe the budget couldn't extend to a whole brand new set for this weekend. And certainly, when you start to just drop off on performance a little bit, you've got to, our job also is to sort of investigate what the other possibilities are out there on track at the moment. But here we go. This is down the back of the field. This is Taylor and Rory Plant in the Upflow Brewing outfit.
I'll tell you what, Martin Taylor's improved out of sight over the course of the weekend. Like yesterday, he was battling with Adam Trapsky for the final place, and they were about 20 seconds off the back of the next competitor. And now he's caught up to the experienced Rory Plant.
Yeah, and Roz is also he's sort of upped his game as well. So what that does is really does shine on Taylor's experience this weekend, because Rory's really driving quite well this season and really starting to tick some boxes as far as pace is concerned. So it's really good that both these guys, they're running in 7th and 8th on the road at the moment, are acquitting themselves very well and should be pretty proud of themselves loading the car on the trailer at the end of the day.
It also shows that you can have fun in any place, in any category as well. Whether it's 1st or 9th or 10th, you're going to have fun battling. And I dare say Martin Taylor's had a bit of fun this weekend.
Something we learnt out of the Right Way Industrial Saloon Car Nationals today was you can be about 38th and still having a ripping time, getting a sweat up and high-fiving your fellow protagonists once you get out of the car.
Absolutely. I haven't got the money to go do it myself though, Darren. You've done it before.
Glad I did too. Best fun if you can, you never do. Best fun you can have with your clothes on, Heath, is what I heard one time.
But it looks like Taylor's making a challenge around the outside at the top of Rothman's Rise there. It's not going to happen, but I think it's a matter of time before he takes that spot from Plant.
Yeah, he's zigzagging all over the place, isn't he, to have a bit of a looker here. I reckon Rory's probably just reached up and given the old rear vision mirror a bit of a flick up, and so I'm not really interested with what's going on up there. I'm enjoying myself. And to the inside goes the 24. He'll know about it now because there'll be a flash of white down the right-hand side of his car. And Rory Plant now ends up looking at the back of the number 24 of Taylor. And we are about to flash out the last lap board to the leaders as they come around. That's not the leaders. They're actually down in 7th and 8th. But I can see the starters rostrum getting the last lap board ready. So we're on the penultimate lap of this event and the entirety of this weekend. Rory Plant up the inside again. We're swapping place twice on the penultimate lap for 7th and 8th. And as Heath McAlpine touched on, you can have a battle, you can have a fight, and you can have some fun. Doesn't matter where you are in the field, and that's what we're witnessing on screen right now.
Absolutely, and just to focus on the front runners for a bit, Brian Burke hasn't made too much impact on Rory Lyon, that's for sure. 7.7 seconds is the margin up the front, making this battle very much an exciting one, that's for sure.
Yeah, it certainly is. Well, as you've touched on, Royce Lyon has cleared out on Brian Burke. Brian Burke has absolutely cleared out on Jesse Bryan. In fact, it's almost equal numbers, 8 seconds to both of those gaps. And there's a reason why we're having a good look at this battle down in 7th and 8th, because there goes Jesse Bryan and Seth Boycott, Simon Leach. There's another good battle going on between those guys. Shannon Cooper's got some pretty clear track there. And I like that because I don't want that car getting dinted up. It looks good. It's a really good-looking, sharp livery. And I like that these two are having a ripping good time And we can't quite see it in there because it looks like Rory's got the Iridium lens visor down at the moment, but I reckon he's got a sweaty grin on his face.
No, I would too if I was battling like this. Martin Taylor's definitely looking to maybe have do the same move as he was the recipient on the previous lap, and he's done that. He has passed. He has passed Rory Plant for 7th place, and here we go. We've got a Royce Lyon. He's nearly 9 seconds clear. He's going to take the final flag for round of Vic State here.
Fourth round,
Vic State.
That's right.
At Sandown, and he is absolutely smashed him in this final race. With,
he really has. He's done a brilliant
Brian
job.
Burke and Jesse Bryan should get third. Seth Burkhart's was 3 seconds in arrears, which Jesse Bryan does. But I tell you what, Seth Burkhart's has come back quite considerably to be right there at the end. And then we had Simon Leach. He'll take 5th from Shannon Cooper. And this battle's still raging on with Rory Plant and Martin Taylor.
Great to have the BMW E30s demonstrating well. It's a compact field. They certainly put on a massive race over at Tailem Bend, supporting the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia Series on an international bill. And here this weekend, they've finished in sunshine on a dry track, ideal conditions for going racing in BMW E30s. In fact, ideal conditions all around. Big thumbs up from these flaggies here. They've had a great day. Those two there have applauded and thumbs up everyone as they come across the line there. And there's no more enthusiasts than some of these volunteers around the track, isn't there?
Yeah.
Final results here for the Garagistic BMW Drivers Cup with support from the BMW Drivers Club of Melbourne and the Traction Tyre Centre. Royce Lynn takes the W over this weekend. Brian Burke held on well and battled brilliantly in the number 27. Jesse Bryan, I guess he's going to scratch his head and wonder what could have been here this weekend. Seth Boykarts has got through into position 4. Simon Leach, Shannon Cooper, Jeff Bowles, Rory Plant, Martin Taylor, Adam Trapsky took no further part after a crash earlier on today. Heath McAlpine, thank you so much for your attendance today, and of course Steve DeVries and Dan McCarthy, Callum Brannigan and Paul Ziddy, Jack Atley, all of our fantastic commentators that do such a great job. A big thanks to all down there in the broadcast van, and of course all our officials around the track, upstairs, downstairs, wherever they may be, for giving of their time. And of course the cameramen. They stand out next to all the flaggies and they endure all the weather all day long. Thanks to them as well for bringing us great pictures. There they are, still out on track, sending the great pictures in. Next round will be at Phillip Island on the 24th. 22nd, 23rd and 24th of September. We'll love to see you all there then. Until next time, thanks for joining us here at the 888 Home Loans Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship. See you at the next one.